Macbeth, Act 3, Scene 4. It will have blood, they say. Blood will have blood. Chapter 1. Paris, France, Thursday, the 2nd of March, 1815. One more day, he thought. One more day. Perhaps two. And then? And then what? Sebastian St. Cyr, Viscount Devlin, walked the dark, misty banks of the Seine. He was a tall man in his early 30s, lean and dark-haired, with the carriage of the cavalry captain he'd once been. For 2 weeks now, he'd been renting a narrow house on the Place Dauphine in Paris, near the tip of the Ile de la Cité. He was here on a personal quest, awaiting the return to the city of his mother, who had abandoned her family more than 20 years before. Waiting to ask for answers he wasn't sure he was ready to hear. The night air felt cold against his face, and he thrust his hands deeper into the pockets of his caped greatcoat. His gaze on the row of fog-shrouded lanterns that ran along the Quai des Tuileries before him. The great ancient city of Paris stretched out around him in a sea of winking candles and the dull yellow glow of countless oil lamps. He could hear the river slapping against the stones of the embankment beside him, and the creak of an oar somewhere in the night, but much was hidden by the mist. Ironic, he thought, how a man could strive for years to achieve a goal, and then, once it was almost within his grasp, find himself shaken by misgivings and doubts, and something else. Something he suspected was fear. He turned away from the dark, silent waters of the river and climbed the steps to what had been called the Place Louis XV, before it was renamed the Place de la Révolution. It was here that the guillotine had done some of its deadliest work, whacking off well over 1,000 heads in a matter of months. The blood had run so thick and noisome that in the heat of summer the people who lived nearby complained of the smell. Not about the roaring crowds or the haunting pall of death that even today seemed to hang over the enormous open space, but about the smell. Pausing at the top of the steps, he stared across the vast lantern-lit intersection, still surrounded by the stone facades of its once grand pre-revolutionary buildings. Even at this hour, the place was crowded, the air ringing with the clatter of iron-rimmed wheels on damp paving stones, the clip-clop of horses' hooves, the shouts of frustrated drivers mingling with the cries of street vendors selling everything from sweet-smelling pastries to pungent medical potions. The guillotine was no longer here, of course. At the end of the Reign of Terror, they'd rechristened the space the Place de la Concorde, the place of harmony and peace. But with the fall of Napoleon and the return of the Bourbon dynasty, the sign plaques had been changed back to Place Louis XV. He'd heard there was talk of renaming it once more, this time to Place Louis XVI, in honor of the king who'd lost his head here. So much for harmony and reconciliation. It was a drift of thought that brought him back, inevitably, to his mother. She had lived in this city off and on for over 10 years. The estranged wife of an English earl turned mistress to one of Napoleon's most trusted generals. Why? It was one of the many questions he wanted to ask her. Why? 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 The church bells of the city, those that hadn't been melted down to forge cannons, began to chime the hour, and he turned his steps back towards the Pont Neuf. It wasn't a stylish place to stay, the Ile de la Cité. The British aristocrats who'd flocked to Paris since the restoration of the Bourbons tended to take houses in the Marais district, or the newer neighbourhoods, such as the Faubourgs, Saint-Germain and Saint-Honoré. But it was on this elongated ancient island, in the middle of the Seine, that Paris had begun, and it called to his wife Hero for reasons she couldn't quite define, but he thought he understood. He could feel the cold wind picking up as he stepped out onto the historic bridge that cut across the western tip of the island. It was still called the Pont Neuf, the new bridge, even though it dated back to the 16th century, and there were now much newer bridges over the river. Built of a deep golden stone, with rows of semicircular bastions, it consisted of 2 separate spans, a longer series of 7 arches leading from the right bank to the island, and another 5 arches that joined the island to the left bank. In the centre, where the bridge touched the Ile de la Cité, stood a large square platform that had once featured a bronze equestrian statue of Henry IV, but now held only an empty pedestal. Earlier in the evening, he'd noticed a painfully thin fille publique soliciting customers beside the old statue base. But the ragged young prostitute was gone now, the platform deserted, and he paused there to look out over the ill-kept stretch of sand, grass and overgrown plane trees that formed the end of the island. The gusting wind shifted the mist to show, here and there, a patch of black water, a weedy gravel path, the bare, skeletal outlines of branches just beginning to come into leaf. Something caught his attention. A quick glimpse of what looked like an outflung arm, and delicately curled, still fingers that were there and then gone, lost in the swirling fog. His fist clenched on the stone parapet before him as he sucked in a quick breath of cold air, heavily tinged with wood smoke and damp earth, and the smell of the river. His imagination? No. There it was again. He bolted down the flight of old stone steps that led to the water's edge. A tall, slim woman lay motionless on her side in the grass near the northern span's heavy stone abutment. This was no wretched prostitute. Her exquisitely cut pelisse was of a rich sapphire blue wool, accented with dark velvet at the cuffs and collar. Her blood-soaked hat was one of the same velvet, trimmed with a jaunty plume. The gloves on her motionless hands were of the finest leather. Her face was turned away from him, her cheek pale in the dim light and smeared with more blood. Then she moaned, her head shifting, her eyes opening briefly to look up into his. She sucked in a jagged breath. "Sebastian," she whispered, her eyes widening before sliding closed again. Recognition slammed into him. He fell to his knees beside her, his hands trembling as he reached out to her, his aching gaze drifting over the familiar planes of her face, the straight patrician nose, the high cheekbones, the strong jaw. Features subtly changed by the passage of years, but still recognizable, still so beloved. It was his mother, Sophia, the errant Countess of Hendon. Chapter 2. In Sebastian's happiest memories, his mother was always laughing. A beautiful woman with golden hair, sparkling blue-green eyes, and a brilliant smile. Sophia Hendon, Sophie to her friends and loved ones, had charmed everyone who knew her. everyone except her own husband, Alistair Sincere, the 5th Earl of Hendon. Even as a young child, Sebastian had been painfully aware of the tensions between his mother and the man he'd believed to be his father. As he grew, the brittle silences became longer, the inevitable scenes uglier. Those were the memories he tried to forget. Sophie's tearful pleadings, the Earl's angry voice echoing along the ancient panelled corridors of Hendon Hall, the clatter of galloping hooves as Hendon drove off to London, while Sophie wept someplace alone and out of sight. 4 children had been born to that troubled marriage. First a girl, Amanda, followed by 3 healthy sons. But then the eldest son, Richard, drowned in a rocky Cornish cove, and 4 years later, in the blistering heat of a brutally hot summer, when their mother had defied the Earl and taken them to Brighton, the second son, Cecil, died of fever. The marriage ruptured. Sebastian could remember his 11-year-old self sitting on the floor in a corner of his room, his legs drawn up to his chest, his arms wrapped around his head, as he tried not to listen to the furious accusations and threats the grieving parents hurled at each other. But afterward, he wished he had listened. For just a few days later, his mother sailed away with friends for what was supposed to be a pleasant day's outing. She'd kissed him that morning, the day she sailed away, and laughed when he ducked her embrace in that way of all 11-year-old boys. But the pain in her eyes had been there for him to see, even if he hadn't understood it. Lost at sea, they'd said. He'd refused to believe it. Every day of what was left of that miserable hot summer he'd spent standing on the cliffs outside of Brighton, his nostrils filled with the smell of brine and sun-blasted rocks, his eyes painfully dry as he stared out to sea, watching for her, waiting for her to come sailing back. Steadfastly, he continued to insist that she must be alive, refused to believe he'd never see her again. But eventually, acceptance had come. He didn't discover it was all a lie for another 20 years. Chapter 3. A single branch of candles lit the small, old-fashioned room, the golden light flickering over the pale face of the woman who lay motionless in the bed, her eyes closed. Hero Devlin sat beside her, a bowl of water on a nearby chest, a blood-stained cloth in her hand, her gaze on the even features of her husband's infamous mother. Until today, Hero had never met, had never even seen this woman. This woman who had caused her son the kind of damage that was difficult to forgive. Hero had seen portraits of the Countess in her youth. She'd been so beautiful, her smile wide and infectious, her eyes thickly lashed and sultry. She was still beautiful, even in her 60s, with classical bone structure, smooth skin, and an aura of gentle vulnerability that might or might not be deceptive. But Hero was having a hard time tamping down the anger she'd long nourished toward the notorious Countess, for she knew only too well what the discovery of his mother's betrayal had done to Devlin. How does any man recover from the knowledge that his mother played her husband false, then staged her own death to run off with her latest lover, never to return? Since learning the truth, Devlin had been quietly searching for her across Europe. As long as the war between France and Britain raged, it hadn't been easy. But the coming of peace brought reports that the Countess lived here in Paris, although she travelled frequently, sometimes to Vienna, sometimes to other destinations that proved surprisingly difficult to uncover. In the end, they decided simply to join the horde of British aristocrats flocking to Paris and wait there for her to return. She had been expected back sometime in the coming week, but not today. Not yet. "I don't understand what she's doing here," said Hero, leaning forward to gently wipe away a trickle of blood that rolled down the side of Sophia's temple. She kept her voice low, although she was afraid Sophie Hendon was beyond hearing anything. She wasn't supposed to be in Paris. Devlin stood with his back pressed against the nearest wall, his gaze on the pale woman in the bed, his face a mask of control that carefully hid every emotion, every thought, every betraying trace of pain. A streak of his mother's blood showed on one lean cheek. More of her blood stained his waistcoat and the cuffs of his shirt. Uncertain of the extent of her injuries, and afraid to move her himself, he'd found a couple of street porters with a board to carry her up the stairs and across the bridge to the house on the Place Dauphine. They'd sent for a physician, but the man hadn't arrived yet, and Hero was afraid there wasn't much he'd be able to do anyway. "I don't know," said Devlin, his voice carrying a strange inflection that Hero had never heard in their nearly 3 years of marriage. Then he swung his head away to stare at the blackness beyond the window, his nostrils flaring as he sucked in a deep breath. "Where is that damned doctor?" Hero set aside the blood-stained cloth and reached to take one of the Countess's limp hands in her own. It was a strong hand, aged and fine-boned, but not delicate. Beneath her fingertips, Hero could feel the woman's pulse, erratic and faint. So faint. She lifted her gaze to study again that pale, still face, tracing there the ways Sophie was like her son, and the ways in which they differed. "Do you think she fell from the bridge?" Sebastian shook his head. "How do you fall from a bridge with a high stone parapet?" "Was thrown, then? If she fell from that height, there could be other injuries." "Internal injuries we can't see." Hero's voice trailed off, for the wounds they could see on the Countess's head were bad enough. Her breathing was becoming as erratic as her pulse. "Please," thought Hero, her throat so tight it hurt. "Please don't die. He's fought so hard to find you. Please, please, please." But the pulse beneath Hero's fingers grew ever fainter, then skipped, and was no more. The Countess's shallow, ragged breath stilled. Hero leaned forward. "Breathe!" She was silently screaming, her fist tightening around that limp hand. "Please, breathe!" Then she heard Devlin say, his voice sounding as if it came from a long way off. "She's gone." Chapter 4. The physician arrived some 10 minutes later. They were still seated beside the Countess's deathbed when a housemaid brought word of Dr. Peloton's arrival. A small fire crackled on the hearth, but the bedroom was in heavy shadow, and for one long moment Sebastian could only stare at the servant. He felt numb inside. So numb he wondered if he'd ever feel anything again. A part of him knew that somewhere beneath the numbness must, surely, lie pain and grief. Surely. He felt Hero's hand touch his arm. Heard her say to him quietly, "Would you like me to go down to thank him and tell him he's no longer needed?" "No." Sebastian pushed to his feet. He had the strangest sensation, as if he were moving through someone else's life, or as if he were outside of himself, watching his own actions with a wooden sense of detachment. "No, I'll see him." He found Philippe Jean Palitin standing near the window at the front of the house's small salon, his gaze on the darkly shifting, wind-tossed trees beyond. The physician was a slim man of just above average height. His thick dark hair mingled with grey, his long, thin face dominated by a prominent jaw, his dark eyes deeply set. Although Sebastian knew the man must be somewhere in his 60s, he looked and seemed younger, his movements quick and energetic. "Monsieur le Vicomte," said the doctor, turning from the window with a bow. "I came as soon as I could. Is the patient—" "She's dead." Peliton was silent for a moment, his gaze on Sebastian's face in a way that made Sebastian wonder what the physician saw there. He had met the Frenchman the week before in a courtesy call, for Peliton's daughter now lived in London and was known to Sebastian. But that had been a social occasion, whereas this was a professional visit, and therefore quite different. "It's a pity. You know this woman?" said Peliton. Sebastian walked over to where a decanter and a collection of crystal glasses stood on a tray. "May I offer you a drink?" "Thank you, but no." Sebastian splashed a hefty measure of brandy into a glass. "I hope you don't object if I have one." Peliton shook his head. Sebastian replaced the stopper in the decanter with studied care. "For some years now. She has called herself Dama Capello, but her real name is the Countess of Hendon." He paused, then looked over at the French doctor. "She was my mother." Peliton pursed his lips, his brows lowering in a way that suggested Dama Capello was not unknown to him, at least by reputation. "Please accept my sincere condolences on your loss, monsieur." "Thank you." The brandy glass cradled in one hand, Sebastian went to stand at the window, his gaze on the small, triangular-shaped Renaissance-era square below. For one shuddering moment, the physical ache of his grief was almost unbearable, so that he had to force himself to go on. "The circumstances surrounding her death are confused. I would like to ask you to examine the body, perhaps give us some idea as to the cause and circumstances of her death. She was found lying in the grass beneath Pont-Neuf, in a way that suggests she might have fallen from above. There are significant head wounds, but I don't know if they are the result of the fall, or if she was perhaps struck before being thrown from the bridge." Peliton stared at him. "You're asking me to perform an autopsy? Here? Now?" "Not an autopsy precisely. More along the lines of a preliminary examination and analysis." He hesitated, and when the doctor still looked reluctant, added, "If you would be so kind." In France, a man could be both a physician and a surgeon, for the professions were not separated here the way they were in England, by centuries of custom and prejudice. Thus, Dr. Pelletan was both a long-time professor at the Faculté de Médecine de Paris and chief surgeon at the ancient hospital known as the Hôtel Dieu, positions he'd held for the past 20 years. And it occurred to Sebastian as he watched Pelletan consider his request that the man was both a respected professional and a consummate survivor, for he'd somehow managed to maintain his places despite the Restoration, despite having served as consultant surgeon to the Emperor Napoleon, despite having once performed the autopsy on the body of the 10-year-old uncrowned boy king Louis XVII. Pelletan thoughtfully swiped one long, fine-boned hand down over his mouth and chin, his palm rasping against the blue shadow of his day's growth of beard. Very well. Perhaps you could send Lady Devlin's Abigail to assist if there is a need to remove her ladyship's clothing. Sebastian sucked in a deep breath. Yes, of course. It was more than an hour before Pelletan came back down the stairs from the guest bedroom, his features grim. He was in his shirt sleeves and waistcoat, for he'd stripped off his coat, and he apologized to Hero for forgetting and moved quickly to draw it on again as he entered the salon. There's no doubt she fell from a great height, he said, adjusting the collar of his coat. Presumably, as you suggest, from the bridge near which she was found. Her right femur and right humerus are broken, along with several ribs and perhaps several vertebrae. I presume there is also considerable internal damage, although without a more invasive examination, there's no way to know for certain. Sebastian held himself quite still. And the blows to her head? The injury to her right temple is, I believe, a result of the fall. It's difficult to be certain about the more severe blow to the back of the head, but the knife wound in her back was obviously not caused by the fall. She was stabbed? How could he have missed that? She was, yes. By a stiletto, most likely. It's a small but deep wound that bled very little, at least on the outside. I suspect the internal damage was considerably more severe. She was stabbed only the once, said Hero. Pelletan glanced toward her. Another man in his position might have resented being questioned by a woman. But Pelletan's own daughter had studied to become a physician in Italy, and he answered without hesitation, Just the once, yes, my lady. Would a more invasive examination provide any additional insights? Asked Sebastian. Probably not. Pelletan paused, his gaze on the cuffs of his shirt, which Sebastian now noticed was stained with blood. But I did notice one other thing. Yes? Prompted Sebastian, when the physician's voice trailed off. There are bruises on her arms, though they were not caused by the fall. Show me, said Sebastian. She looked so small lying in the center of the heavy old-fashioned bed, the white coverlet drawn up over her chest, her bare arms resting outside the covers and straight down at her sides. A delicate gold chain with a single pearl pendant lay around her neck. In her earlobes were simple pearl drops. Her eyes were closed, her features composed, almost at peace. With the help of Hero's Abigail, Pelletan had removed and set aside her clothing and washed the worst of the blood from her face and head. In the dim light cast by the flickering candles, she might have been sleeping. Might have been. "If you look at the bruising here on her forearm," said Pelletan, going to lift one arm gently and turn the delicate inner flesh to the light, "and there on the other." He paused to nod to where her right arm still rested at her side. "You can see quite clearly the marks left by a man's fingers digging into the flesh. The bruises are not old. They were made essentially at the same time as her other injuries, within an hour or so of death. Going by these marks, I'd say it's highly probable someone stabbed her in the back, either before or after possibly striking her on the back of the head. He then left these bruises while lifting her up to throw her over the bridge's parapet." Sebastian stood with his arms crossed at his chest, his breath backing up tight and painful in his throat. The dark purple oval-shaped bruises showed quite clearly against Sophie's pale skin, and he felt a rush of rage, so hot and powerful that he was shaking with it. Pelletan laid her arm down and said quietly, "Have you notified the police?" Sebastian cleared his throat and somehow managed to say, "Yes, but we haven't heard from them yet." Pelletan nodded as if he found this unsurprising. "How much do you know about Sofia Capello?" Sebastian felt himself stiffen. "Why do you ask?" "She was—" The Frenchman hesitated, as if searching for a delicate way to phrase it, then settled on "quite close to General McClellan, one of Napoleon's marshals." "So I've been told," said Sebastian. Alexandre McClellan was something of a legend, the descendant of a proud old Scottish Jacobite family that had taken refuge in France after the disaster of '45. He'd long been considered one of Napoleon's most brilliant generals. Like most of the former emperor's marshals, McClellan has now sworn allegiance to the Bourbons, Pelletan was saying. "I believe he's in Vienna, working with Talleyrand to secure the best possible terms for France from the Congress." Sebastian studied the French doctor's solemn profile. "What exactly are you suggesting?" Pelletan snapped his bag closed and turned to face him. "I'm saying there may be more to this death than a simple robbery somehow gone terribly wrong. It's not easy to unite a country again after so many years of trauma and bloodshed. In the past quarter century, France has seen half a dozen different governments come and go. Absolute monarchy, constitutional monarchy, republic, directorate, consulate, empire. Now here we are once again back to monarchy. In the past 11 months, we've torn down the tricolour and raised the white Bourbon flag, chipped the emperor's bees and eagles off our buildings, renamed squares and bridges, and replaced the prints of Napoleon in our shop windows with those of Louis XVIII. Such external changes are easy. But beneath it all, resentments and hatreds linger, fester, and unfortunately, certain powerful people are far more interested in retribution than in reconciliation." There was no need for him to mention any names. The newly restored King Louis XVIII might be genuinely interested in compromise, but he was lazy and weak. The real power in the family lay with the king's younger brother and heir presumptive to the throne, Charles, the Comte d'Artois, and with their niece Marie-Thérèse, the only surviving child of Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette. Both were filled with bitterness and wrath, and an unquenchable thirst for revenge. "What does any of this have to do with my mother's death?" asked Sebastian. I don't know that it does, but I would advise you to be careful, my lord. Be careful what questions you ask, and be very careful whom you trust. He reached for the hat he'd set on a nearby bureau. There, I've probably said more than I should have. Good luck to you, monsieur. You're going to need it. Chapter 5. Marie-Thérèse, Duchess d'Angoulême, niece of the newly restored Bourbon King Louis XVIII, wife of his nephew and presumed eventual heir, and daughter of the martyred King Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette, sat on an elevated throne-like chair at one end of a salon in the southern pavilion of the Tuileries Palace. It was a long, narrow room, aggressively opulent, and dripping with gilded carvings, tall pier mirrors, red velvet hangings, and massive rococo paintings of heroic classical scenes. A string quartet played Vivaldi out of sight behind a screen. The sweet melody was virtually the only sound beyond the discreet rustling of silken skirts and a quickly stifled cough. As was her habit, the king's niece worked her needle in and out of the canvas in her lap, with quick, aggressive strokes. Her long-time huissier de cabinet and premier valet de chambre, a lanky, dark-haired, monkish man, with a hawk-like face and the eyes of a fanatic, named Xavier de Tullet, stood just behind her chair and slightly to one side, staring woodenly into space. Two long rows of expensively dressed, stony-faced ladies stood on each side of the red carpet that led to Madame Royale. But there was no conversation. This was the protocol for Marie-Thérèse's receptions. The ladies lined up strictly according to rank and endured the honor of their attendance in rigid boredom, while the Duchess attacked her needlework and ignored them. As was typical of her, the 36-year-old Madame Royale wore a sombre black dress with a severe high neckline and Renaissance-like ruff. Only occasionally would she acquiesce to the entreaties of her uncle the king that she please try to look a little less ghoulish and wear colours. Marie-Thérèse was in a perpetual state of mourning for her murdered family, and she wanted everyone, especially the people of France, to know it. She also wanted them to know that she held them responsible for her loss and endless suffering, and that she would never, ever forgive the ways in which they had individually and collectively let her down. As a result, most of the residents of the country who had once pitied her had learned after less than a year to heartily despise her. "We expected you nearly an hour ago," she said imperiously to the man now approaching her along the carpet, edged by those two rows of rigid ladies. His name was Charles, Lord Jarvis, and he was a distant cousin to the poor old mad British King George III and his son, the Prince Regent. But that simple description was deceptive. A ruthless, eerily omniscient man with an enviable network of spies, informants, and assassins, Jarvis was generally acknowledged as the real power behind the Hanover's wobbly throne. It was the reason Marie-Thérèse had called him here today. "My apologies, madame," said Jarvis, bowing low. He was a large man, well over 6 feet tall, big-boned, and tending toward flesh now in late middle age. In his youth, he had been an attractive man. He was still handsome, with an aquiline nose, a deceptively winning smile, and grey eyes that blazed with a rare and piercing intelligence. "You know why we wish to see you?" "Not exactly, madame." The Duchess lifted her voice and said, "Leave us," to the 2 rows of ladies in attendance. She waited, while the air filled with the swish of silk gowns, the quick patter of slippered feet, the breathy little sighs of what Jarvis suspected was profound relief. Then she said, "We understand there are disturbing rumors on the streets of Paris. Rumors that the beast Napoleon may attempt to escape from the Isle of Elba and return to France." Jarvis threw a quick glance at the Chevalier de Tollet, but the Duchess's huissier de cabinet did not meet his gaze. Such speculation had been common for months, and Jarvis found himself wondering why someone had chosen to tell Madame Royale about it now. "It remains a possibility, madame," said Jarvis with another bow. She stabbed her needle down through her canvas with enough force to make a loud popping sound. "He should have been executed. If he'd been shot, or better yet, hanged, we would not have this worry now." It was on the tip of Jarvis's tongue to suggest that executing a monarch, whose coronation had been blessed by the Pope, might not be a wise practice for royals to encourage. But he swallowed the temptation. Anything that reminded Marie-Thérèse of her own parents' executions 20-some years before was liable to set her off into a bout of hysterical weeping and prostrate collapse that could last anywhere from hours to days. He was aware of the Duchess's brittle blue eyes upon him. She was not a particularly intelligent woman, and she was far from wise. But the blood of murderous generations of Bourbons, Habsburgs, and Medicis flowed through her veins. One underestimated her at their peril. "You have heard nothing from London regarding Buonaparte?" Her lips curled into a sneer as she gave the Corsican's name its original Italian pronunciation. "Only that he resents the French king's failure to pay the annual 2 million francs as agreed to in the Treaty of Fontainebleau." "Does he find himself in straitened circumstances?" The sneer turned into something like a smile. "What a pity." "Men in straitened circumstances can become desperate. Perhaps desperate enough to make a push to recover their lost thrones." "He can try." Her needle flashed in and out with a vengeance. "It would give us the opportunity to hang him as he should have been hanged last year." He thought she might press him for more details of Napoleon's sequestration on Elba and of the guard the British had set upon him. Instead, she surprised him by saying, "I hear your daughter Lady Devlin is in Paris." "She is, yes," said Jarvis, wondering where she was going with this. "She must come to one of our receptions." Somehow Jarvis managed to suppress a smile at the thought of Hero meekly taking her place in those hierarchically correct rows of silent bored ladies. "I have no doubt she would be honored." The needle flashed in and out, in and out. "And what do you hear from the Congress of Vienna?" "Only that they are close to agreement." "That would be welcome news. Except that there are those who suggest Napoleon may be waiting until the Congress breaks up before attempting his return. The idea being that the Allies would find it more difficult to unite in opposition to him once the Congress is no longer in session." Once again Jarvis found himself wondering who had told her this, and why. The truth was, any knowledgeable person advising the exiled emperor would probably tell Napoleon to make his move soon. Dissatisfaction with the Bourbon restoration in France was growing steadily and might easily erupt in a revolt that could end by putting the more popular Orléans branch of the French royal family on the throne. But Jarvis had no intention of explaining that to the wife of the man who expected to some day, after the deaths of his childless uncle and father, be king. "The Allies will oppose any attempt by Napoleon to return to France," he said instead, "whether the Congress of Vienna is still sitting or not." For a moment her needle stilled. She met his gaze, and he knew by the flare of triumph in her hard eyes that this was why she had called him here, what she was hoping to hear. "Good." She nodded his dismissal. "You may go now." Jarvis found his own aide, a fair-haired, green-eyed former army major named Asher Kemp, awaiting him in the salon's antechamber. Kemp was typical of the men Jarvis employed: tall, strong, intelligent, loyal, and lethal. "Someone is filling the Duchess's head with the fears of Napoleon's possible escape from Elba. I want to know who it is." Major Kemp's eyes gleamed with the anticipation of a bird of prey setting out on a hunt. "Yes, sir." Chapter 6. After Peloton's departure, Sebastian went to stand in the doorway to the nursery at the top of the tall, narrow house, one hand curled around the frame at his side. His heart was heavy with a suffocating weight, his gaze on the two little boys who slept together in a low bed. There were 2 beds in the room, but the boys frequently chose to fall asleep like this, holding each other, for one of the boys had already suffered far too much loss in his young life. Only the younger child, 2-year-old Simon, was Sebastian's own son. The slightly older boy, Patrick, was the son of a mysterious tavern owner who'd looked enough like Sebastian to be his brother, and died because of it. Sebastian was aware of Hero coming to stand next to him, her hand a caress at his side. At nearly 6 feet, she was almost as tall as he, and he rested his head against hers and felt his breath ease out in a painful sigh. "It hurts," said Hero softly, her gaze like his on the sleeping children. "Knowing that she'll never see Simon, and that he'll never have the opportunity to get to know her." Sebastian nodded, the ache in his chest so intense that for a moment he didn't trust his voice. He'd discovered that all the questions he'd burned to ask his mother, even his own desperation to see her again, were eclipsed by this. This realization that his infant son would never know the beautiful, brilliant, complex, wayward woman who was his grandmother. The sound of the front door's knocker echoed up the elegantly curving staircase from below. Hero turned, her gaze meeting his. "The authorities?" "Hopefully." The authorities turned out to be a small, officious commissaire de police named Monsieur Bernard Bolsard. Somewhere in his middle years, he was short and vaguely pudgy, with lank flaxen hair, a pronounced overbite, and an air of suspicion Sebastian suspected was habitual. For an Englishman accustomed to London's archaic and woefully inadequate system of law enforcement, Paris's police apparatus was impressive, vaguely intimidating, and highly confusing. The city was divided into districts, each with its own commissaire de police. An official, Sebastian gathered, was roughly equivalent to an English magistrate, although not really. But the city also boasted 24 officiers de paix who were scattered around the various arrondissements and seemed to operate separately from the commissaires in ways Sebastian didn't understand. Then there were the gendarmes, an almost quasi-military force, and police agents, and something else something called the Sûreté Nationale, a peculiar organization run by an infamous ex-criminal named Eugène François Vidocq. With such a formidable law enforcement presence, one would expect Paris to be virtually crime-free. It was not. Shown into the salon where Sebastian now stood beside the hearth with Hero seated nearby, the commissaire looked Sebastian up and down and said in French, "You are in truth the Vicomte d'Evelyn, the son of the English Earl of Hendon, he who is the British Chancellor of the Exchequer?" Sebastian answered him easily in the same language, for despite the long war, Hendon had raised all of his children to be fluent in French. "I am, yes." It was only partially true, of course, but Sebastian had no intention of providing this little man with the details of his genealogy. Monsieur Balsart bowed to Hero, then cast an appraising glance around the small, old-fashioned salon. "And you stay here, in the Place Dauphine?" "I am a student of history," said Hero, in a voice that would have quelled most men, but seemed to have little effect on the commissaire. "And the Place Dauphine is literally in the middle of everything historic." "So it is." Monsieur Balsart sniffed and turned to Sebastian again. "This woman you say you discovered near the Pont Neuf, you are certain she is indeed Sophia Capello?" "Yes." Sophie's true identity would undoubtedly be revealed in the investigation of her death, but Sebastian found himself unwilling to disclose it now to this deliberately abrasive man. "Dr. Pelleton has confirmed her identity." A pinched expression flitted across the commissaire's pasty features. "Dr. Pelleton examined her?" "He did, yes. At my request." "And he agreed that she had fallen from the bridge?" "Actually, it appears that she was thrown from the bridge after being stabbed in the back." "The knife was still in the body?" "No, but there is a deep wound, most likely from a stiletto." "Was she roped?" It occurred to Sebastian that he had seen no sign of Sophia's reticule, but then he had been too concerned with getting her medical help to even think of looking for it. He said, "Possibly, although neither her earrings nor a necklace were taken." "So she could have jumped and impaled herself on something as she fell?" Sebastian struggled to keep the rage provoked by the man's words out of his voice. "She did not jump." Monsieur Balsart sniffed again. "You were acquainted with Dama Capello?" "In the past." "Yes." "Interesting." Balsart turned toward the door. "I will view the body now." Reluctant to have this nasty functionary anywhere near Sophie, Sebastian lit a chamber stick and led the commissaire up the stairs to the small guest bedroom. In just the short time that had elapsed since he'd left her, Sophie seemed to have shrunk in on herself, her body looking increasingly pale and insubstantial, like a frail husk abandoned by the vital force that had once inhabited it. The commissaire went to stand at the bedside. He stared at her in silence for a moment, then jerked off one glove and reached out to touch the back of his hand to her cheek. She is definitely dead." He shifted his attention to the wounds on her head, leaning forward to study them more closely. "Pelleton thinks this is what killed her?" "That, plus the knife wound and various internal injuries." Balsart straightened and turned toward the door. "There will be an inquest, I assume," said Sebastian. The commissaire started down the old, gently curving staircase.
Given the signs of violent death, interment may not take place until after an officer of the police, assisted by a doctor in physic or surgery, has drawn up a statement on the condition of the body and the circumstances relative thereto." His voice had taken on a sing-song quality that suggested he was simply quoting the relevant section of the Code Civil. "As well, no interment may take place without an official act of death which shall contain the deceased's Christian names, surname, name of consort, if any, and the names of any and all close relations still living." That might be awkward, thought Sebastian, as he followed the commissaire down the stairs. The French were famous for their voluminous official paperwork. "If you'd like, we can send a couple of men to fetch the corpse," Balsar was saying. "Transfer it to the city morgue." Sebastian had heard of Paris's famous morgue, where unclaimed bodies were displayed naked for public viewing before being sent to the city's medical schools for dissection. "That's quite all right," he said, his voice tight as he followed the commissaire down the next flight of stairs. "We will be taking care of the funeral. We are close to the family." "As you wish. An official will attend sometime tomorrow with the doctor." "Where do you intend to begin your investigation?" "There will be no investigation," said Balsar, as they reached the ground floor. "What?" The commissaire settled his hat on his head as he crossed the small entrance hall to the front door. "It will doubtless be decided that the woman either jumped or leaned so far over the bridge's parapet that she fell. Believe me, there is enough unrest in this city without setting tongues to wagging with a needless investigation into the death of a notorious noblewoman." A notorious noblewoman. Sebastian felt a renewed flare of hot emotion somewhere between fury and fear. "I understand there is an office here called the Sûreté Nationale that—" Balsa made a rude noise. "Vidocq? That Galeria? Bah!" Sebastian studied the officious commissaire's narrow, ferret-like face. A Galerian was a Galerian or galley slave. He'd heard rumors that the head of the Sûreté had several times escaped from the galleys, although he hadn't believed it. Aloud, he said, "But the Sûreté does investigate murders, yes?" Balsar reached to open the front door himself. "Believe me, monsieur, even Vidocq is smart enough to stay away from this. Good evening to you and to the Vicomtesse." He touched a hand to his hat and left. It had begun to rain, a soft patter of drops that spattered on the worn cobbles of the old triangular-shaped square and filled the air with the smell of dust. Sebastian was still standing at the open door when Hero came up beside him, her gaze on the commissaire striding away toward the stone bridge at the end of the island. "What an unpleasant little man," she said. The rain was increasing now. Sebastian watched Monsieur Balsar disappear around the corner to the bridge, then said, "They're not even going to investigate her death." Hero turned to meet his gaze. "Then we'll do it ourselves." Chapter 7. Sebastian left soon afterward for the northern outskirts of the city. Rather than disturb his young groom by calling for his own carriage, he took a fiacre, the Parisian version of a London hackney. It was past midnight by now, the city's narrow, aged streets dark and quiet in the rain, but he knew he would be unable to sleep until he'd attempted to answer at least some of the questions whirling in his head. The woman who'd called herself Sophia Capello lived in an impressive Hôtel Particulier in the Rue du Champ de Repos, not far from the ruined church of Notre-Dame de Lorette. This was an area where the teeming streets of the city gave way to open countryside, where the detached houses were fronted by high-walled forecourts and boasted extensive gardens that stretched out around them. Sebastian had come here several times since his arrival in Paris to speak to the aged Frenchwoman who served Sophie as something between a companion and a chatelaine. She had answered his questions courteously and yet evasively, claiming she did not know where Sophie was, and willing only to say that her return was expected in early March. Yet she had known both Sophie's true identity and her relationship to Sebastian. And when he'd asked why Sophie called herself Dama Capello, the Frenchwoman had simply looked at him with troubled eyes and said, "That is a question I think her ladyship should answer herself." He became aware of the fiacre drawing up before the Maison's heavy wrought iron gates, jerking him from the depths of his thoughts. "Wait for me," he told the driver, thrusting open the carriage door. "As long as you pay," said the man, in a provincial accent so heavy it took Sebastian a moment to decipher it. He hopped down, his gaze on the house before him. "I'll pay." The rain had stopped, leaving the air heavy with moisture and the lime trees along the lane dripping. Built of golden sandstone with tall, evenly spaced windows, the maison dated to the reign of Louis XIV. It was small but exquisite, of 2 stories plus the extensive attics tucked into its mansard-style grey slate roof. He was expecting to need to rouse the ex-soldier who served as gatekeeper, but the man must have been watching for his mistress's return, for he appeared immediately, limping badly on a peg leg. The left sleeve of his coat hung empty at his side. "Dama Capello is not here," he said, his lantern swinging wildly as he hurried forward with his awkward gait. He was thin to the point of being cadaverous, his eyes sunken and ringed by dark circles, his skin a sickly white. "I know. I'm here to see Madame Dion." The gatekeeper lifted his lamp to shine the light on Sebastian's face and peer at him intently. "Oh, 'tis you, monsieur." He unlocked the small pedestrian gate to swing it inward. "She is up, waiting for Dama Capello." "When did her ladyship return to Paris?" asked Sebastian, his gaze drifting over the maison's classical facade. Only a few of the downstairs windows showed any light. The rest were in darkness. "Just today, monsieur." Conscious of a painful tumult of emotions he had no desire to face, let alone untangle, Sebastian crossed the entry court, the gravel crunching beneath his boots. He could hear a lamb bleating somewhere in the distance, hear the rattle of harness behind him as the fiacre's horse shook its head. Then the front door opened, and golden light spilled out across the wet stretch of flagging. "Monsieur," said the older woman who stood there, a fine paisley shawl clutched around her shoulders with one hand, a flickering candle in the other, her face drawn and tight with worry. "What is it? What has happened?" He paused before her, finding himself at a loss for words. Madame Geneviève Dion was somewhere in her late 60s or her 70s, silver-haired and delicately boned, but still fiercely upright. He knew little about her, only that she had been with Sophie for some years. Her patrician accent and manner suggested that she was from that legion of gentle women impoverished by the Revolution and the endless wars it had spawned, but she had never told him her story. He was aware of her glancing beyond him to the fiacre that waited in the lane. Her worried gaze returned to him. "Where is she?" Sebastian looked into the woman's dark, haunted eyes and saw the fear there. a fear that turned into dawning certainty as he said, "I'm sorry, but, mon Dieu," she whispered, when he couldn't quite bring himself to say it. The candle dipped dangerously as she swayed, and he put out a hand to steady her. "She's dead, isn't she? Sophie is dead?" "She arrived home this afternoon," said Madame Dion, her gaze on the fire that crackled on the hearth before them. They sat in the salon just to the left of the entrance, a small, intimate room, painted a soft pastel peach, with carved garlands of roses and entwined foliage picked out in white on the panelled walls. "She said the roads were good, so they made better time than she'd expected." The Frenchwoman paused, then pushed on. "I told her you were here in Paris, that you'd said you'd been trying to trace her for years." "What did she say?" Sebastian asked quietly. The chatelaine twisted the handkerchief she held around her fingers. "She didn't say anything at first, then walked out of the house to stand in her garden, by the rose arbor. I left her alone for a time, then went to her. She didn't look at me, just stared off across the distant fields and said, 'I should have known he would come once the war was over.' Then she turned to me and said, 'This is going to be hard, Geneviève. So hard.'" Her voice cracked, and it was some moments before the woman could go on. I told her she was tired from the journey, that she should rest and wait until morning before going to see you. But she said, 'No, I need to do this now, before my courage fails me.' And she called for her town carriage and left." "What time was this?" "When she left? Perhaps an hour or so before sunset. I don't recall precisely." "So around 6 o'clock, thought Sebastian. "And she said she was going to the Place Dauphine?" "Yes. I told her you'd taken a house there." "Do you know if she was planning to go someplace else first?" "She didn't say, but she sent the carriage back right away." "She did? From where?" The Frenchwoman looked troubled. "I don't know. You would need to ask Noël, the coachman. I've been sitting here all this time thinking she was with you." Sebastian was half out of his chair, intending to go to the stables and wring answers from the coachman, when the clock on the mantel began to strike the hour. 2 o'clock. He sank back into his seat and forced himself to swallow his frustration. For the past 4 years, he had dedicated himself to finding justice for the victims of murder. He understood the need to approach an investigation with patience and reason. But how do you exercise patience when the victim is your own mother? He watched the aged chatelaine bring up one hand to cover her eyes, her throat working as she swallowed. He said, "When I spoke to you before, you told me you didn't know where Sophie was. Do you still say that?" She let her hand fall back to her lap. "In truth, monsieur, I do not know where she went. She said it was best that way, and I didn't press her." "But you have some idea?" She was silent for a moment, as if considering her answer. "I gather from one or two things her Abigail Francine let slip that they'd come up from the south of France. But where they were all the time they were gone, I don't know." Sebastian studied the woman's tightly held features. Why would she say it was best that you not know? The Frenchwoman glanced at him, then looked away again. These are unsettled times for France, she said simply. It was an answer that raised a host of troubling possibilities. He wanted to ask her more, to press for the answers he suspected she knew, yet was reluctant to give. But he was aware of the fatigue dragging at her aged features, of the shock and bone-deep grief that had left her shattered. He pushed to his feet and said instead, "It's late, and I know you're tired. I'll come back in the morning to talk to the staff, and perhaps look around the house, if I may." Madame Dion rose with him. "But of course, monsieur. The house is yours now, after all." Sebastian turned from the door to stare at her. He had assumed the house belonged to Sophie's famous lover, the Marshal, now negotiating for France in Vienna. "You know this for certain?" "Mais oui. She asked me to witness her will." Sebastian studied the older woman's heavily lined face and sad eyes. "Who do you think killed her?" She looked away, her eyes swimming with unshed tears, her lips quivering before she set her jaw hard. "I have no idea. How could I?" But he was coming to know her better now, was more able to discern truth from evasion, and he was fairly certain she was lying. Chapter 8. Friday, the 3rd of March. The rising sun was little more than a rosy pink glow on the horizon when Sebastian stood at the water's edge near the massive bastion-like stone abutment of the Pont Neuf's northern span. The air was heavy and wet, smelling from the previous night's rain, the budding limbs of the chestnut and plane trees at the tip of the island shifting in the cold wind. The stone facades of the aged buildings edging the Quai du Louvre on the far side of the grey river still wreathed in mist. Last night, before leaving for the Rue du Champ du Repos, he had searched the pavement and roadway of the Pont Neuf, looking for any trace of what he suspected had occurred there. But if Sophie had dropped her reticule on the bridge, some desperately poor soul must have come along soon after to pick it up and carry it off, and the heavy rain had washed away any blood the attack might have left. And so he was here now, at first light, searching the winter-browned grass and straggly shrubbery near the base of the bridge for what? Her reticule, obviously, but also anything else that might help him understand what had happened to her and why. He was aware of the increasing rattle of cart and wagon wheels, the clip-clop of horses' hooves on the bridge above as Paris came awake around him. And he knew a whisper of something he recognized as fear. The fear that no matter how he tried, this murderer, his mother's murderer, might be the one to slip away from him. A soft step behind him brought his head around, and he saw Hero walking toward him through the wet grass. She was wearing a hunter-green pelisse, with a black collar and a shallow-brimmed hat tied beneath her chin with green ribbons that fluttered in the wind. "I couldn't sleep," he said, as she came up to him. "I know." She stared off across the wind-ruffled waters of the Seine to the walls of the Louvre, now glowing golden with the rising sun. She was silent for a moment, then said, "I still can't believe this happened." "Neither can I." She brought her gaze back to his face, her own features troubled, but all she said was, "Have you found anything at all?" Not yet.
I'll help you look. They began at the water's edge and walked back toward the central jutting platform that supported the vanished statue's pedestal. When the platform was first built in the early 17th century, the Ile de la Cité had ended there, at the bridge. But in the last 200 years, the natural sandbar building action of the river and the island had extended the land downstream. Sebastian had heard that before the Revolution, a local nobleman had amused himself by turning the stretch of wasteland into a garden. But in the years since then, most of the plantings had been lost, ravaged by vandals and occasional floods, and the foot traffic to and from the bath and laundry barges that often tied up there.
I sent a message to Hendon, telling him that something has happened, and asking him to come right away,
Sebastian said, as they turned to walk back toward the river's northern channel. As Chancellor of the Exchequer, and a member of the Prince Regent's cabinet, the Earl had been in Paris these last 3 weeks, taking part in important discussions with the newly restored Bourbon king and his powerful brother and niece. Hero kept her gaze on the ground at their feet. You didn't tell him why?
No. I think he'd want to hear it in person.
She nodded, her face still turned half away from him. Do you think Hendon knew Sophie was living in Paris? Sebastian glanced up at the white sky. The sun was now well up, but hidden by the high, thick clouds.
If he did, he never said anything about it to me. But then we didn't tell him exactly why we're here either, did we?
She shook her head. No. The discovery that Hendon had hidden the truth about Sophie's sham death had seriously strained the relationship between Sebastian and the man still known to the world as his father. That truth and all the other truths hidden by a cascade of lies. But the worst of the tension between the two men was now in the past, and they were slowly sliding back into the prickly camaraderie that had been theirs before. Sebastian and Hero were crossing a muddy stretch near the platform when they came upon a small round mirror with a pretty chinois enamelled back. Think this could have been hers? Said Hero, bending to pick it up. He shook his head.
I've no idea. Anyone could have dropped it.
Hero turned it over to study the fine work on the back. It can't have been here long.
True.
They spread out after that, moving farther and farther away from the bridge. Eventually, they were so far out that Sebastian was about to call it quits when Hero said, "Here!" He turned to see her crouching down at the edge of a tangle of winter-bared shrubs. She said, "I can't reach it, but there's something in there." By hunkering down beside her, Sebastian could just see it, an embroidered dark blue velvet reticule that lay tangled in the middle of the stand of half-dead bushes. Its strings had come undone, spilling its contents around it. Swearing softly, he stood up to push his way into the thorny thicket and retrieve both the reticule and the scattering of items that had fallen from it. A tortoise-shell comb, an embroidered silk handkerchief, and a coin purse that clinked when he picked it up. The reticule was beautifully embroidered, with a peacock worked in vivid blue, green, and gold silk threads. Both the reticule and the handkerchief were still damp from last night's rain. For a moment, he simply held the reticule in his hands, the skin of his face suddenly feeling oddly tight. He could smell the pungent scent of the wood smoke drifting across the water, and the heavy, fecund odour of the damp earth. It was a moment before he realized Hero was saying something. Madame Dion should be able to tell us for certain if it's Sophie's, she said, watching him.
It's hers,
he said.
She always loved peacocks.
He was working his way back toward her when he felt a branch snag one of his pockets.
Here, he said,
reaching out to pass the reticule to Hero so that he could use both hands to free his coat. Her lips parted in surprise as the coins clinked, and she felt the reticule's weight. Whoever killed Sophie had obviously not been motivated by theft. Where was she when you found her last night?
Over there.
He nodded toward the abutment some 15 feet away. Hero's gaze met his. So, how did her reticule end up all the way over here? He gave up trying to free his coat and came out of the shrubbery with a loud ripping sound.
The only thing that makes sense is that whoever killed her deliberately threw it hard, either before or after he dropped her body over the side of the bridge.
He watched Hero tie and then untie the reticule's strings and said, "What?" as her brows knit in thought, in that way she had. "I suppose it's possible that the strings came untied as it fell, or maybe when it snagged on the branches of the shrubs. But the mirror we found closer to the bridge suggests it was open when it was thrown, and that means—" She paused, her gaze meeting his. He finished the thought for her.
It means that whoever killed her probably opened her reticule looking for something, and whatever it was, it obviously wasn't money.
Chapter 9. Alistair James St. Cyr, the 5th Earl of Hendon, stood with his hat in his hands, his face ashen, as he stared down at his dead wife. He was a big man, barrel-chested, with a large head and slab-like face, framed by white hair that had once been thick, but was now beginning to thin. His most distinctive feature was his intensely blue eyes, a characteristic of his family so unique and consistent that they were known as St. Cyr eyes. Sebastian's eyes were a startling feral yellow. He stood on the far side of the bed from the man he'd grown up calling father, the man he still called father, although Sebastian knew now that he was not, in truth, Hendon's son. He wasn't sure what he had expected from the Earl. A brusque nod in confirmation of his estranged wife's death, perhaps, or even a controlled hint of residual rage. What he hadn't expected was this profound grief, tinged by what he realized was guilt.
"She's still beautiful,"
said Hendon, his voice husky.
"So beautiful."
Sebastian nodded, not trusting his own voice. More minutes passed. Then Hendon said quietly,
"Did she suffer much, do you think?"
"I honestly don't know. The pain from all those shattered bones must have been beyond horrific, but I don't know for how long she was conscious." It was a thought that haunted him. How long had she lain there in the dark, alone and afraid and in pain? How long?
Hendon said, "I blame myself, you know."
He must have seen the surprise in Sebastian's face because he said,
"Oh, not back then. Not when she ran away. Then I was all puffed up in my righteousness, blaming her for everything from Cecil's death to her endless infidelities to—"
He broke off, but Sebastian knew what he'd been about to say.
"To leaving me with an heir not of my own loins, Hendon reached out one shaky, blunt-fingered hand that hovered over her head. We never should have married. She was the wrong wife for me, and I was the wrong husband for her. She was so beautiful, so vivacious and accomplished, and that's all I saw. I wanted a gracious, well-bred countess, a devoted mother for my children, and I didn't give a thought to what she wanted, to what she needed. I thought she should be content with the role society expected of a noble woman, and it infuriated me that she was not.
Sebastian drew a deep, painful breath and kept silent.
She was brilliant, you know, said Hendon. Far more brilliant than I, brilliant and restless and frustrated, so frustrated with what society and I demanded of her. We quarrelled constantly, and in time, I think she came to hate me. Hate me for what I was doing to her. And so she punished me in the only way she could.
He brought his hand down gently on her head, stroking her blood-stained hair, then raised his gaze to Sebastian's face.
You knew she was living here in Paris?
Yes.
Did you?
Hendon nodded.
But I'd heard she was travelling. I was relieved. I hoped you'd be gone before she returned.
Sebastian knew a spurt of anger that came close to rage and forced himself to swallow hard. How long had Hendon known? All those years Sebastian had been searching for her, and Hendon had kept silent. But then, of course, he had. He'd kept silent about everything.
She was travelling, said Sebastian. She arrived back in Paris only late yesterday afternoon.
Hendon let his hand fall back to his side, and Sebastian noticed it, then curled into a fist.
You've no idea who did this to her?
Not yet. But I will. Hendon nodded and turned away abruptly.
Have you told Amanda?
No. I thought it would be better coming from you. There was little love lost between Sebastian and his elder sister, and there never had been. She's still here in Paris, isn't she?
She is.
She won't be happy, having it come out, that her mother has been living in France for years under an assumed name, I mean.
Perhaps it won't come out.
It will come out, said Hendon, descending the winding stairs.
These things always do.
Sebastian hesitated an instant, then followed him downstairs.
Did you know about General McClellan?
He saw Hendon's back tense. Then the Earl said,
I knew.
What else do you know? Hendon drew up on the landing and turned to face him.
Very little, and I say that in all honesty. I was kept apprised of where she was living, but I had no desire to know more than that. Why would I?
Why indeed, thought Sebastian. Hendon cast a disparaging glance around the old-fashioned stairwell. Like all the houses fronting the Place Dauphine, this one had been built over 200 years before, in the days of Henry IV, and even then it hadn't been particularly grand.
I don't understand why you choose to live here, of all places.
Sebastian found himself smiling.
You sound like Amanda.
Ha! grunted the Earl, descending the last flights of stairs.
I was hoping to see my grandson again.
Simon wasn't really Hendon's grandson, of course, but that didn't stop the Earl from considering the boy his. Hendon's obvious, intense love for the little boy was one of the things that had helped reconcile the breach between the two men. Sebastian said, "Hero's taken the boys to watch the street performers by Notre Dame."
"Best to get the children out of the house, I suppose."
The Earl paused while the footman moved to open the front door.
"You'll be handling the funeral arrangements?"
"Yes. Well, Hero will be." She'd quietly taken responsibility for dealing with both the government officials and the pompe funèbre, something which Sebastian was profoundly grateful. Hendon nodded.
"Let me know."
"We will." Hendon stepped out into the cobbled roadway, then frowned at the sight of a footman in Angoulême livery trotting toward them.
"Monsieur le Vicomte,"
said the tall young footman, drawing up before him with a bow.
"Yes,"
said Sebastian.
"A message from the Duchess, my lord."
Sebastian took the missive in some surprise and broke the seal.
"What is it?"
asked Hendon, watching him. Sebastian ran his gaze down over the flowing script. "It's from Madame Royale's huissier du cabinet. He writes that the Duchess wishes to see me immediately."
"What the devil for?"
"I've no idea." Sebastian handed a coin to the footman and said, "Thank you. Tell Madame I'll attend her sometime this afternoon."
"She won't like that,"
said Hendon, watching the footman trot off.
"She's not accustomed to being kept waiting."
Sebastian shrugged. He and the French king's niece had met before in England. Their interaction had not been cordial. "She can wait. There are things I need to do first." Chapter 10. The officier de paix, promised by the commissaire de police, had arrived at the house in the Place Dauphine earlier that morning carrying a worn, ink-stained leather satchel bulging with papers, and bringing with him a stoop-shouldered elderly doctor in an old-fashioned frock coat who smelled strongly of snuff. The officer was younger than Hero was expecting, with slicked-back black hair, a pointed nose, and an officious, condescending manner. He looked annoyed when told Devlin was out and gave a pained sigh.
"Very well, madame. You may conduct us to view the victim."
"Of course," said Hero crisply, and showed the two men up the stairs to the room where Sophie lay.
Said
the doctor, his lips pursing as he leaned over that silent, pale form.
"You say she was found beneath the Pont Neuf?"
Hero stood in the doorway, her hands clasped behind her back. "That is correct." Reaching out, he cradled Sophie's chin in one snuff-stained hand and tried to turn her battered head, only to find the neck locked with rigor mortis. He frowned, his eyes narrowing as he peered at the wounds that were visible. Then he straightened and turned away.
"Yes, it's quite obvious she died from a fall."
"But she's also been stabbed in the back," said Hero. The doctor tisked and patted her arm as if she were a child.
"I don't think so, my dear. Simply another injury caused by the fall."
"If I may, madame," said the officier de paix, setting up his inkwell on the small table beneath the window and pulling an official-looking paper from his satchel. "The act of death required for burial." "Of course," she said. He peered at the nib of his pen, decided it would suffice, then dipped the pen in his ink and said,
"Name of victim, please."
"Sophia," said Hero. She hesitated a moment, then said, "Capello. Sophia Capello." The officer nodded, the scratching of the pen filling the silence in the room.
"Name of consort?"
This time Hero didn't even hesitate. "None." She thought he might ask her how she knew this, but he didn't. He simply nodded again and said,
Any offspring? No. No offspring. After that, Hero spent what was left of the morning with the two little boys and their nurse, Claire Bisset, at the Parvis de Notre-Dame, the bustling open square before the city's ancient, crumbling cathedral. The day was sullen and blustery, but the space was historically the centre of Paris and crowded, despite the weather, with everything from street musicians and acrobats to shoe repairmen and street vendors hawking pastries and steaming hot cider. At one point the boys paused, hand in hand, to stare wide-eyed at a puppet show set up near the base of one of Notre Dame's towers. "Why can't we never understand what any of these people is saying?" asked Patrick, turning to Hero. "Because they're speaking a different language," she said, hunkering down beside him. "We're from England, so we speak English. But this country is France, and they speak a language called French." It had been 3 months since Patrick had come to live with them. There were times, such as this, when he seemed happy and at peace, lost in the moment. But there were other times when she'd catch a sad, faraway look in his eyes and know he was thinking about his mother and father. Yet he never asked about them, and that troubled Hero more than anything. Patrick glanced up at his nurse, a speculative expression coming over the features that was so much like Simon's and Sebastian's that the resemblance could still catch Hero's breath. "Claire is French?" "Mais oui," said Claire with a laugh, then switched back to English. "And I'll teach you to speak French too, if you like, mon enfant." "As soon as he learns to speak English without sounding like a Bishopsgate barmaid," said Hero in low-voiced rapid French, as she pushed to her feet and heard Claire choke back another soft huff of laughter. Hero was still smiling when she felt a strange chill pass over her. Turning, she scanned the boisterous crowd that packed the noisy square, her gaze shifting from the mutilated whitewashed facade of the once grand cathedral to the hospital, known as the Hôtel Dieu, and the collection of decrepit old medieval shops and houses that hemmed in the small space. "What is it?" asked Claire. "I don't know. I have the strangest feeling. It's almost as if—" She paused, trying to identify the sensation, and finally understood what it was. "As if I can feel someone watching me." Claire glanced around the square, her eyes narrowing. "Pickpockets sizing us up as targets, perhaps?" "Perhaps," said Hero. But she doubted it. It wasn't greed she felt, but a lethal purposefulness that bled the joy from what had been, until then, a pleasant outing filled with the laughter of children. They left soon after. Hero insisted on walking with Claire and the boys back to the Place Dauphine. Then she went in search of an undertaker. Known officially as pompe funèbre, French undertakers were more commonly called croque-mort, which translated literally into dead biters. According to Claire, there were 3 theories as to how this rather macabre nomenclature had come about. The most popular explanation contended that in the Middle Ages, undertakers were required to bite the big toe of a corpse to make certain the person was dead. No reaction? Then the body was safe to bury. But there were others who dismissed that tale as mere legend, insisting the term dated to the plague years, when undertakers used meat hooks to drag infected bodies to mass graves. A meat hook was an croque de coucher, and since croque sounded rather like crook, the practitioners of the professions came to be known as croque-mort. "I'm not sure that's much better than the toe-biting explanation," Hero said. "Perhaps," agreed Claire, but there are some who claim both are inventions, since an old meaning of the verb croquer was to steal or make disappear. As in the Grim Reaper. Yes, like that. Whatever the real explanation, there was no denying that compared to the English, the French had a much more pragmatic, down-to-earth attitude toward everything from sex to death. Although Hero had to admit she still found it hard to get used to the French word for the dead. Les défunts. The defuncts. It was when she was leaving the establishment at the Pompe Funèbre Berge on the Quai de l'Horloge that she felt it again. She was being watched. She looked around quickly, her glance raking the crush of horses, carts, wagons, and carriages that filled the narrow street running along the river. She studied the men and women around her. An emaciated one-armed ex-soldier begging at the foot of the Pont au Change, a ragged flower girl, an aged broom seller, a hump-backed poodle clipper with his box. She saw no one she recognized from the Parvis de Notre Dame, but she was now more convinced than ever that someone was watching her. The question was, why? Chapter 11. Charles, Lord Jarvis, was in the eastern arcade of the Palais Royal, his gaze on an exquisite little porcelain clock displayed in the glazed window of a jeweller, when Major Usher Kemp walked up to stand beside him. A tide of well-dressed Parisians swirled around them, laughing and chattering gaily. Once a grand 17th-century neoclassical palace, the Palais Royal had been turned by its present owner into an elegant and very profitable series of shopping arcades and galleries that were the social centre of upper-class Parisian life. By day, one could browse the most exclusive shops and dine in the finest examples of that lovely French tradition Jarvis heartily wished London would adopt, le restaurant. Later at night, when the shops closed, the city's prostitutes would come out to prowl the shuttered arcades as the focus of the Palais Royal shifted to the theatre and expensive gambling dens. But that transformation was still hours away, and Jarvis was here now looking for a gift for his young bride, Victoria, whose advancing state of pregnancy had forced her to stay behind in London rather than accompany him to Paris. "So, what have you discovered?" he asked the Major. "I'm not entirely certain yet, but I believe the information may have come from the Duchesse d'Angouléme's huissier du cabinet." "The Chevalier de Tullet? Interesting. What do we know about him?" Kemp shrugged. "Like the Duchess herself, he believes in absolute monarchy and the need to re-establish the power of the Church, and he's utterly devoted to her." "So why is he disturbing her with all this talk now?" "That I haven't figured out yet." Jarvis nodded and turned toward the shop's door. "Keep digging." He purchased the clock for Victoria, then left it to be wrapped and delivered to his hotel while he crossed the Rue Saint-Honoré and walked along the side of the Louvre to the Ile de la Cité. It was a hopelessly unfashionable area, and he crinkled his nose as he crossed the ancient stone bridge over the Seine and turned into the small triangular square of narrow Renaissance-era houses. He found Hero in her rented house's outdated salon, writing at a desk overlooking the trees below. She jumped up when he was announced and came across the room to meet him with outstretched hands and a wide smile of welcome. "Papa," she said, kissing his cheek and drawing him down beside her on a settee covered in a tapestry that looked old enough to date to the same era as the square. "This is a nice surprise. Tell me, what do you hear from Cousin Victoria? Is she well?" as well as can be expected for a woman nearly 6 months heavy with child.
When do you go home?
Soon,
he said, his gaze searching her face. No one would ever call Hero pretty, but she was handsome. She had Jarvis's grey eyes and, unfortunately, his aquiline nose, but otherwise her features were fine and she had a good bone structure. Her marriage had never sat well with him for a variety of reasons, but he was wise enough to bide his time, for he knew his daughter, knew how much she was in her own way like him.
I've heard about Sophia Capello.
Ah. Hero paused, her chest lifting as she drew in a deep breath. And do you know... She broke off, obviously struggling to find a way to put her question into words without betraying anything, if he didn't know.
That her real name was Sophia Hendon. What do you think?
She was quiet for a moment, her eyes narrowing as she studied him. How long? How long have you known?
That Hendon's Countess was living in Paris for some time. It's my business to know such things.
And do you know who killed her?
No. That I don't know.
He didn't care either, but he saw no reason to add that.
This can't be pleasant for you.
I'm all right, she said, in an offhand way that didn't deceive him. But there's no denying it's hitting Devlin hard.
I assume he's determined to investigate the death?
You know he is.
Even though such an investigation could reveal the truth about her identity to the world.
I don't think he cares about that.
He should. It won't be good for either you or Simon if it becomes known that Lady Hendon has been living with one of Napoleon's marshals for the last 10 or 15 years.
Perhaps it won't come out.
How could it not?
He paused, his gaze drifting over her elegant long-sleeved gown of creamy muslin topped by a paisley shawl.
You're not going into mourning?
She shook her head. Unfortunately, it would provoke exactly the sort of speculation we're most anxious to avoid.
I suspect there'll be plenty of speculation when enough members of Parisian society get a good look at Devlin. He hasn't gone about much yet, has he?
No, but... She shook her head, obviously not understanding him. What do you mean? He saw the frown lines that formed between her brows, saw the puzzled way she tilted her head, and realized that she didn't know yet. But all he said was,
I believe there is some resemblance.
Some? But I suspect he mainly resembles his unknown father.
Of course,
said Jarvis, and left it at that. He pushed to his feet.
And now, where's my grandson?
Chapter 12. Sebastian had hired a pair of sweet-going bays and a sporty phaeton for the duration of his stay in Paris, but he hadn't had the heart to leave his young groom or tiger Tom behind in London, and although the tiger had no use for foreigners in general, and the French in particular, Tom was adjusting surprisingly well to his sojourn in the city.
I'm hearing there's a lady was found dead hereabouts last night,
said Tom, when he brought the carriage and pair around from the livery stable a short time later. He was small and sharp-faced, with a shrill Cockney accent, a gap between his front teeth, and brown hair that had a tendency to stick out in all directions.
Did you hear about it, Governor?
Sebastian hopped up to the high seat to take the reins, then paused to look back at his tiger's eager young face. He'd never known exactly how old Tom was, for the boy was vague on details such as his age and even his last name. When they'd first met, He'd been an orphaned pickpocket living by his wits on the street. Now he had ambitions of becoming a Bow Street runner. There was far more to their relationship than the simple one of master and servant. And Sebastian realized the boy deserved to be told the truth.
"You'll probably figure it out eventually,"
said Sebastian.
"So I might as well tell you now. The lady who died last night was known here in France as Sophia Coppelio, but her real name was Sophia Hendon."
He paused, then added,
"My mother."
Tom stared at him, his mouth slightly agape. Sebastian said,
"I know I can trust you to keep that detail to yourself."
Tom closed his mouth and nodded vigorously. "Oh, aye, my lord." He swallowed dryly, then said softly, "Was she really murdered?" Sebastian gathered his reins again.
"She was. And I don't intend to rest until I get whoever did it."
In the flat light of the cloudy day, the Hôtel Particulier on the Rue du Champ du Repos looked aloof and drawn in upon itself, with a cold wind flattening the foliage of the bulbs in the formal parterres beside the entry-court and banging a loose shutter somewhere out of sight. Limping badly, the dark-haired, one-legged, one-armed ex-soldier opened the heavy wrought iron gates for Sebastian. His face closed and unreadable as he swung the gates shut again with a clang.
"Might as well go ahead and stable them for now," Sebastian told Tom as they drew up before the portico. "We're going to be here a while."
"Hi, Governor." Hopping down, Sebastian turned toward the house to find Geneviève Dion standing at the open front door watching him. The aubergine-coloured silk gown and colourful shawl she'd worn the night before had been replaced by a ruthlessly plain black morning gown with a black shawl and black cap.
"I've warned the servants you'll be wishing to speak with them this morning, my lord,"
she said, as he walked toward her.
"And I've had a fire lit in the small salon in case you'd like to make use of that room."
Her voice rose at the end of the sentence, turning it into a question.
"Yes, thank you. I think I'd like to start with her ladyship's Abigail."
"Francine." Madame Dion cupped her hands around her bent elbows and held them close to her sides. All traces of the emotions she'd shown the previous night were now gone, ruthlessly tucked away behind that stoic, unreadable facade so many residents of France had perfected over the past 26 years of war and dangerous turmoil.
"But she's not here, my lord. Since they'd been gone for so long, her ladyship gave the girl permission to visit her family for a few days. Francine left yesterday evening."
"Where does her family live?" he asked, thinking perhaps the girl could be sent for if they lived close by.
"Faubourg Saint-Antoine, my lord."
Ah. It was a rough, impoverished neighborhood, the Faubourg Saint-Antoine. Lying on the eastern edge of the city, the Faubourg was known for its textile workers and furniture makers, and for having been the source of the furious sans-culottes who'd spearheaded the revolution's bloodiest journeys.
"In that case," he said, swinging off his greatcoat as he turned toward the small salon, "let's begin with the coachman, shall we?"
Sophie's coachman was a tough, wiry little man with thick greying hair, deep-set, narrowed eyes, and a face weathered to the texture of old boot leather by exposure to the elements. Clad in rough trousers and a dark coat, he limped into the room, bringing with him the scent of horses and hay, then stood just inside the door with his hat in his hands. He said his name was Noël Caron, and that he'd been a soldier under Napoleon until he lost half his left foot to frostbite in Russia.
"You're lucky that's all you lost," said Sebastian, standing beside the fire.
The coachman nodded, his chest lifting on a quick intake of air.
"Nearly 700,000 of us crossed the Neman River with the Emperor that June, and less than 30,000 of us came back."
He said it matter-of-factly, as if it were merely an interesting number, like the daily haul of the fishermen on the Seine or the amount of revenue taken by the crown from the taxes levied on wine and other goods coming into Paris. As if the loss of human life on such an unfathomable scale, and the grief of the mothers and fathers, the wives and lovers and children, left to mourn all those dead men, were of no import. But Sebastian caught a glimpse of the faraway look that had crept into the old soldier's eyes, that veil of numbness that closed down thought and memory, and he understood. Sebastian himself had spent 6 years fighting King George's wars from Italy to the West Indies to Portugal. He understood all too well that men see things and do things in war that can never be examined too closely by those who survive, not if they are to preserve both sanity and humanity. They talked for a time of soldiering, about the lighter moments, the kind of moments that men can bear to remember and sometimes even laugh about. Then Sebastian said, "I understand you drove her ladyship somewhere last night in her carriage."
"Oh, oui, monsieur,"
said Noel. "Where did she go?" He ran his tongue along his lower lip.
"Asked me to take her to the Place Dauphine, she did."
"And did you?" The coachman shook his head.
"Non, monsieur. We were crossing the Pont Neuf when we came up behind an ironmonger with a balking mule. Took him a bit to get the beast going again, and then just when I'm ready to move on, her ladyship says to me, 'No, Noël, stay a moment longer,' so I did."
"Do you know why she asked you to pause there?"
"She didn't say, my lord. But when I glanced back at her, I see she's watching this family that's down in that stretch of grass and trees below the bridge. You know the place? Look like a couple of little boys with their parents and an older man. Then some foul-mouthed fiacre driver behind us starts hollering for us to get moving, and she tells me to go on across the bridge, that she's changed her mind about going to the Place Dauphine."
"What time was this?" asked Sebastian, sharper than he'd intended. The coachman looked thoughtful.
"Don't think I could say exactly, monsieur. 5:30, maybe 6, thereabouts."
Sebastian felt a hollowness yawn deep within. The Earl had come to the Place Dauphine to see them the previous afternoon, and they decided to take the boys down to the end of the island to look at the river. Is that what happened? Sebastian thought with a sick thrum of certainty. Had Sophie seen them there? Had she recognized Hendon and perhaps Sebastian himself, and decided to drive on, intending to come back later after the Earl had gone? Sebastian felt the blood begin to pound in his temples. "So where did she go?"
"Had me take her to the inn that's right there on the quai de Vergelin, and then she told me I might as well go home and stable the horses because she was going to be a while, and she figured she'd just take a fiacre when she was ready."
Sebastian stared out the window at the house's wind-blown forecourt, at the line of chestnut trees bordering the high stone wall, their dark branches lifting against the white sky. He was familiar with the Vergelin, which lay virtually at the foot of the Pont Neuf on the left bank. How long had she tarried there, he wondered. Until dark? Until she thought it likely Hendon was gone? And then what? Had she decided to walk the short distance from the inn to the Place Dauphine? Had someone seen her on the bridge and attacked her? Why? It would make sense if she'd been robbed, but she hadn't. He studied the coachman's deeply lined face, the watchful eyes that had seen 500,000 of his compatriots die hideous deaths in the snow and ice and numbing cold of Imperial Russia. I'm told you also drove her ladyship on her recent journey. A wary expression tightened the coachman's features. Oui. Sebastian shifted his position to lay one arm along the mantelpiece. I can understand your reluctance to discuss a subject her ladyship may have asked you to keep quiet. But there's a possibility that her death is related to that journey, and any information you can give me about it could help explain why she was killed. Do you understand that? The man hesitated a moment, then swallowed hard. Oui. Where did she go? Noel twisted his hat in his hands, his gaze sliding away from Sebastian's. For a moment, Sebastian thought he meant to refuse to answer. Then he blew out a harsh breath and said, Vienna. We were in Vienna, monsieur. With Marshal McClellan? Oui. The entire time? Noel shook his head. After that, we went to Italy. Sebastian heard a strange humming in his ears that he knew had no real outside origin. Where in Italy? We tried driving south by way of Graz and Trieste, but there was danger of snow in the mountains, so we took a ship. To where? A tick started up beside the coachman's left eye. To Piombino. Sebastian was suddenly intensely aware of the wind buffeting the house's thick stone walls, of the fire crackling on the hearth beside him. Piombino was an ancient Tuscan seaport that lay some 15 or 16 miles from the island of Elba. And he knew with awful certainty where Sophie had been and why she had been there. She went to Elba, didn't she? The tick beside the man's eye intensified. I wouldn't know, monsieur. I stayed in Piombino. You know, said Sebastian. But the man simply stared back at him, his face shuttered. For a moment, Sebastian said, How long were you there in Piombino? Less than a week. Then what? We caught another ship from Piombino to Caen. Then we came north to Paris. It was a long journey, monsieur. We were gone months. I can imagine, said Sebastian. And you would have me believe you have no idea what she was doing in either Vienna or Italy? The coachman stared woodenly back at him. It was none of my business, monsieur. My job was to drive the horses and see her ladyship safely from one place to the next, and that I did. So you did, said Sebastian. But he found himself thinking of that disastrous retreat from Moscow, the long, hellish nightmare of exhausted, starving men freezing to death by inches as stragglers were picked off and cut down by the endlessly circling Cossacks. How had that brutal experience affected the man's attitude toward Napoleon? He wondered. Toward the restored Bourbon kings? Did it matter? You say you've been with her ladyship now for more than 2 years. Oui, Noel said guardedly. So you must know something of her friends, her friends and her enemies. Who do you think killed her? The coachman's gaze met his with a flare of alarm.
How would I know such a thing, monsieur?
Guess.
I could not. I am a simple coachman, monsieur. I mind my own business the way I should.
Sebastian studied the man's slack jaw and widened eyes. Part of his reluctance to talk doubtless came from loyalty to his late mistress. But Sebastian suspected the man was also frightened. And why wouldn't he be? What coachman in today's France would not be deeply afraid, knowing he'd just conveyed his mistress on a clandestine visit to Elba? Elba, for the love of God. "Thank you," said Sebastian, and let the man go. He spoke to the other servants after that, to a footman on Guillaume, who'd also been on that strange journey to Vienna and Italy, but claimed to know no more than the coachman, to the rest of Sophie's footmen and housemaids, to her cook and scullery maids, even to the gardeners and a young stable-boy named Léon. With the exception of the stable-boy, every male in Sophie's employment had been maimed in some way by the wars. Sebastian wondered if it was simply a reflection of how few unmaimed men were left in France, or if she had deliberately gone out of her way to employ ex-soldiers. All claimed to know nothing. Chapter 13. Frustrated, Sebastian turned next to searching the house. He began with Sophie's bedroom, a large, pleasant room that occupied the southeastern corner of the upper floor. Even on such a sullen, cloudy day, the room was flooded with light from the floor-to-ceiling windows that overlooked the gardens on two sides. It was to the windows he went first, surprised to realize just how extensive her gardens were, stretching far to the east, north, and south. From here he could see a water garden, a knot garden, a spinney that might have been plucked from an English manor, a row of greenhouses, and bed after bed of roses, just coming into leaf after the long, hard winter. He tried to remember if his mother had taken a special interest in the gardens of Hendon Hall, but if she had, he didn't recall it. He turned away from the windows, his gaze running over the airy, high-ceilinged room with its garlanded cornices and white marble fireplace. It was more 18th century in style than Empire, but not particularly feminine. The Louis XV carved panels on the walls were washed a clean, simple white. The curtains and bed hangings were of dusky blue moiré, the scattered, well-proportioned chests and tables of delicate Italian inlaid marquetry. Tamping down an instinctive aversion to violating his own mother's privacy, Sebastian yanked open the top drawer of the nearest chest, and then had to squeeze his eyes shut as a familiar scent drifted up to envelop him, hurtling him back in time with such ferocity that for one raw moment he imagined he heard his mother's distant laugh. He had to force himself to open his eyes and keep going. He moved methodically around both the room and the dressing room he found beside it, searching first one chest, then the next. In the small drawer of a bedside table, he found a painted miniature of 3 boys and a young woman he recognized with a pang. Sophie's 4 children, frozen in time when they'd all been alive. Beside it lay an amethyst rosary that he fingered thoughtfully. But when he went to pull out the drawer of the chest on the far side of the bed, he found himself staring at a man's gold pocket watch with a fob in the shape of a rampant lion dangling from its chain. Sophie had obviously not occupied this bedroom alone. Slamming the drawer closed, he went to open the small door in the bedroom's northern wall to find a second dressing room, this one papered in a masculine stripe of hunter green, dark burgundy and navy, and smelling faintly of tobacco and saddle soap. The chairs here were covered in gently worn leather. The gilt-framed paintings on the walls, still lifes or hunting scenes set in what looked like the Scottish Highlands. A meerschaum pipe rested beside a riding crop atop the round rosewood table near the empty fireplace, as if the room's occupant had only recently set them there and walked off, forgetting them. Standing in the center of the room, Sebastian felt a wave of anger wash over him. A raw, shaking rage at this man, this Napoleonic general, who had drawn Sophie into a tangle of political intrigue that in all likelihood cost her her life. He searched the marshal's dressing room with a ruthless thoroughness that had none of the reluctance he'd experienced in examining his mother's things. After some 10 minutes, he knew that Alexander McClellan had good taste, that his coats and shirts were impeccably tailored, his boots and gloves of the finest leather, his linen soft and expensive. Yet he was no closer to understanding why Sophie had made that damning journey to Elba, or why she had been killed. The search of the other rooms on the upper floor went quickly. All were intended for guests, well-appointed and comfortable, but impersonal. He moved onto the ground floor. The grand salons and dining room were decorated in an elegant, understated empire style, with friezes of simple grapevines or dentile mouldings. The sombre console tables were of marble-topped mahogany, decorated with bronze fittings. The settees and lyre-backed chairs covered in dark green silk, the black marble mantels decorated with Grecian columns with Ionic capitals. The plain green and gold carpets in all the downstairs rooms looked new, as if recently purchased, to replace earlier designs decorated with Napoleonic bees and eagles. He could easily imagine Sophie entertaining the marshal's colleagues here, moving gracefully through the elegant rooms with the ease of a practiced hostess. But beyond hinting at their owner's taste and the changing political winds, these public rooms told him little. The morning room was considerably more intimate, more English, with its chintz-covered chairs and rose-strewn porcelains. It was here he found Sophie's harp, and he paused beside it, his heart suddenly so heavy that his chest ached. Reaching out, he ran his fingertips across the strings, the notes falling into the empty room like raindrops shattering the stillness of a quiet pond. He let his gaze drift around the room, noting the cloth-lined basket with a half-finished embroidery that he recognized as her work. The book she'd obviously been reading before she left lay nearby, and he went to pick it up. It was a French translation of Mary Wollstonecraft's A Vindication of the Rights of Women. A bookmark rested some 3/4 of the way through it, and he stared at it in wonder, realizing anew just how little he knew or understood about this woman who had been his mother. He set the book aside and continued his search. By the time he reached the library, he was no longer expecting to find anything. Sophie had been killed mere hours after returning from a months-long mission he couldn't begin to understand, but which she had undoubtedly known was dangerous. She knew she was leaving behind a France in turmoil, that her home might be searched in her absence. Of course she had left nothing for anyone to discover. The curtains at the library's long windows were still closed, and he moved first to throw them open, flooding the room with light. Like the bedroom above, the library looked out on the gardens, but the walls here were lined floor to ceiling with bookcases, filled with everything from the works of Plato and Ovid to Byron and Donne. This was one thing he had known about his mother. How much she loved to read. He had simply accepted it at the time in that way children do, without wondering at the contradictions between her love of the works of Aristophanes and Shakespeare and the brittle gaiety with which she threw herself into an endless round of balls, house parties, and indiscreet affairs with everyone, from cabinet ministers to her handsome new groom. Pushing the thought away, he turned from the windows to look back at the marble fireplace, his attention focusing for the first time on the gilt-framed portrait of a man that hung above the mantel. A French officer in a dark blue uniform with the 4 silver stars of a marshal of the empire. This surely was Alexander McClellan. He was a man somewhere in his 50s or early 60s, his nearly black hair heavily mixed with silver, his lean face darkened by years of fierce campaigning at Napoleon's side. Lines bracketed his mouth and fanned out beside his eyes, lines dug deep by all that he had seen and all that he had done. His cheekbones were high and prominent, his chin strong and square and lightly cleft, his brows dark and set straight. And for one suspended moment, Sebastian felt a cold shock of recognition sluice through him. For it was as if he were looking at himself, or rather at a portrait of himself in 25 or 30 years' time. He walked toward it, unable to look away from the eyes that seemed to stare back at him, taunting him. Eyes of a hard, wolf-like yellow. Chapter 14. Sebastian had always known he was different from the man he called father. Different from both Hendon and from his 2 elder brothers. Sebastian had grown up tall, but lean and fine-boned, whereas Richard and Cecil shared their father's large, solid build. Like his brothers, Sebastian had thrown himself into the manly pursuits of their class, horses and hunting, guns and swords. But he'd had other interests too, enthusiasms not shared by his brothers, such as a love of music and poetry, philosophy and art. He'd always assumed he simply took after Sophie, but the origins of his yellow eyes and his uniquely acute hearing and sight remained a nagging mystery. Because the intensely blue, sincere eyes were such a hallmark of the family, Sebastian eventually came to assume as a child that his strange yellow eyes were the main reason Hendon so often found fault with him, the reason the gleaming pride in the Earl's face could film over and become icy whenever Sebastian surpassed his brothers at some feat. And then one hideous July, nearly 3 years ago now, Sebastian had discovered the truth, and it came perilously close to shattering him. His sister, Amanda, sneeringly insisted that he was the get of Sophie's low-born Cornish groom, and he'd believed her, for she was 12 years his senior and had always known him for her half-brother. Then he'd encountered Jamie Knox, that ex-rifleman turned tavern-keeper who looked nearly enough like Sebastian to be his twin. The two men shared the same lean, dark looks, the same feral yellow eyes, the same uncannily sharp hearing and sight and quick reflexes. The son of an unmarried barmaid who had died in his infancy. Knox hailed from the small village of Ayleswick-on-Teme in Shropshire. Before her death, Knox's mother told her family that her son's father could be one of three men: an English lord, a Welsh cavalryman, or a handsome young Romany stable hand. Sebastian had assumed the handsome young stable hand must have later found work as the Countess of Hendon's groom, until he discovered the man had died over a year before Sebastian's birth. That left only two candidates: the unknown English lord and the equally unknown Welsh cavalry officer. No one had ever said anything about a French officer of Scottish descent. Which meant what? That this exiled Scot had fathered both Sebastian and Knox, but that Knox's mother had for some reason omitted him from her list of lovers? That despite the resemblance, there was no actual connection between Sebastian and Knox? Or had Sophie simply been attracted to Marshal McClellan because he reminded her of that unknown long-ago English or Welsh lover? Sebastian stared at the portrait of the French marshal, searching for the ways in which this man did not resemble him, and trying to come up with another possibility. But he could not. He didn't know how long he stood there, his gaze on the man in the painting. Then he heard a faint rustle of cloth behind him, and jerked around to find Madame Geneviève Dion in the library's doorway. And he knew from the stricken look in her eyes that his every thought, every emotion, was written on his face for her to read. She lifted her eyes to the painting. "You've never seen him before?" Unspoken were the words. "You didn't know how much you resembled him?" "No." His voice sounded scratchy, hoarse, as if he hadn't used it in a long time. "I take it that's Marshal McClellan?" "Yes. Her ladyship had it painted just last year." She hesitated a moment, then said, "I came to ask if you would like some tea." "Thank you. But no." She nodded and withdrew, leaving him alone. Later, after he had finished searching the library, they walked together in the gardens. The clouds were still pressing down low and grey, but the cold wind had dropped and the temperature seemed to be rising. Everywhere he looked, he could see signs of the coming spring, fresh life bursting from the ground, bare limbs budding with green. By May or June, the gardens would be breathtaking. "She obviously liked roses," said Sebastian, as they turned to walk down an allée bordered by climbing roses trained up tall posts to run along swagged heavy chains. "They were her passion," said Geneviève Dion. "She was even experimenting with breeding them, growing them from seed." He watched a magpie lift off the peak of one of the dormers in the house's steeply pitched roof. "Did McClellan give her this hotel?" "Mais non. The Maréchal's estate is in Normandy. Dama Capella bought this house for herself." He glanced over at her. "Would you tell me now why she called herself that?" A faint, sad smile touched the Frenchwoman's lips. "The name was given to her in jest by someone she once loved, a Venetian poet.
Are you familiar with Dama Bianca Capello?
He shook his head.
She was a famous Venetian noblewoman of the 16th century, beautiful and headstrong and very wayward. She ran off with a low-born Florentine when she was just 15. It was a disastrous and foolish thing to do. Yet somehow she ended up becoming first the mistress of Francesco de' Medici, then his wife, and the mother of his son. Her court intrigues were the scandal of her day. And Sophie adopted the name? As I said, at first it was simply a joke, but she told me she no longer felt that she had the right to call herself Sophia Hendon. And so she became Sophia Capello.
He stared across a young fruit orchard to the ruins of an old pre-revolutionary church just visible on the far side of the high wall. How long was she with McClellan?
As long as I have known her.
He looked over at her in surprise. But you've been with her some 10 years.
11, I believe.
He was silent for a moment. I was told several years ago that she was with General Bechnel.
Bechnel?
The Frenchwoman frowned.
No, never.
The person who told me that must have been mistaken. Mistaken, thought Sebastian, or simply lying. The information had come from one of the men he'd hired to find his mother. The man had resigned, claiming he was too afraid of Bechnel to continue. Sebastian had no doubt the man had been afraid of someone, but obviously it was not of Bechnel. They turned to walk through a walled section of the gardens that reminded Sebastian of a traditional English cottage garden with flowers, herbs, fruits, and vegetables all tumbled together. I understand McClellan is in Vienna, that he has sworn an oath of allegiance to the Bourbons.
Yes.
And Sophie? Did she likewise shift her allegiance from emperor to king? The chatelaine shrugged.
One does what one must to survive. One throws away one's white cockade and pins on the tricolour. And then when the tricolour is in turn outlawed, one throws it away and pins on the Bourbon white again.
Is it that simple?
Simple?
The Frenchwoman's lips flattened into a straight, hard line.
No, it's never simple. But in the end, the differences between a king and an emperor are not so great, eh? Not great enough to die for. Both take money from the poor to buy fine gowns and jewels for their women and to accumulate more horses, carriages, and grand chateaux that anyone has need of. And both send the sons of the poor off to fight and die in their wars.
Sebastian turned his head to study her tightly held profile, wondering if those cynical sentiments were hers alone, or if Sophie had shared them. From what her coachman tells me, after she left Vienna, she went to Elba. Madame Dion stared silently straight ahead. He said, "Did you know?" She shifted her gaze to where one of the gardeners was double-digging a section of a nearby bed.
I suspected it. But did I know for certain? No. Not until this morning when Noël told me.
Do you know what she was doing there?
No.
Sebastian wasn't convinced he should believe her, but all he said was, "Can you think of someone in Paris who might know?" The Frenchwoman blew out a harsh breath and shook her head.
There were those she would have called friend a year ago, but things are different now.
You mean since the Restoration?
She nodded. The wives of the marshal's colleagues. They're now afraid to be seen as close to her. Because of Marie-Thérèse.
Geneviève Dion nodded again.
Madame Capello never made any secret of the nature of her relationship with the Maréchal. And Marie-Thérèse. Well, let's just say she is very rigid in her thinking about such things. And she was already predisposed to despise anyone who served France under Napoleon.
He watched a lizard scuttle away ahead of them on the path.
And there is no one else. Once I would have said she was close to her ward, Angélique Layure. The girl's mother died just a few months after the father was killed in the peninsula, and her ladyship and the Maréchal took Angélique in and raised the girl as their own. But they have become estranged.
He glanced over at her.
Do you know why? Her ladyship disapproved of the man Angélique wished to marry, Antoine de Longchamp-Montendre, but because she was of age, she married him anyway. They quarreled, and Angélique never forgave her.
When was this?
That they quarreled? Last summer.
She hesitated a moment, then said,
A woman did come to see Madame yesterday, just hours after she'd returned home. But I don't know who it was. She was veiled.
Would the gatekeeper or one of the servants know?
I can ask, but I doubt it. Her ladyship was in the forecourt consulting with one of the gardeners when the carriage pulled up. She obviously knew the woman because she told Jacques to open the gates and then walked forward to meet her as she descended from her carriage. They spoke for a few minutes. Then the woman left.
Madame Dion paused.
I could be wrong, but the exchange did not seem particularly friendly.
And you have no idea who the woman was?
The chatelaine shook her head. Whoever she was very richly dressed, and her carriage of the finest quality with a magnificent team of greys. But the coachman and footman wore no livery, and there was no crest on the carriage's panel.
In other words, a woman who liked to travel incognito.
Sebastian said, How long after that did Sophie leave for the Ile de la Cité? Not long. She asked Noël to bring round the town carriage, and they left.
They'd reached the terrace now, and she turned to face him.
It's possible this may give you some of the answers you seek, she said,
reaching into the pocket of her coat to withdraw a sealed envelope with Sebastian's name written across the front in his mother's elegant hand.
Before she left on her journey, Madame asked me to keep it for her. She said that if something should happen to her, I was to find a way to get it to you.
She held the letter out to him, and after a brief hesitation he took it. He drew a deep breath of clean country air scented with damp earth and growing green things, and that faint elusive scent from the past that still clung to the letter he now held in his hand. It was a moment before he found his voice.
She knew what she was doing was dangerous, he said.
Madame Dion met his gaze, her eyes clouded with grief and worry, and something else he could not identify.
Oh, yes, she knew.
Chapter 15. Sebastian was guiding his bays out through the Maison's heavy iron gates when a carriage drawn by 4 magnificent matched chestnuts swept around the bend. He heard a man's shouted command, and the liveried coachman reined in hard, slewing the carriage across the road, blocking it.
"Who the hell is that?"
said Tom, as they watched the team of high-bred horses sidle and snort before them. Sebastian drew up outside the gates, his eyes narrowing when he recognized the coachman's green and gold livery and the coat of arms on the carriage's panel. The Duchess of Angoulême, from the looks of it, or more likely someone from her household. The near carriage door swung open, and a courtier stepped down into the muddy road, a quiver of annoyance passing over his features when his boot landed with a splat. He was a tall, lanky man in his middle years, raw-boned and austere-looking, his dark hair little touched by grey, his features pinched and hawk-like. His dark blue coat was impeccably tailored, and his boots of the finest leather, as one would expect of the huissiers du cabinet and premier valet de chambre of the woman who was the daughter of one king, the niece of another, and the wife of a man who would some day, in turn, become king himself. But the clothes, although elegant, were masterfully restrained and understated. According to legend, Xavier de Tullet had once planned to become a Jesuit priest, and there was still something ascetic and judgmental about him. He'd never married, choosing instead to devote his life to the royal family. They said the young de Tullet had chanced to be visiting Versailles with a group of religieux when the mobs broke into the palace during the October days of 1789. Personally intervening to save the life of the Queen, he'd then chosen to accompany the royal family when they were dragged back to virtual imprisonment in the Tuileries. Even after they were moved to the Temple, he continued to serve them loyally. And when Marie-Thérèse was finally released from her cell, the only member of that small, doomed family to survive, he'd helped escort her to refuge with Marie Antoinette's family in Vienna. He'd remained faithfully at her side ever since, and had recently been ennobled by the newly restored King Louis XVIII. The Chevalier was one of several people around the Duchess who was said to stop at nothing to protect her interests. Sebastian had once tangled with his kind in England, and it had nearly cost him his life. His and Hero's.
"Do I take it you're looking for me?"
said Sebastian, as two beefy gendarmes also hopped down from the carriage and ranged themselves one on either side of the Chevalier. De Tullet's thin, aquiline nose quivered.
"You were summoned to attend the Duchess this morning?"
"Yes," said Sebastian, who wanted nothing so much as to find some place quiet and undisturbed, where he could read the letter that felt as if it were burning a hole in his pocket.
"You will come with us now. Your groom may follow with your carriage."
"I prefer to drive myself."
"Your preferences are immaterial, monsieur. You will come with us."
Sebastian held the man's dark, intense gaze for one long moment, then handed the reins to Tom. "Follow us." They escorted Sebastian to the southern wing of the Louvre. At the time of Napoleon's abdication, the old 16th-century palace was being expanded by the addition of a new northern wing by the Emperor, who needed the space to display the hordes of artwork he'd stolen from across Europe. The Musée de Napoléon, he'd called it. The Bourbons had renamed the place, of course, but most of the looted treasures were still there. Sebastian could never understand why the Allies hadn't insisted on the return of their purloined art pieces as part of the peace settlements. With de Tullet at his side, and the gendarme following close behind, Sebastian walked through endless long galleries, crammed with Greek and Roman statues, grand old masters from the Low Countries and Italian states, religious works from the hundreds of French churches that had been torn down during the Revolution. He'd heard the Duchess was taking a special interest in the reorganization of the museum, and she was evidently here to confer with the man recently appointed to replace the Napoleonic director the Bourbons had dismissed. She turned at Sebastian's approach. Her head reared back in that exaggerated posture she considered regal, but that most people simply found arrogant. She was dressed, as usual, in black, in the perpetual mourning, widely seen as an expression of hatred for the French people she blamed for killing her family.
"So, Monsieur le Vicomte," she said,
in her cracked, high-pitched voice. Her family had sent around the story that her voice had atrophied from disuse all those years she was in the temple. But Sebastian had long suspected she'd actually broken it by screaming, "We meet again." He bowed low. "Madame?" She studied him, with cold, faintly protuberant blue eyes. As a child, she'd had fine, pale blonde hair, a pointed face, and a small chin. But as a woman, her hair had darkened to a dull reddish-brown, her chin rounded, her nose become aquiline. It had long been believed by the public that the treatment she'd suffered in the temple had left her unable to bear children, but the royal family strenuously denied it, and 13 years into a childless marriage, she'd finally managed to conceive. Unfortunately, she'd failed to carry the child to term, and there'd been no more pregnancies. Sebastian found it impossible not to sympathize with this tall, fiercely proud, rigid woman who'd suffered so much. But she didn't make it easy. The last man Sebastian had hired to trace his mother had been found garroted in London after complaining of being followed by the Bourbons. Impossible to know if the man's analysis had been accurate or, if so, which of the Bourbons might have ordered his death. But Sebastian wouldn't put it past this hard, severely damaged king's daughter.
"I am told your wife, the Vicomtesse, is here in Paris as well," she said,
unsmilingly.
"Your wife and your son and heir."
Sebastian felt the hairs on the back of his neck rise. "They are. Yes, madame," he said, wondering where she was going with this.
"And what do you think of our city, huh? It is much changed from when I left it so many years ago."
Napoleon had introduced a vast number of important improvements to Paris, building thousands of miles of desperately needed sewer lines, setting up fountains with freshly piped clean water for the people, restoring buildings ravaged by the Revolution, improving the quays and markets, and erecting new bridges to link the right and left banks of the Seine. Most of the projects that were incomplete at the time of the Emperor's abdication had been halted by the newly restored Bourbons, not because they weren't needed, but out of simple hatred for anything linked to Napoleon. "Is it?" said Sebastian. "I was quite young when last I saw Paris." She sniffed.
"I'm told your mother has lived here for a number of years, although, of course, as Dama Capello rather than under her own name."
Sebastian felt himself stiffen, then saw her lips curl in a faintly malicious smile. He had forgotten this about her, how quietly nasty she could be. She said,
"We surprise you? You thought we did not know?"
The Emperor Napoleon had been famous for his spies and secret police, who'd operated under the control of a powerful, dangerous man named Joseph Fouché. That once feared Minister of Police had fallen even before the Emperor, But Sebastian had heard Fouché was trying to work his way back into the good graces of the Bourbons. Was that where this information had come from?
And now I understand we are to extend to you our condolences,
the Duchess was saying.
We hear Sophia Capello has sadly suffered a fatal fall.
Sebastian was aware of de Tolaire standing silently off to one side, his face a courtier's mask. "She is dead, yes," said Sebastian.
And did you know, I wonder, that she'd recently made a visit to the island of Elba?
Sebastian concentrated on keeping careful control of his features. He had no intention of letting her see she'd again caught him by surprise. "I knew she'd been on a journey, yes."
"Do you know the purpose of that journey?"
"Do you?" he wanted to ask. Instead, he said simply, "How could I? She died before I had a chance to speak with her."
"So you would have us believe you did not know?"
"I have not seen my mother in over 20 years.
And now she is dead. C'est dommage."
And then she repeated the expression, this time in English.
"It is a pity."
Except she didn't look as if she thought it a pity. She was almost smiling. How was he supposed to respond to that? Sebastian wondered. In the end, he decided to say nothing. He saw the annoyance flicker across her features, the disappointment that her barb had not sunk as deeply as she'd obviously hoped. She said,
"Marshal McClellan has sworn allegiance to our uncle the king and now negotiates on our behalf in Vienna in tandem with Prince Talleyrand. And yet his—"
She paused, as if searching for a suitable word.
"Let's call her his particular friend, shall we? She makes a visit to the beast, Buonaparte."
As always, she gave Napoleon's name the original Italian pronunciation, as if to disparage both the man and his non-French origins. As if she herself were not half Austrian.
"Do you not find that curious?"
"I have never met Marshal McClellan."
"No?"
She tipped her head to one side, her gaze travelling over his face. Again that flinty, malicious suggestion of a smile touched her lips.
"He looks quite like you. Are you perhaps related?"
"Not to my knowledge, madame. But I have a number of Scottish relatives, so perhaps there is some distant connection."
"The resemblance is quite startling, particularly around the eyes."
"So I understand, madame."
"Interesting."
She shifted her gaze away from him to where de Tolaire still stood in silent attendance.
"Let us hope the Marshal honours his vow to our uncle better than he honoured his vow to his upstart emperor. The Chevalier will see you out."
And then she turned and walked away from him, the black train of her gown sweeping across the ancient wooden floor, the heels of her diamond-buckled shoes echoing loudly in the long gallery. Sebastian was turning toward the door when the Chevalier put out a hand, stopping him.
"The next time the Duchess commands your presence, you will attend immediately."
Sebastian stared into the Frenchman's dark, malevolent eyes. After a moment, de Tolaire dropped his hand and stepped back.
"This isn't England, you know,"
said the Chevalier, raising his voice as Sebastian continued walking toward the flight of broad, shallow marble steps.
"We do things differently here."
"You do indeed," said Sebastian, and kept walking. Chapter 16. Sebastian left the Louvre and went in search of his mother's husband. As Chancellor of the Exchequer, Hendon was a trusted member of the Prince Regent's cabinet, and one of the two men Sebastian knew in Paris who were most likely to understand whatever was going on. The other man, Jarvis, Sebastian generally tried to avoid. He found the Earl at a cafe on the Champs-Élysées. "I've discovered something," he said, walking up to where Hendon sat reading a newspaper and drinking a coffee with brandy at a marble-topped round table beside a window overlooking the Grand Avenue. Hendon glanced up, his vivid blue gaze meeting Sebastian's. Whatever he saw there caused him to fold his newspaper and thrust it aside. "Let's go for a walk." They turned up the broad avenue toward the half-built, abandoned beginnings of what had been intended to be Napoleon Bonaparte's magnificent Arc de Triomphe. The avenue was in an exclusive new area of Paris, home to some of the most expensive tailors and modistes, milliners and jewelry stores, pastry shops and perfumers. It was also one of the few streets in the city built with pavements. Most Parisian streets forced pedestrians to walk in the roadway, with all the mud, manure and hazards posed by passing horses, carts, wagons and carriages. "What the bloody hell was Sophie doing?" growled Hendon, when Sebastian had finished telling him of her journeys to Vienna and Elba, and of his own recent interview with Madame Royale. "I've no idea. But whatever it was, I'd like to know how Marie-Thérèse found out about it." Hendon huffed a hard breath. "Well, Napoleon might be under British control at Elba, but you can be damned sure the Bourbons have spies on the island watching who comes and goes and immediately reporting it all back to Paris." "You think Sophie knew that when she went there?" "One hopes she did." Hendon worked his jaw back and forth in that way he had when he was thoughtful or troubled. "I'm more puzzled by how they knew who Sophia Capello really was. I'll give her credit for always keeping that quiet." "Could they have had her killed?" Hendon glanced over at him, his jaw sagging. "The Bourbons, you mean?" He thought about it a moment, then said, "Probably not King Louis himself, but Artois or Marie-Thérèse. I wouldn't put it past them. I suppose it depends on exactly what Sophie was doing in Vienna and Elba." "What do you know of Marshal McClellan?" asked Sebastian. He tried to keep his voice even, but he wasn't certain he'd succeeded. Hendon's lips pressed into a thin, tight line as he stared across the avenue at a street musician with a dancing dog. It was a moment before he answered. "I knew she was with him, if that's what you're asking. But I can't say I've ever heard anything to his discredit. He's a brilliant general, never defeated on the battlefield." Sebastian kept his gaze on the Earl's half-averted profile. "Have you ever met him?" "No." The offhand way in which he answered convinced Sebastian of his veracity. Hendon had never been particularly good at dissembling. "It's difficult to believe she didn't go to Elba as McClellan's envoy," the Earl was saying. "The problem is, to what purpose?" "You've heard the rumours that Napoleon has ambitions of returning?" "Oh, yes. Those rumours have been flying from virtually the moment he abdicated. And the more unpopular the Bourbons make themselves, the more people whisper and dream of his return." "Do you think he has any such actual intentions?" Hendon frowned.
Frankly, if the Bourbons wanted to deliberately goad him into making the attempt, they couldn't be going about it in a more effective way. According to the treaty by which he abdicated, Napoleon's estates and those of his family were to be respected, but the Bourbons seized most of them within months. They were also supposed to pay him a pension of 2 million francs a year, but they haven't, and they've made it plain they have no intention of doing so. So there he is on Elba with a retinue of nearly 1,000 and no money to pay them. I understand he's also instituted all sorts of engineering works to improve the island, expecting to have the revenue to fund them. So now he's in debt. You're saying he might try to stage a return simply because he needs money? Not entirely. But you have to admit it's a powerful incentive. And then there's the fact it's an open secret the Prussians and the Bourbons both want him dead, and have already sent several assassins against him. We're not quite that vindictive, but London and Vienna would definitely like to see him sent considerably farther away from Europe than Elba, to the Azores, perhaps, or to St. Helena. And neither government has exactly kept quiet about it. Hell, reports of the discussions have been published in the Parisian newspapers, which you know damned well are regularly sent to Napoleon. You think we might do it? Move him, I mean? I wouldn't be surprised. It's one of the things Wellington and Castlereagh are both pushing for. In fact, it's the main reason Castlereagh has gone back to London, to argue for it personally. And you've got Wellington taking his place in Vienna to promote the same thing to the Allies.
Hendon was silent for a moment. His eyes narrowed. "What?" said Sebastian, watching him.
The thing is, the common consensus is that if Bonaparte is going to make a move, he'll do it this summer after the Congress has broken up. The idea being that the Allies will be less likely to mount a unified offensive against him if their foreign ministers are no longer gathered together in one place.
"But," said Sebastian.
"But there's no denying that discontent in France is growing, and the Bourbons are hardly going out of their way to make themselves popular. All they can think about is re-establishing the vanished past. That and enriching themselves and their friends, of course. And then you've got Marie-Thérèse and Artois doing their damnedest to bring back the power of the church and the Jesuits, and forcing the shops, restaurants, and theatres to close on Sundays. I heard the other day they're even refusing to allow actors and actresses to be buried on hallowed ground. Basically, they're trying to reimpose the absolute monarchy of the Ancien Régime, and it's stirring up a lot of resentment and resistance. There are reports there could be a push to replace the Bourbon with the Duke of Orléans, and you can be bloody well sure Napoleon is hearing those reports too."
Sebastian looked at Hendon in surprise. The House of Orléans was a cadet branch of the French royal family that traced its descent back to Louis XIV. The current Duke of Orléans, Louis Philippe, had actually supported the revolution as a young man, although he broke with the Republic after the execution of King Louis XVI and fled abroad. His father, the famous Philippe Égalité, voted for the regicide, then lost his own head beneath the blade of Madame Guillotine. You seriously think Orléans could be a threat to the Bourbons? Oh, definitely. He's far more liberal in his thinking than Louis, let alone Artois and Marie-Thérèse. Many see him as a compromise candidate between the Bourbons and a republic. And there's no denying the House of Orléans has had ambitions of taking the throne from their cousins for decades. Sebastian was silent for a moment. his gaze on the jagged stones of Napoleon's unfinished Arc de Triomphe now looming before them. The monument had been planned as a grand triumphal arch in the style of the Arch of Titus in Rome, but all work on the structure ceased with the restoration. He'd heard the king was considering restarting construction, arguing that the monument was intended to honor not Napoleon, but the patriots who had fought and died for France. But Artois and Marie-Thérèse wanted to tear it down and put in its place a memorial to the martyred royal family. "In other words," said Sebastian, "if Napoleon does indeed have dreams of taking advantage of the people's discontent, he needs to do it soon, before Orléans beats him to it, and before the Prussians kill him or London decides to pack him off to St. Helena. Basically. So do you think he'll do it? Try to come back, I mean." Hendon huffed a hoarse laugh. "I suppose he can try, but he won't get far. Good Lord, he has less than 1,000 men." "The people might rise up to greet him." Hendon shook his head. "Only in his dreams. No, when Louis dies, there might be support to replace him with Louis Philippe, but Napoleon? Not a chance." There was a stray black dog nosing around the base of the monument, and Sebastian was silent for a moment, watching it. "Do you think that's what we could be dealing with here? A scheme aimed at Napoleon's return?" "I suppose it's possible. The Allies seize and read all letters sent to Elba, so anyone wishing to communicate privately with the Emperor typically does it verbally, by sending messages through those who visit the island." "Visitors like Sophie," said Sebastian. Hendon turned his head, his face dark and troubled as he met Sebastian's gaze. "Like Sophie." Chapter 17. The late winter sun was sinking low in the sky by the time Sebastian drew up in the Place Dauphine. "Stable 'em," he told Tom, hopping down to the worn cobblestones of the old square. "Aye, governor." Sebastian watched the boy drive away toward the livery stables. Then, instead of entering the house, he turned to make his way down to the grassy point at the end of the island. The air was cooler, closer to the Seine, and damp, the dark grey water gurgling as it flowed swiftly past. He stood there for a moment, the breeze of the river buffeting his face and ruffling his hair as he watched a man in a navy coat and beret row a skiff upriver. Then he drew his mother's letter from his pocket and broke the seal. "Mon cher Sébastien," she had written. "If you are reading this, then it must mean that I am dead. If only you knew how I've ached to see you again, even if it could only be a brief glimpse from afar. But perhaps it is best this way." He paused, his throat so thick it hurt, his gaze lifting to stare almost blindly at the barge moored on the opposite quay. The letter was written half in English, half in Italian and French, as if the use of her native tongue no longer came easily to her, and she kept unconsciously slipping out of it. It was a moment before he could bring himself to continue reading. "I did see you once, some years ago. It was in Italy, and you were dressed as a paysan, but I was certain it was you. Then I learned from Hendon something of what you did in the army, and I knew I was right. He wrote to me once a year, giving me news of you, Amanda, and her children. It was part of the grand bargain we made when I left England. And so I know you have by now discovered so many painful truths. that I did not die that wretched long-ago summer, and that other truth, the one that would be unwise to commit to paper. Do you judge me harshly for my actions in the past? I ache for the pain I know these discoveries must have caused you. I regret much of what I did in the course of my long, miserable marriage, but not that one fateful winter. How could I, when the result was you? Hendon tells me you have seen your way to forgive him for the past, and I hope nothing I say here damages that. The fault for the tensions between us was as much mine as his, if not more so. I know that now, although I did not then. We were not well suited, as they say. What a disastrous brew of misery and despair those simple words can disguise. I hope you can somehow find it within you to forgive me for leaving you that long-ago summer, and for the lies you have been told. I wish this not for my sake, but for yours, for anger and resentment corrode the soul. I would have taken you with me, if I could, but Hendon said no. You were legally his heir, and he was determined to claim you as such. After all, I am as sincere through my grandmother, and you know how important that has always been to him. By English law, all children belong to their legally recognized fathers. But even if that were not the case, how selfish it would have been of me to take you with me into my unknown future, to take you away from the wealth and titles that will some day be yours. I could not do it any more than I could stay. And so we made our bargain, Hendon and I. I would leave England, never to return. It would be given out that I was dead, although, of course, neither of us would ever truly be free to remarry. Every year he would send the letter along with a stipend. There have been times of late when I considered telling him I've no need of his financial support, but I feared that without the stipend, he would no longer send the annual letter. If you knew how much that letter has meant to me these last 20 and more years, perhaps you would understand. Plus, I will admit to taking a certain satisfaction in continuing to force him to pay, although I acknowledge that as petty and unworthy of me. I have not changed entirely, it seems. He tells me you have married, that you are happy in your marriage, and that I have a grandson named Simon. Your happiness is all I could ask for. Yours and Amanda's, although she has always been a troubled soul. I've often regretted I did not make more of a push to prevent her match with Wilcox. Perhaps with a different husband, she would not have grown so bitter. But it's difficult to say. Hendon's mother was a hard, unpleasant woman, and I fear Amanda resembles her too much. She is my daughter, and I love her, but she will do you harm if she can. Please, beware. There is so much more I would like to say, but I have been writing this letter off and on now for days, and the time has come when I must go. Please believe me when I say I love you. more than life itself, and always have. Je t'embrasse, Sophie. He didn't know how long he stood there, the letter half crushed in one hand, the sound of the rushing river loud in his ears, and the wind whistling through the branches of the untidy tangle of trees beside him. He was aware of the last of the daylight leaching from the cloudy sky, of the rattle of carriage wheels on the bridge above, and the scent of wood smoke that came with every breath. But all he could think was, she didn't tell me. How could she not have told him the name of his father? How? Rather than turning back toward the Place Dauphine, Sebastian walked across the southern arm of the Pont Neuf to the Hôtel Vergelin. The hotel stood on the left bank at the corner of the Quai des Augustins and the Rue de Thionville, built of stucco and brick, with a steeply pitched mansard roof. It was a pleasant, respectable hostelry that looked as if it dated to the time of Henry IV, the first and most popular Bourbon king. He ordered a glass of wine and sat for a time beside the fire in the public room, observing the establishment and its patrons, and trying to figure out why Sophie had chosen this particular inn to come to that night. Because it was so close to the island, or for some other reason entirely? Some reason that might help explain her death. The innkeeper was an older man in his 60s, with wispy white hair, a round pink face, and a protuberant belly that strained against his leather waistcoat. Sebastian had little difficulty drawing him into conversation about the woman who'd been found dead on the Ile de la Cité, for he was a gregarious man, with what was obviously an intense, lifelong interest in his fellow beings. Perhaps as a result, he seemed to find nothing either peculiar or suspicious in Sebastian's questions on the subject.
"Ah oui, she was here last night,"
said the Frenchman, his eyes wide with the excitement of it all.
"Must have been not too long before she was killed, the way I figure it. Poor woman."
"She came for a meal?" said Sebastian.
"No, a glass of wine only. Took it in a cabinet particulier, of course. You won't find a lady of her quality drinking wine in the common room."
"She was alone?"
"When she came in, oh yes. Left alone too."
"And what time was that?"
"When she left."
The innkeeper pursed his lips with thought.
7, 7:30, perhaps."
It had been shortly after 9 o'clock when Sebastian found her. My God, he thought, with a sickening lurch in his gut. Had she lain there in the dark, alone, afraid, and in pain for as much as 2 hours? Then he remembered Pelletan's saying that the bruises on her arms had been made at the same time as her other injuries, within an hour or so of her death. So where had she been between the time she left the Vergelin and the encounter with her killer an hour or so later? Aloud he said, "She left walking?"
"No. Asked me to call a fiacre, she did."
Sebastian knew a glimmer of hope. All fiacres were licensed by the Parisian police, which meant that theoretically they ought to be able to track this one down, if the police were willing. "Did you notice the number?"
"No, sorry. Can't say I recognize the driver either."
"Did you hear her give him directions?"
"No."
The innkeeper obviously regretted this lack of attention to and personal knowledge of such important details in the drama, and added reluctantly,
"But I suppose he might know where she was going."
The innkeeper's emphasis on the word he struck Sebastian as peculiar. "He? I thought you said she was alone."
"He didn't come with her. Walked in just as she was leaving. Greeted her like an old friend, he did.
Do you know who he was? A strange mixture of revulsion and fear came over the innkeeper's face, and he shifted uncomfortably.
Don't think you'll find anyone in Paris who doesn't know who he is.
Oh? The innkeeper cast a quick look around, then leaned forward, his voice dropping, as if he were imparting a terrible secret.
Le Bourreau.
It took Sebastian a moment to grasp what the innkeeper was saying. Bourreau meant executioner, and in Paris it was generally used to refer to one man, and one man only.
You mean Sanson?
Henri Sanson? The innkeeper made a rude noise and jerked his head toward the inn's old-fashioned entrance hall.
Stood right there and chatted for a good 5 minutes, they did.
Sebastian found that baffling. The office of public executioner was both hereditary and lucrative, and a Sanson had served Paris in that capacity for generations. But despite their wealth, the family had long been considered social pariahs. During the Revolution, Henri Sanson and his late father, Charles Henri, had beheaded thousands. Their victims ranged from unlucky commoners to nobles, princes, and royals, including King Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette. No one wanted to associate with the Sansons in any way. So why and how had Sophie come to befriend such a man? And why had she been meeting with him last night of all nights? Sebastian took a slow sip of his wine.
Did they leave together? No. After she left, he came in and had a glass of wine.
Did she meet or speak with anyone else? The innkeeper thrust out his lower lip and shook his head.
No, only Sanson.
Did she strike you as afraid or nervous in any way?
No. She was tired, though, I could see that, and perhaps a bit preoccupied with something she had in her reticule.
What was that?
A small red leather case of some kind. Fancy thing it was. Didn't think she wanted me to see it, tucked it away quick enough when she realized I was coming with her wine.
Sebastian raised his own glass to his lips and drained it. There had been no red leather case, either in Sophie's reticule or on the ground near it. But its absence might explain why her reticule was open when it was thrown from the bridge, and why she was killed. Chapter 18. Elba, said Hero, when Sebastian had finished telling her most, but not quite all, of what he'd learned that day. What in heaven's name was Sophie doing on Elba?
Meeting with Napoleon, one presumes, said Sebastian. But for what purpose I can only guess, and all the guesses are more than troubling.
They had settled after dinner in the house's old-fashioned salon, overlooking the ancient square. Sebastian sipping a glass of port, and Hero curled up in one of the worn chairs by the fire while she mended a hem Simon had torn that afternoon. And Marie-Thérèse knows of their meeting? Said Hero. My God! Could she have had Sophie killed because of it? Sebastian stared out the window, his gaze on the bare limbs of the plane trees moving restlessly in the wind.
I wouldn't put it past her, either her or her uncle Artois. And interestingly enough, neither does Hendon.
And you've no idea what this red leather case the innkeeper was talking about could be?
Nope, none. All I know at this point is that it was gone by the time I found her.
Perhaps she gave it to Monsieur Sanson. Hero kept her gaze on her sewing. He seems an odd acquaintance for her to have.
Beyond odd.
Sebastian pushed away from the window and went to refill his drink.
But with any luck, he may be able to tell us something that will help make sense of what happened to her.
He was silent for a moment, watching Hero tie off her thread and cut it. He had given her Sophie's letter to read, but he hadn't told her about Marshal McClellan's portrait, and he couldn't begin to explain why, even to himself. She set aside her mending and looked up at him. I can't believe Hendon knew she was in Paris all this time.
Really?
I can. He watched the firelight flicker across her beloved features, watched her brows draw together in thought, in that way she had, and he set aside his port to go stand behind her chair and put his hands on her shoulders.
Thank you.
She tilted back her head to look up at him, a puzzled smile on her lips. For what?
For meeting with that damned doctor and officier de paix, he thought. For organizing the funeral, which I'm not sure I could bear to deal with at the moment. For not pressing me to talk about things you know I can't bring myself to talk about.
But all he said was, everything. She gave a faint shake of her head. I thought Amanda might come this afternoon. Surely Hendon has told her by now. Don't you think she'd want to see her mother?
I suppose it depends on how much anger and resentment she harbours towards Sophie. My guess is it's a lot. No one's better at harbouring anger and resentment than Amanda.
Perhaps, but still. She broke off as the bell sounded below. Expecting someone?
No.
A moment later, a footman appeared at the salon's door with a bow.
Monsieur Eugène Francois Vidocq to see you, my lord. He says you will know who he is.
Send him up, right away. The footman bowed again.
Yes, my lord.
Do you know who he is? Asked Hero. Sebastian reached for his glass of port and drained it.
I do indeed. He is an ex-galley slave who somehow managed to get himself appointed head of something called the Sûreté Nationale. From what I'm told, he's very good at catching criminals and murderers, largely because he was once one himself. Although only average in height, Eugène Francois Vidocq came into the room exuding all the energy and presence of a much larger man. His shoulders were broad and bear-like, his hands meaty, his head unusually big. Even the features of his face were exaggerated, his nose and chin pronounced, his mouth wide and mobile. He looked older than his 39 years, his thick, overlong dark blonde hair heavy with grey. But then he'd lived a hard life, having killed his fencing master as a youth and run away from home at the tender age of 13. In the course of his varied career, he'd enlisted, several times, in the Republican Army, toured with a troop of Romani, served as a cattle drover, a privateer and a forger, seduced and defrauded a string of women, and escaped from more prisons than anyone could remember. Sebastian had never heard exactly how he'd managed to convince the Paris police chief, Jean-Henri, to allow Vidocq to set up a brigade of ex-criminals dedicated to fighting crime. But it had been an inspired move. Uncannily observant, diabolically clever, and possessed of an amazing memory for faces, Vidocq had become a legend in just a few years. Entering the salon with a rapid gait, he brought with him the city scents of wood smoke, tobacco, and the river. His clothes were those of a middling member of the bourgeoisie,
neither extraordinarily fine nor ragged. All the better to blend in with a crowd or pass unnoticed. He swept Hero a surprisingly courtly bow, then turned to Sebastian and said,
"I've heard about you.
"Oh?"
They say you like to solve murders."
"Sometimes." Vidocq lifted his head, breathed in deeply through his nose, then smiled and said,
"Ah, you've been drinking the port of the Sima Korgu. I'll take a glass. Thank you."
"Of course," said Sebastian, his gaze meeting Hero's for one brief moment before he went to pour the strange man a glass and refresh his own.
"Merci."
Vidocq took the glass extended to him, sniffed the hearty wine's scent with smiling appreciation, then took a drink.
"C'est bon."
He fixed Sebastian with a hard stare, cocked one thick arched brow, and said,
"You know why I'm here?"
"Not exactly. I was told by the commissaire that even you were not so foolish as to involve yourself in the death of Sofia Capello." Vidocq pursed his lips and made a rude noise.
"Balsar is like one of those little bugs that rolls itself into a hard, tight ball at the least hint of danger."
He brought up one hand, finger pointed, to draw a swirling circle in the air.
"He has no sense of adventure, no curiosity, and no imagination."
"Unlike you?" A crooked grin stretched the man's wide mouth.
"Unlike me."
He took another noisy slurp of port. According to what Sebastian had heard, Vidocq was the son of a successful merchant from Arras, but many years had passed since those days. The Frenchman said,
"I've spoken to Dr. Paliton."
"Yes," said Sebastian.
"He tells me your mother was stabbed before she was thrown off the Pont Neuf."
Sebastian kept his features carefully composed. "He told you she was my mother?"
"What? Ah, no. That information comes from someone at the Tuileries, although you can rest assured that I have made no alterations to the act of death filled out by the sadly pedestrian-minded officier de paix who met with the Vicomtesse earlier today."
He turned to bow again to Hero.
"Even armed with this knowledge, I saw little reason to become involved until this evening."
"This evening?" said Hero. He bowed to her again.
"This evening. A young woman has been found murdered in the Faubourg Saint-Antoine. It's a rough place, Saint-Antoine, but this woman's death is unusual, as is her identity. Francine d'Anjou, Abigail to the late Dama Capello, or I should say, to the Countess of Hendon."
Sebastian's startled gaze again met Hero's across the room.
"So,"
said Vidocq, one swooping eyebrow raised in inquiry as he drained his glass and set it aside,
"you will come with me now to Saint-Antoine, yes?"
Chapter 19. They took a fiacre to the rubble-strewn site of the legendary, now-vanished fortress known as the Bastille. Before his downfall, Napoleon had been building a grand public fountain here, but King Louis had halted its construction the way he had so many of the Emperor's other municipal improvement projects. From there they plunged on foot into the maze of small, crooked passages, dark courts, and impasses that formed the infamous Faubourg. This was an area of ancient smoke-blackened houses, leaning drunkenly over narrow cobblestoned lanes strewn with rubbish nosed by pigs and stray dogs and small, vacant-eyed children.
The Faubourg Saint-Antoine was the home of some of Paris's poorest residents, as well as its most skilled craftsmen. The master woodworkers who'd made the beautiful bedsteads, commodes, desks, and tables that once filled Versailles and so many other palaces and chateaux. The bronze turners who'd made the grand chandeliers and intricate doorknobs. The textile mill workers who toiled 14 and 16-hour days from the age of 4 or 6. The labourers in the noxious wallpaper manufactories who seldom lived to be old. In April of 1789, one such luxury wallpaper manufacturer, Jean-Baptiste Réveillon, had tried to lower his workers' wages. The workers whose families were already starving protested. The soldiers sent by the government to quell the unrest fired into the crowd, killing dozens. Sebastian had heard there were many who saw that uprising as the real beginning of the French Revolution. Just 3 months later, these same angry Parisians stormed the Bastille, and France was never the same again.
"You've been here before, yes?"
asked Vidocq, as Sebastian followed him down a twisting, malodorous lane. "Actually, no," he admitted.
"Wise."
Vidocq turned to dart down a narrow passage lined with workshops. The air here still smelled of sewage and rot, but the pervasive stench of the Faubourg now mingled with the sweet smells of freshly cut wood, of pine, walnut, cedar, and other exotic scents Sebastian couldn't identify.
"Here,"
said Vidocq, drawing up to knock at an ancient battered door with peeling blue paint. The dead Abigail's father was an Ebenezer named Marcel d'Anjou, who lived with his wife and surviving children in a room behind his workshop. As the craftsman ushered them into the small, dimly lit space, Sebastian counted 6 children, ranging from a babe in arms to a boy of perhaps 16. The mother, a worn-looking woman of indeterminate age, sat on a rush-bottomed stool in the glow of a meagre fire. Her infant clutched to her breast. The other children huddled wide-eyed around her. The eldest boy stood protectively behind her, his hand on her shoulder. Marcel d'Anjou himself was ashen-faced, his eyes red-rimmed and bloodshot, his shoulders slumped as if beneath a weight suddenly too great to bear. "Monsieur Vidocq," he said, bobbing his head in a way that told Sebastian the chief of the Sûreté had already been here once.
"We haven't done anything with her yet, as you asked. Merci."
He led Sebastian and Vidocq to where his dead daughter lay on a straw pallet in a darkened alcove. The woodworker then fetched over a smoking tallow candle, which he handed to Vidocq.
"Merci,"
said Vidocq again. D'Anjou nodded and backed away. Vidocq waited until the father had rejoined his wife by the fire before extending his arm so that the candlelight flickered over Francine's waxen face and the ripped, blood-soaked bodice of her gown. She looked to be perhaps 20 or 21, sturdily built, with medium brown hair and pleasant, even features.
"I take it she was stabbed?"
said Sebastian, keeping his voice low so the family wouldn't hear.
"Multiple times. But she didn't die easily. Look at her hand."
Sebastian shifted his gaze. 4 of the fingers on her right hand were a broken, swollen, mangled, discoloured mess.
"My God,"
he whispered.
"Why?" "It's a crude but effective form of torture, yes. Smash one finger, ask your question. If you don't get the answer you want, you break another, and so on. The other hand is fine. which suggests they could have decided she had nothing to tell them and simply killed her, although it's also possible that whoever was doing it didn't have the stomach for it and just gave up and killed her. Or, prompted Sebastian. Vidocq met Sebastian's hard gaze. Or she told them what they wanted to know, and then they killed her.
After that, they retreated to a dimly lit bar à vin near the corner with a carafe of red wine and an earthenware bowl of nuts on the rickety wooden table between them. The smoky bar was crowded with a malodorous mixture of craftsmen and workmen, all shouting and laughing and almost drowning out the musicians screeching out an old Provençal love song on his fiddle.
"I suppose what happened to the girl could have been worse,"
said Vidocq, cracking a nut, then digging the meat out of the shell with one thick finger.
"In the old days, before the Revolution, the Bourbons used to break those they hated on the wheel. You know what that means, to be broken on the wheel."
He leaned forward and continued without giving Sebastian the chance to answer.
"They used to set up a wheel on the scaffold, tie the condemned to it naked, and literally break their bones one by one. The executioner would start at the shins and work his way up. Then the broken body and the wheel to which it was tied would be erected on a pole. If the poor bastard was lucky, the executioner would be allowed to garrote him. If not, the condemned might be thrown into a fire and burned alive, or left to die slowly. I've heard of men who lived broken and tied to the wheel for up to 4 days.
Sebastian took a deep drink of his wine and said nothing.
Of course they got rid of all that with the Revolution. Everyone was then guaranteed the right to a quick, merciful death, thanks to Madame Guillotine.
He slammed the edge of one hand down into the flat palm of the other.
Chop!
Undoubtedly an improvement, said Sebastian.
In its way, yes.
Vidocq cracked another nut.
Certainly quicker, but it's curious, wouldn't you say? A gentlewoman is knifed and thrown off the Pont Neuf one night, and the next day someone tortures and kills her Abigail.
The girl was killed today.
Nanjou says she went out to pick up a chicken for her mother and didn't come back. Her brother went looking for her and found her body behind some rubbish in an alley not far from the workshop.
Sebastian took another sip of his wine. If you're looking to me to explain it, I can't.
No. Nanjou tells me his daughter returned just yesterday from a long journey with Madame Capello. A journey he thinks may have taken them to Italy, although he doesn't know for certain because Madame swore Francine to secrecy, and she was a very loyal girl.
When Sebastian remained silent, Vidocq leaned back in his seat, his eyes narrowing as he let his gaze rove over Sebastian's face in a way he didn't like.
Anyone ever tell you how much you resemble Marshal McClellan?
Yes, actually. I believe we may be distantly related. Vidocq snorted.
Can't be too distant.
He leaned forward again, his voice lowered almost to a whisper.
So tell me, Monsieur le Vicomte, who do you think killed your mother and her Abigail?
Sebastian met the Frenchman's questioning gaze and held it. I don't know.
No ideas?
Not really, said Sebastian. Or at least not any ideas that he intended to share.
And do you know where her ladyship went on her recent long journey?
How could I? Vidocq's lips pulled into what might have been a smile, but his eyes remained hard.
How am I to help you discover your mother's killer if you are not honest with me, monsieur?
Where do you think she went? The man's smile widened into something that glittered with faint malice, yet somehow looked more genuine.
Vienna and then Elba.
Sebastian kept his own expression utterly bland. Do you know why?
No.
Sebastian reached for a walnut. Neither do I. For a moment Vidocq stared at Sebastian with brutal intensity. Then he punched the air between them with a pointed finger.
Now, that I believe.
Sebastian cracked the nut against the table with the heel of his palm. Who do you think killed her?
Me? I don't know yet. France today is a witch's brew of whispers and swirling threats of conspiracy, but not everything is political. People do still kill for other reasons.
You think that's the case here? Said Sebastian, wondering what the man knew that he wasn't telling.
Perhaps.
Sebastian reached for another nut. When I first left the Place Dauphine last night, there was a young fille publique standing near the empty statue base in the centre of the bridge. She was gone by the time I came back and found the Countess. But it's possible she saw something. Something she can tell us if we could find her. Vidocq's features sharpened with interest.
How young?
15, maybe 16. Very thin, with a square face and a small nose. Medium brown hair, no more than 5 feet tall. She was wearing a light blue dress with a ragged red cloak and no hat.
You saw her only from a distance?
Yes. Vidocq frowned.
It was very dark and cloudy last night, monsieur. How can you be so certain what she looked like, right down to the color of her dress and cloak?
I see exceptionally well in the dark, said Sebastian.
You must.
Sebastian reached for another nut, but rather than crack it, he bounced it up and down thoughtfully in his palm. I understand your brigade is known for its close connections to bars and brothels and the people of the streets. If you could find her...
We can try. But there are many prostitutes in Paris, and what are the odds she actually saw anything, huh?
The Frenchman cupped his hand to swipe it across the tabletop, sweeping his pile of shells onto the floor.
We have spoken to the Countess's coachman, of course. Do you know why she went to the Vergelin last night rather than to the Place Dauphine as planned?
No. Vidocq's eyes narrowed.
Once again, I'm not certain I believe you.
Believe it? Sebastian hesitated a moment, then said, If you know the Countess went to the Vergelin, then you know she left there in a fiacre. Have you found it yet? The Frenchman's lips pressed into a flat line. It was obvious he did not like having his competence questioned.
We're looking.
The men at the table beside them began singing along with the fiddler's song, 2 tenors blending with a bullfrog-like bass, and Sebastian leaned forward so that he could be heard. I'm also told she had a small red leather case with her when she was there, but I didn't find anything like that with the scattered contents of her reticule. So it's possible someone picked up the case and pawned it. Someone who might have seen something.
And you want me to question all the pawnbrokers in the area, do you?
I suspect they'll answer your questions more readily and honestly than mine.
Huh,
grunted Vidocq. He drained his wineglass, then reached for the carafe to refill it.
Do you know, I have encountered many men in my lifetime, but I can only recall one with yellow eyes.
Oh?
It's interesting, yes? Like yours. His eyesight was also abnormally acute. His eyesight and his hearing both.
Sebastian simply sipped his wine and said nothing, and after a moment the Frenchman continued.
He was quite famous in our regiment because of it. I served under him, you see. Of course he was only a captain then, for it was long ago. But he's a marshal now.
Somehow Sebastian contrived to keep everything he was thinking, everything he was feeling, off his face and out of his voice.
If you refer to Marshal McClellan, I did say we are likely distantly related.
Vidocq drained his glass again in one long pull, then winked.
So you did.
Chapter 20. The night was blustery, the clouds overhead bunching and swirling in the darkness. Sebastian stood at the bedroom window watching the shadows cast by the trees dance across the facades of the old Renaissance-era brick and stone houses that surrounded the small triangular square. The Place Dauphine had been built early in the 17th century, in the reign of Henri IV, the laughing, boisterous, gallant king who'd saved France from the long and bloody religious wars of the 16th century. Henri had been raised a Protestant, but he'd pragmatically converted to Catholicism, famously saying, "Paris is worth a mass." Some 150 years after that, the father of Alexander McClellan had fled his native Scotland for Paris. Was he driven by religion? Sebastian wondered. Or was his allegiance not to the mass, but to the descendants of the dispossessed Stuart king? Did it matter? He was aware of Hero coming up beside him, the touch of her hand light on his arm. Can't sleep?
No.
He hadn't told her what Vidocq had said about McClellan, just as he hadn't told her about the portrait hanging in the library of the house in the Rue du Champ de Repos. It was as if by telling her his suspicions, he would somehow make them more real, and he wasn't ready to face that yet. He said, "I keep thinking, why torture and kill the Abigail? Why?" After he'd left Vidocq, he'd made a painful trip out to the Rue du Champ de Repos to break the news of Francine's death to Madame Dion. The aged chatelaine had taken the news with silent stoicism that both awed and vaguely troubled him. Hero gave a faint shake of her head. Given that Marie-Thérèse already knew of Sophie's visit to Elba, what could the girl possibly have told them that they needed to hear?
We don't know that Marie-Thérèse is the one who had her killed.
He paused, then added,
She simply seems the most likely candidate at the moment.
He slipped his arms around her waist, drawing her close enough that he could rest his forehead against hers.
At least this new death suggests we can definitely dispense with the commissaire's theory that Sophie threw herself off the bridge in a fit of quiet despair and somehow managed to impale herself on the way down.
I didn't know her, but from what I've heard, Sophie never struck me as the kind of woman to take that way out of her problems.
No, she wasn't.
Hero was silent for a moment, and he had no idea what she was thinking until she said, I've been trying to figure out where I heard the name of the young woman Madame Dion told you about this afternoon. The one who was Sophie's ward.
You mean Angélique de Longchamp-Montrendre?
Hero nodded, and I finally remembered. She was at that salon I attended last week.
Madame de Staël's?
She smiled softly at whatever she heard in his voice. Germaine de Staël was a flamboyantly eccentric but highly celebrated essayist and novelist, who also happened to be the daughter of Louis XVI's notorious finance minister, Jacques Necker. She'd returned to Paris soon after the fall of Napoleon, a man with a well-earned reputation for disliking smart, sharp-tongued, critical women, and ostentatiously resumed her famous salons. Hero had attended one shortly after their arrival in Paris, but Sebastian had begged off with a look of horror that had brought Hero to tears of laughter. "I talked to her for some time," Hero was saying. "She has a special interest in astronomy." "She does?" At that, Hero laughed out loud. "Don't sound so surprised. My point is, having been formally introduced, I could call on her tomorrow. She might know something." "That would help." She leaned back so she could see his face. "Now, will you come to bed?" He cupped her cheek with his palm, gazed into her beautiful eyes, slid the pad of his thumb across her soft lips. There was so much he wanted to say to her, to tell her. But it was as if the words were piling up in his chest, burning there, unable to get past the obstruction in his throat. He saw her eyes narrow, saw the concern that pinched her features. She said, "What is it, Sebastian?" He shook his head, not denying that there was something, only denying his ability to express it. She slipped her arms around his neck, her body pressing close to his, her lips soft as she brushed his mouth with hers. "Tell me when you're ready," she whispered. He felt his love for her wash through him, easing the pain and submerging everything else in a rush of hard, driving desire that swirled him away. For a time. Saturday, the 4th of March. The next morning dawned cold but gloriously clear, with a crystal blue sky and a bright sun that bathed Paris in a rich buttery yellow light. Sebastian began the day with a meeting with Sophie's avocat, an aged, scholarly-looking lawyer named Jean Cloutier. He confirmed what Sebastian had been told about her will and promised to do everything possible to expedite its settlement. There were no surprises. Sophie had left a handsome pension to Madame Dion and generous sums for other servants. There was also a list of small items ranging from a Turner landscape to a Murano glass bird that she wished set aside for Marshal McClellan. Everything else she left to Sebastian to share with his sister and her family, or otherwise dispose of as he sees fit. The avocat cleared his throat. "I shall of course be writing the Marshal to apprise him of her ladyship's death, and to ask if he would perhaps wish us to forward his personal items to his chateau in Normandy." Sebastian nodded. "Please assure him that they may remain at the Rue du Champ du Repos until such time as he is able to deal with them." Cloutier nodded. "And will you be interested in selling the hotel, monsieur?" he asked, peering at Sebastian over the rims of his gold-framed spectacles. "Perhaps at some point in the future," said Sebastian, "but not just yet." He tried to imagine simply disposing of everything connected with Sophie, her home, her gardens, and was surprised to find the thought unbearable. Cloutier nodded. "As you wish. If you prefer, I could arrange to have someone manage the place when you return to England." "Yes, thank you," said Sebastian. He signed the necessary preliminary papers and clarified a few details. Then he went in search of Henri Sanson, the hereditary executioner of Paris. Henri Sanson lived with his extended family in a large stone house on the Rue de Marais.
Sebastian had heard that the family also owned a comfortable estate in the country to which Henri's father and predecessor, Charles-Henri Sanson, had retired in the mid-1790s. He'd killed thousands of men and women, young and old, rich and poor, powerful and powerless. But then his nerves failed. He began seeing spots of blood on his tablecloth at dinner and hearing the terrified shrieks of those he'd beheaded. And so he'd turned the family business over to his son and retired to a peaceful life of reading and gardening and playing his violin. Sebastian wondered if he'd still seen the phantom blood splatters, still heard the screams echoing in his mind. The current guillotiner was a sturdily built, neatly dressed man in his mid-40s, jowly and serious-looking, with hooded eyes and the quiet, assured demeanour one might expect from a family physician, rather than a man who chopped off heads for a living. He received Sebastian in a pleasant garden at the rear of his house. He had a pair of secateurs in one hand, and a basket looped over his arm, and he was clearing the winter-killed canes out of a large rose bush, just beginning to come into leaf. "The sun is lovely today, yes?" he said, glancing over at Sebastian. "You will pardon me for continuing with my task." "Of course," said Sebastian, his gaze taking in the rows and rows of roses bordered by low miniature box hedges. "Thank you for agreeing to see me." He hesitated a moment, then said, "Do you know why I'm here?" "I can guess," said the Frenchman, not bothering to look at him again. "Even here in Paris we have heard of your reputation for solving murders, monsieur. I know that Sophia Capello was killed not long after I spoke with her Thursday evening at the Vergelin. So it is logical to assume you have heard of that, yes? Did you arrange to meet her there?" "What? Oh, no. Our meeting was by chance only." "How did you happen to know her?" The bourreau was silent for a moment, his nostrils flaring as he drew a deep breath. "I am the 5th Sanson to serve as the executioner of Paris. Did you know? The first, my great-great-grandfather, was an impoverished minor nobleman who married the daughter of the executioner serving at that time, back in the 17th century. He had no sons, that executioner, so when he died, the office passed to the husband of his daughter. They say that particular Sanson fainted at his first execution. It is always best if the office descends within a family, father to son. The son grows up watching his father work, and so becomes accustomed to it." Sebastian found himself thinking about this man's own father, who'd grown up in the profession and still ended his days seeing imaginary blood splatters on his dinner table. But all he said was, "Must be hard on those sons who might prefer a different profession." "It is indeed. My father dreamt of becoming a physician. He wanted to save lives rather than take them. But when his father's illness forced him to retire and there was no other heir, he had to drop out of medical school and don the red coat and blue sash of our office." A silence descended on the garden, filled only by the snip-snip of the secateurs and the rustle of some unseen creature in the nearby hedge. "Of course," said Sanson. "In the old days there were not so many executions. But they were decidedly more brutal." Sanson lifted his shoulders in a shrug. "Most were hanged, except, of course, for heretics who were burned and counterfeiters who were boiled alive." He paused, then added, "And murderers and highwaymen
who were broken on the wheel.
Sebastian thought of the gruesome torture so graphically described by Vidocq and now casually dismissed by this man. Henri Sanson hadn't taken over from his father until 1795, but he'd acted as one of his assistants for years before that. Sebastian tried to envision the seemingly normal man before him inflicting such hideous agonies on his fellow beings. Tried to imagine Sophie befriending such a man. He could not.
The crowds were not happy when the guillotine was first introduced,
Sanson was saying.
It was too quick, and they missed the old spectacles. There were riots. People were killed.
I suppose the rapid increase in the number of heads being chopped off must have alleviated that concern? Sanson sighed and nodded in agreement.
Poor Dr. Guillotin. He was against the death penalty, you know. But since he couldn't get the Assembly to abolish it, he worked to have it made more humane, and now he will forever be associated with mass executions. I hear his family has changed their name.
Who could blame them? Thought Sebastian. He suspected Sanson's descendants might be inclined to do the same some day. Sanson stood back to evaluate the rosebush, his eyes narrowing as he searched for more dead wood.
At one time, Madame Guillotine was called the Louisette, after the royal surgeon Antoine Louis, who actually designed it, with the help, of course, of Monsieur Guillotine, my father, and the musical instrument maker who built the first one. But the name didn't stick for some reason.
Louisette does have a rather diminutive sound that doesn't seem quite appropriate.
True.
Sanson moved on to the next bush.
And have you discovered anything yet about the death of Madame Capello?
Not a great deal, said Sebastian. How was she when you saw her Thursday evening at the Vergelin? Would you say she seemed nervous or afraid?
Sanson pursed his lips in thought. She was tired from her recent journey, and perhaps troubled in some way, but afraid? No, I wouldn't say so.
Troubled in what way?
Perhaps preoccupied would be a better word.
She spoke to you of her journey?
Not really. All I knew was that she had until that day been gone.
She didn't tell you where she'd been?
I assumed Vienna, but we did not discuss it.
Sebastian studied the Frenchman's calm profile, looking for any suggestion of subterfuge. But the executioner had a lifetime's training in the art of disguising his emotions. He was giving nothing away. I'm told she asked the innkeeper to call a fiacre for her when she left. Do you know where she was planning to go?
No, sorry.
Did you happen to see the fiacre driver? Sanson frowned as if with the effort of memory.
Briefly through the open door when she left. Why?
Can you describe him? The executioner rolled his heavy shoulders in a shrug.
All I remember is that he struck me as quite frail. Not old, you understand, but frail, as if he were unwell. I remember thinking he must be one of the returned prisoners of war one sees all over the city, or perhaps a soldier still suffering from his wounds.
You didn't notice the number?
If I did, I don't recall it.
Sebastian watched Sanson shift to work on the next rosebush. You never told me how you and Madame Capello came to know each other. A faint smile curled the Frenchman's full lips.
You mean, why would a woman such as her befriend a man shunned by all of Paris?
He paused. "How much do you know about Madame Capello?"
"Some."
"Then you would know that a woman with her history is not generally acknowledged by other women at court. At least, not at a court dominated by Marie-Thérèse." "You're saying that's what you had in common? Your status as outcasts?"
"In a sense. That, and our interest in roses."
"What can you tell me of her politics?"
"Politics? We didn't discuss politics, monsieur. It's the safest way to preserve friendships in France these days, as it has been the past 26 years.
"Do you have any idea who might have wanted to kill her?" Sanson's heavy jowls sagged.
"No. Why would anyone want her dead?"
"Do you know Marshal McClellan?"
"I have met him, but that is all."
He cast a sideways look at Sebastian, then said,
"You know him?"
"I've never met him." Sanson nodded, as if this answer had confirmed a previous suspicion.
"And Madame Capello? Did you know her?"
"Long ago, when she lived in England."
"Ah, yes."
He kept his attention focused on his task.
"It must have been a shock to you discovering her like that."
Sebastian found himself studying the executioner's half-averted profile. He thought of this man tying his terrified victims face down on the guillotine's bascule and slipping the lunette strap around their heads to keep them steady before stepping back to release the blade and let it fall with a rattling thwunk, thwunk. They said that the guillotine was painted red to hide the blood that inevitably splattered it. But the arterial blood from a severed neck must surely splash over anyone standing on the scaffold when the blade descended. He'd heard that during the Terror, this man's older brother, Gabriel, had slipped in the pool of blood around the guillotine while holding aloft a severed head to show the cheering crowds. Unable to catch himself, he'd shot off the edge of the scaffold and died of a broken neck. And again, Sebastian found himself thinking, how could Sophie have befriended this man? Nothing he'd heard so far that morning came close to explaining it.
"A shock?"
said Sebastian, becoming aware that the man was looking at him, waiting for an answer.
"Yes, definitely. Sudden death always is,"
said Sanson, as if he hadn't personally taken the lives of thousands. Thousands, thought Sebastian. Thousands. Chapter 21. That morning, when it was still far too early for a gentlewoman to make a formal call on a young woman she barely knew, Hero took the embroidered reticule out to the Rue du Champ du Repos to ask the châtelaine if she recognized it, and to seek her assistance in selecting the clothes for Sophie's funeral. Hero had visited the Maison with Sebastian not long after they'd arrived in Paris. That day had been dark and brooding, with heavy clouds that hovered like an oppressive presence over the landscape. But today, Sophie's elegant little Hôtel Particulier was bathed in glorious sunshine. The sky was a clear cornflower blue. The limestone walls glowed a tawny gold in the rich light, and the elms that framed the grey slate roof were bursting with fresh green leaves. As the carriage drew up in the gravelled forecourt, and the iron gates clanged shut behind them, the beauty of the place took Hero's breath. And then she felt a heavy,
weight of sadness settle over her, knowing on this morning, so overflowing with new life, that the woman who had made this place her home would never see it again. She found Madame Dion clad all in black, and looking older than she remembered her face drawn and tight with grief, her flesh a worrisome grey. Seeing her, Hero felt reluctant to bring up the reticule for fear of adding to the woman's distress, but the chatelaine forestalled her by noticing it in Hero's hands and saying, "Ah, you have Madame's reticule." "You recognize it?" said Hero, holding it out to her.
"Mais oui," said the chatelaine, taking it in her own hands. Her lips trembled as she ran her fingertips over the exquisite peacock embroidery. "It's Dama Capello's work. She was carrying it that night."
"The mirror is hers as well?"
"Yes, yes." "Where did you find them?"
"Near the Pont Neuf." "Is there anything missing?" The Frenchwoman inspected the contents, her eyes narrowing as she felt the weight of the purse.
"Not to my knowledge, no. I take it she was not set upon by thieves."
"No."
"Then why—"
The aged face contorted with a spasm of anguish and grief.
"Why was she killed?"
"We don't know yet," said Hero gently. "You haven't been able to think of anything? Anything at all that might explain what happened?"
"No. It makes no sense. No sense whatsoever."
After that, with the chatelaine's help, Hero chose a high-waisted cranberry silk gown with long, close sleeves and a simple pleated bodice, which Madame Dion said had been one of Sophia's favourites, along with a pair of silk slippers embroidered with little freshwater pearls and a delicate lace cap.
"And I think she would want to be buried with these," said the Frenchwoman,
laying an amethyst and silver rosary atop the selected gown. Hero looked up in surprise.
"She'd become a Catholic?"
A faint smile touched the older woman's lips.
"Of a sort. I think she took from the religion what she could believe and what she found comforting, and simply ignored the rest. Father Paul is very accommodating in that way."
"Father Paul?"
"The priest at Notre Dame de Lorette."
Hero remembered seeing the ruins in a nearby lane. "I thought the church was destroyed during the Revolution."
"Much of it was, but Father Paul still uses one of the chapels for Mass."
Madame Dion hesitated, then said,
"There will be a funeral Mass, yes? I think she would have wanted that."
Hero reached for the rosary, the faceted, semi-precious stones catching the sunlight, like a cascade of prisms as she turned it in her hand. "If that's what she would have wanted, then yes, of course." The Frenchwoman nodded, then held out a silver-framed ivory miniature.
"And unless his lordship would prefer to keep it, I think she would have liked to be buried with this as well."
Hero found herself looking at a miniature portrait of 4 children. Sebastian, aged perhaps 6 or 7, a haughty, angry-looking young woman of 18 or 19 who could have only been Amanda, and 2 unfamiliar, half-grown lads, Cecil and Richard. "Her children," said Hero softly, startled to feel the sting of threatening tears.
"Yes, she kept it always beside her bed."
Something about the way she said it made Hero look up.
You have children? I had 3. The woman paused, then added, once. Once? I'm sorry, said Hero. Madame Dion shook her head. Don't be. They brought me much joy while they lived, and now that I am old, the memories of them bring me a certain kind of comfort. My firstborn daughter died in childbirth, taking her infant son with her. Her little sister died of the flux when she was quite small. My son... She paused, her throat working dryly, and it was a moment before she could go on. My son died in Russia. At least that's what they told me. And he was not amongst the prisoners who found their way back to France since the peace, so I suppose it must be true. What was his name? Asked Hero. Leo. Colonel Leo Dion. The serene expression on the Frenchwoman's face mystified Hero. If Simon had disappeared into the frozen wasteland of Russia, Hero knew she would never stop raging against God, fate, and the arrogant, ambitious emperor who'd led him to his death. I'm sorry, Hero said again, because what else really was there to say? She wondered what had happened to this woman's husband, or if there'd been other grandchildren who, perhaps, still lived. She hoped there were other grandchildren, but she doubted it. Afterward, Hero found herself restlessly wandering the quiet rooms of the maison, her thoughts on the beautiful, enigmatic, intrepid woman who had been Sebastian's mother. It wasn't easy to move beyond the resentment Hero had long harbored against Sophia Hendon for the deep and lasting pain she had caused the man Hero loved. And yet a part of her could understand the suffocating misery that had driven Sophie all those years ago, the desperation with which she had reached for a better life. Could Hero forgive her for abandoning her own child? No. But it was impossible not to admire the woman for shrugging her shoulders at the rules and restrictions of her world, for braving the unknown, for flouting the social conventions and moralistic censure of zealots such as Marie Thérèse, to live with the man she loved. And as she paused at the entrance to the library, Hero had to admit that a part of her also envied Sophie. Hero might defy conventions by pursuing the kind of education normally considered suitable only for a man, by writing her articles and speaking her mind, but she had always been very careful not to cross the boundaries that Sophie had simply laughed at. Hero hadn't seen this room on her previous visit to the house, and she was struck now by how lovely it was, with its stately Empire-style mahogany desk and built-in dark oak bookcases, trimmed with fluted columns and arched mouldings and filled with books. So many books. And she felt her heart swell again with sadness for the meeting between mother and son that would never be, for all that Sophie and Sebastian too had lost. She was turning away when she noticed the portrait over the mantel. She stood perfectly still, staring at it. She was painfully aware of the tick of the ormolu clock on a nearby console table, of the rasp of her own breath sawing in and out. She didn't know how long she stood there before she realized that Madame Dion had come up beside her and was watching her. "You see the resemblance, too, eh?" said the Frenchwoman, her expression giving nothing away. "Who is he?" "Why, Marshal Alexandre McClellan, of course." "Oh, Sebastian," thought Hero,
staring at that familiar pair of uncanny yellow eyes. So that's what you haven't been able to bring yourself to talk about. Chapter 22. The headquarters of Vidocq's Sûreté Nationale lay in a back court of the labyrinth of grim, soot-stained structures that housed the judicial and law enforcement apparatus of France. Located near the western end of the Ile de la Cité, this massive, forbidding complex was once known as the Palais de la Cité, the magnificent primary residence of the medieval Capetian kings of France. Built of golden limestone on the banks of the Seine, it had been a fairy tale-like place of soaring, conically roofed towers, grand banqueting halls, fragrant private gardens, and dank, hidden dungeons. Much of that imposing palace was gone now, with little remaining beyond the chapel, a few grim towers, a vast, thickly columned hall, and the haunted prison cells and official chambers that had become known as the conciergerie. It was in the dark, vermin-infested cells of the conciergerie that Marie Antoinette and so many others had passed their last days. Here that they were dragged before the Revolutionary Tribunal to hear their death sentences pronounced. Here that they were loaded into the crude tumbrils that would carry them through roaring crowds to the waiting blade of Madame Guillotine. It was a haunted and haunting place, and Sebastian found himself hesitating on the narrow cobbled street that ran between the conciergerie and the river, his thoughts on the place's dark, ugly past. He was still standing there, his head tipping back as he stared up at the sinister medieval towers flanking the main portal, when he heard himself hailed by someone on the Pont au Change. Turning, he scanned the press of hurrying pale-faced functionaries and ragged ex-soldiers, bonneted housewives and servants, roughly dressed artisans and labourers who filled the quay along the riverfront. He didn't see anyone he recognized. Then a cocky grin split the dirty face of a stocky water carrier, striding toward him with a rollicking gait.
"Didn't recognize me, did you?"
said Eugène Francois Vidocq, coming up to him.
"I did not,"
admitted Sebastian. Vidocq laughed.
"I've been making some discreet inquiries in another matter. I take it you're here looking for me."
"I am," said Sebastian, as the two men turned to walk together along the river. "I have a description of the fiacre driver from that night. Thin and frail-looking, but not old. The person who saw him thinks he might be a former prisoner of war, recently returned from England or Russia." It shamed Sebastian, the treatment the French prisoners of war had received at the hands of Britain and her allies. Shamed and appalled him.
"Interesting,"
said Vidocq, jerking his chin toward a trio of emaciated, gaunt-faced men huddled over a charcoal fire beneath a nearby crumbling arch, their uniforms reduced to filthy rags.
"God knows there are enough of them. But between the disbanding of the army and the Bourbons' cancellation of Napoleon's public improvement projects, a lot of people are starving. This person didn't happen to see the fiacre's number, did he?"
"No."
"Pity."
Sebastian was silent for a moment, watching a ragged little flower girl sink down on a nearby set of stone steps, leading up to a stout wooden door that didn't look as if it had been opened in 100 years. Her feet were bare, her thin, wan face streaked with dirt, her golden hair hanging in tangled clumps. The tray of flowers dangling from a strap around her neck was pitted with rust, the posy clutched in her pale, bony fist beginning to wilt. She couldn't have been more than 6 or 7, and the look of despair in her soft blue eyes was horrible to see. Such children were an all too familiar sight in London as well as in Paris, and yet for some reason he couldn't explain. This child touched his heart and filled him with a tide of hot rage that caught him by surprise. And he found himself wondering why. Because the people of this land had risen up against the grinding inequality and injustice of their age, only to lose their way in a morass of hatred, bloodshed, and terror that would surely taint any such movements for generations to come? Because the reimposition of the oppressive rule of the Bourbons made a brighter, more just future seem somehow less likely than ever? Because something about this little girl reminded Sebastian of his mother, and for one piercing moment he found her death so painful that he wasn't sure he could bear it.
"You're right there," said Vidocq, watching him with an expression on his homely, scarred face that Sebastian couldn't read.
Sebastian blinked and turned his head to stare out over the sun-dazzled waters of the Seine.
"Yes, I'm fine."
He bought all of the little girl's flowers. Afterward, he went to stand in one of the curved stone bastions of the Pont Neuf, not far from where Sophie must have been attacked. He dropped the bunches of flowers one by one into the river below him, then watched as the dark waters swirled them away downstream. From here he could see the ancient limestone walls of the Louvre and the Tuileries Palace, the long green swath of the old royal gardens, the graceful iron arches and thick stone supporting columns of Napoleon's Pont des Arts. The sun was surprisingly warm on his face, the wide sweep of the Seine reflecting the rare blue of the sky, the breeze off the water fresh and smelling faintly of fish. Lowering the brim of his hat against the glare, he rested his arms on the old stone parapet before him and tried to make sense of a series of events that seemed to have begun with a troubling visit to the island refuge of an exiled emperor and had ended here, on this ancient bridge, on a dark, misty night that would forever be seared into Sebastian's memory. Except that it hadn't ended here, because the next day Sophie's young Abigail Francine had in turn died a painful, terrifying death, and he couldn't begin to understand why. He became aware of an elegant carriage drawn by a fine team of white horses pulling up behind him, and turned as the carriage's near window came down with a rattle to reveal the fleshy, unsmiling face of his father-in-law, Lord Jarvis.
"Climb up,"
snapped Jarvis. He glanced at the man in the carriage with him, a tall, fair-haired man Sebastian recognized as one of the many former army officers in Jarvis's employ, and said,
"Leave us for a moment."
The major nodded, said,
"Yes, my lord,"
and hopped down without waiting for the steps to be lowered. For one piercing moment, his gaze met Sebastian's. Then he turned to walk across the bridge toward the Louvre.
"Well,"
said Jarvis, when Sebastian hesitated. The last thing he wanted at that moment was a conversation with the British King's powerful Machiavellian cousin. But he leapt up and settled in the seat opposite his father-in-law anyway. "I take it you have something you wish to say to me." The carriage started forward again as Jarvis drew a pearl-studded gold snuff-box from the pocket of his finely tailored coat and flipped open the lid with his thumbnail.
"You're upsetting Marie-Therese."
"Oh?" Sebastian watched the older man lift a delicate pinch of snuff to one nostril and sniff.
"The French king's niece is easily distressed," said Jarvis, "and it is not in Britain's interest that she be disturbed."
And precisely what am I doing that is disturbing Madame Royale?
Jarvis closed his snuff-box with a snap.
You know.
I gather you're referring to my investigation into the death of Dama Capello. I must admit I failed to understand why that would upset her. Sebastian paused. Unless, of course, she's the one who ordered the killing.
Don't be absurd.
Is it so absurd? Sebastian watched Jarvis tuck his snuff-box away. What do you know of Sofia Capello's death?
Absolutely nothing. Why would I?
You do have a decided interest in maintaining the Bourbon restoration. The shrewd grey eyes that were so much like Hero's narrowed.
Are you suggesting Dama Capello was a threat to the restoration?
I honestly don't know. But Marie-Thérèse is aware of her recent visit to Elba. Were you? Jarvis hesitated just a fraction too long before saying,
I was not.
Sebastian found himself faintly smiling.
You lie extraordinarily well, you know.
I've no doubt most people would accept that statement without question. Jarvis's steely grey eyes narrowed.
There are things going on here about which you have no idea. Things that are of far greater importance than the death of one woman.
Not to me. Sebastian signalled the driver to pull up, then thrust open the door and hopped down before the carriage had come to a complete stop. Leaning forward, Jarvis put out a hand to hold open the door when Sebastian would have closed it.
I will not tolerate your interference in an already volatile situation.
I'm not dropping this investigation. You and I both know why.
I mean what I say.
Sebastian met his father-in-law's dangerously glittering gaze and held it. So do I. Chapter 23. Hero timed her formal call on Sophie's one-time ward, Angélique de Longchamp-Montendre, for shortly after 3 o'clock. The former Mademoiselle Laure lived on the left bank of the Seine, in a grand house in the Rue du Bac, in the part of Paris known as the Faubourg Saint-Germain. This was an affluent area of embassies and hôtels particuliers, with paved forecourts and elegant gardens, where the floors were of marble and the ceilings painted with frescoes, and the carriages drawn by high-bred horses driven by liveried coachmen. Here in the Faubourg Saint-Germain it was as if the revolution had never occurred. The names of some of the families had changed, of course, but not all of them. Angélique herself was a slender, fine-boned, breathtakingly lovely woman of 22, with very fair hair and enormous violet-blue eyes, fringed by thick, dark lashes. She received Hero in an elegant salon, decorated in the soft, gracious style of Louis XVI, rather than the more masculine, austere look of the Empire period. The young Frenchwoman was obviously trying to put on the brave front society required of mourners who consider themselves well-bred, but her eyes were bloodshot, and her nose red, and there was no doubt at all that she had been crying. "I've heard Viscount Devlin is looking into Sophie's death," she said, her hand shaking as she poured tea into a delicate Sèvres cup. "Where did you hear that?" asked Hero, taking the cup held out to her. The girl looked up from pouring her own cup. "At court? But I don't think anyone knows of his relationship to her, if that's what concerns you." Hero sucked in a quick, startled breath. "Yet you know." "She never actually told me, but it's difficult to keep that sort of secret from people you live with. How long were you with her? From the time I was 13. She settled the teapot back on the tray, then paused for a moment, her features pinched and troubled. The papers say she died from a fall. But that's not true, is it? No, said Hero boldly. She was stabbed, then thrown off the Pont Neuf. Angelique's chest jerked, and she looked away, blinking rapidly. Mon Dieu! Hero said, I'm sorry, but I must ask. Can you think of anyone who might have wanted her killed? Sophie? No! The word came out almost like a wail, and the young Frenchwoman paused to swipe the heel of one hand across her eyes. Oh, God, I've been so angry with her, but I never thought she'd die. I'm told the two of you quarreled over your marriage. Angelique pressed her lips together and nodded in a way that seemed to accentuate both her youth and her vulnerability. Do you mind if I ask why? The younger woman huffed a watery laugh. Why? Because Antoine's family fled the revolution, and his father fought against both the Republicans and Napoleon. There was much resentment in France against the hordes of returning émigrés who'd spent the past 25 years living abroad, especially if they'd taken up arms against France and killed their fellow Frenchmen. Antoine is related to the Bourbons and the House of Lorient, you know, Angelique was saying. And Sophie despised both with equal fervor. Her face hardened. Why do you ask? What does any of this have to do with what happened to her? I don't know that it does, said Hero. When was the last time you saw her? The young woman set aside her cup and carefully wiped her wet face with her handkerchief. I don't recall exactly. It's been some time. You knew she'd gone to Vienna? Angelique sniffed quietly and nodded. To see the Marshal. You knew him? Marshal McClellan, I mean. She nodded again. Since birth. He and my father were old comrades. Do you know where Sophie went after she left Vienna? No. I didn't know she'd been anyplace else. The blank expression that accompanied those words looked real enough, but Hero wasn't entirely convinced. She went to Elba. Angelique stared at her. Truly? You are serious? To Elba? But why? We don't know. We were hoping you might. She shook her head. No, she didn't tell me. There was a time when she might have, but... Her voice trailed away. Hero sipped her tea. I take it Sophie was not a monarchist. Sophie, good heavens, no. She was a great admirer of the United States. An interesting philosophy to appeal to an English countess. I don't think she considered herself one any more. Obviously not, thought Hero. Aloud she said, She doesn't seem to have had many close friends. Angelique paused as if considering this. She did, once, but the return of the Bourbons changed things. The wives of the Maréchal's fellow officers who were once her friends began to shun her. Marie-Thérèse is always appallingly rude to the wives of anyone who served under Napoleon, but she liked to pretend as if Sophie didn't even exist. Why? Because of the irregularity of her relationship with McClellan, of course. Did it bother Sophie, do you think? That she was shunned, I mean? Sophie? No. I suspect she'd always known that most of the officers' wives were only friendly to her because of the Maréchal. And if truth be told, I think the sanctimonious posturings of Marie-Thérèse and the court amused her. Although I know she was sad to lose her friendship with Madame de Gautier. Who? Madame de Gautier? She's the wife of a French colonel, but she was born in England. I understand she was a novelist before coming here, although she wrote under her English name. Fanny something? She was at Madame de Stael's salon the other day? Fanny Carpenter, said Hero in surprise, remembering the unassuming, bespectacled older woman who had spent most of the afternoon sitting in quiet amusement, listening to the ostentatious pronouncements of their colourful hostess, as if storing them away for a future book. Yes, that's it. You've read her work? I have, yes. The daughter of a composer and music historian, Fanny Carpenter had published a number of successful comedies of manners in the 1790s that reminded Hero of the works of Jane Austen. There'd been a time when Fanny had even served as keeper of the robes to Queen Charlotte, but she'd retired from the position because it interfered too much with her writing. Married relatively late in life to an émigré artillery officer, she'd returned with him to France after the Peace of Amiens in 1802. Only to be caught in Paris when war broke out again just a year later. Hero supposed it wasn't surprising that the two women had become friends. Fanny might have been of genteel rather than aristocratic birth, but there couldn't have been many English women married to French officers living in Paris. Not that Sophie was married to McClellan, of course. Colonel Etienne de Gautier has sworn the oath of allegiance to Louis XVIII and now serves in the King's Guard, Angelique was saying. I understand he has grand ambitions of rising in the King's service, so it's important for such a man that his wife has managed to be accepted at the new court. I suppose being English helped Fanny overcome the prejudices Marie-Thérèse normally displays toward the wives of those who served Napoleon. But even with that, for her to be seen as the good friend of a notorious fallen woman would have put her beyond the pale. Was Sophie notorious? Oh, far, far too notorious for the likes of Marie-Thérèse. Her court is so different from that of the Empress. Sophie took Josephine's death last year quite hard, you know. You mean Josephine Bonaparte? Said Hero. Napoleon's wife. A faint smile curled the Frenchwoman's lips. His first wife. He divorced her, remember? To marry Marie Antoinette's great niece. He thought it would tie Europe's old monarchies to him and make him one of them. But they never stopped seeing him as an illegitimate upstart. And now they've swept him aside, like so much unwanted rubbish. So Sophie was close to Josephine. Yes, very. They were both mad about gardening, you know. Gardening and roses. Hero found herself remembering the lovely gardens of the Rue du Champ du Repos, the extensive beds of roses, the greenhouses and cold frames and seed beds. There was no denying that Sophie was serious about gardening. While Josephine's own gardens at Malmaison was said to have been exquisite. Angelique's eyes narrowed as if with a sudden thought. "What?" asked Hero, watching her. "You asked if I knew of anyone who might have wanted Sophie dead," said the younger woman, leaning forward. "There actually is someone, a particularly nasty Corsican count. She's been quarreling with him for years. When Josephine died, I remember, Sophie said that if she didn't know better, she'd have suspected him of having killed her. He was that jealous of Josephine's rose collection. He was jealous of them both. But surely she must have been jesting." "Perhaps," said Angelique, "although you might not think so if you'd met him. He is very intense." "You say he's a count?" "Well, Napoleon made him one. I can't remember his name, but Redoute would be able to tell you who I mean." "Redoute?" She nodded. "The artist, Pierre-Joseph Redoute. You know him, yes? He's producing a book of prints of the flowers at Malmaison, especially the roses. He's been working on it for years." "Oh, yes, of course," said Hero. Redoute's plates of roses were so exquisitely done and instantly recognizable that he'd been dubbed the Raphael of flowers. An official court artist under Marie Antoinette, he'd somehow managed to survive the revolution and the reign of terror it spawned, to emerge under the empire as an artist patronized by both of Napoleon's wives, first the Empress Josephine, then the Austrian Emperor's daughter, Marie-Louise. He would surely know, and... Angelique broke off as the sound of footsteps in the corridor brought the younger woman's head around, and Hero saw her face light up with delight as Antoine de Longchamp-Montendre appeared in the doorway. He was a slim, extraordinarily handsome man of about 30, his dark hair worn fashionably disarrayed so that one errant curl fell romantically over his high forehead. His eyes were dark and deeply set, his nose long and straight, his lips full and sensual. And for one suspended moment, it was as if husband and wife were the only two people in the room. They had eyes only for each other. Watching them, Hero thought she understood the quarrel that had flared between this girl and the woman who had cared for her and raised her since the death of her parents. If Sophie had dared to criticize the man Angelique obviously adored so intensely, the girl would never have forgiven her.
"My apologies if I interrupt," he said with a smile.
"No, no, Antoine, do come in." Angelique jumped up to go catch his hand and drag him forward to make introductions. His bow was everything it should have been. His smile charming, his dark eyes looking intently into Hero's, as if to emphasize his sincerity.
"So it's true, is it?" he said, taking a seat on the silk-covered settee beside his wife. "Lord Devlin is looking into Lady Capello's death. It's good to know that someone is doing it."
Reaching out, he covered Angelique's delicate hand with his own larger one.
"My wife has been most distressed."
Angelique turned her hand within his to clasp it. "Lady Devlin has been asking if we know of anyone who might have wished Sophie harm, but I can't think of anyone except that nasty rose collector she was always quarreling with." The look that passed between them was meant to be private, but Hero caught it. It was as if Angelique was reassuring him that she hadn't divulged. What? "And what about you, monsieur?" said Hero, pausing with her teacup raised halfway to her lips. "Can you think of anyone?" He shook his head.
"No, I'm sorry, but I did not know Madame Capella well."
Hero had the niggling impression that, unlike his wife, de Longchamp-Montrond had anticipated something like this visit and already decided how to arrange his answers to any questions that might come his way. She took a slow sip of her tea, then said, "A woman came to see Sophia on Thursday evening, shortly after she arrived home. A veiled woman in a carriage, drawn by a fine team of matched greys. Do you have any idea who that might have been?" Both husband and wife stared at Hero blankly. It was de Longchamp-Montrond who finally answered.
"No."
"How very strange." He squeezed his wife's hand, then let it go to reach forward and touch the teapot on the table before him, as if intending to pour himself a cup. "Ah," he said, "it's grown cold." He looked up at Hero. "I could order fresh, if you'd like, Lady Devlin." It was a smiling but not so subtle cue. Hero set aside her own cup and rose to her feet. "Thank you, but no." Husband and wife rose with her. "Are you quite certain?" said Angelique. "It would be no trouble." "Thank you, but I must be going."
"I'm sorry we couldn't have been of more assistance,"
said de Longchamp-Montrond, walking with Hero to where a footman waited by the front door.
"My wife and Lady Capello were estranged, but the affection between them was strong. This death grieves my wife very much."
"Yes, I'm sorry. I can see that," said Hero. In fact, it was so obvious. She found herself wondering why he had felt the need to emphasize it. Chapter 24.
"I take it you didn't think much of Monsieur le Longchamp-Montrond,"
said Devlin later as they watched the two little boys sail a wooden boat across the grand basin in the Tuileries Gardens. The afternoon had turned gloriously warm, with a faint breeze that stirred the fresh new leaves on the double allée of stately chestnut trees and danced shadows across the wide, sun-sparkled pond. "Not exactly," said Hero, smiling as the boat dipped, then righted itself, and Simon squealed with delight. "But I've always been instinctively suspicious of overly smooth, handsome young men." Devlin looked over at her, his eyes crinkling with his smile.
"Is he smooth and handsome?"
"Very." They had brought the boys here to that long stretch of public gardens that ran along the right bank of the Seine from the Tuileries Palace and the Louvre in the east to the newly renamed Place Louis XV in the west. The gardens were hundreds of years old, having been begun by Catherine de' Medici back in the mid-16th century. The Revolution had declared them public property, and they still were, although Hero wondered how long it would be before the Bourbons tried to reassert their control here as they were doing with so much else. "It seems an unusual match," said Hero, as the boys lifted the boat, dripping from the water. "For a son of the Grand de Longchamp-Montrond family to marry the daughter of one of Napoleon's dead generals, I mean."
"Not when you realize that some of Napoleon's generals were very good at amassing a considerable fortune."
She looked over at him as they turned to walk up the garden's grand allée, the boys running ahead of them. Was General Layure?
He was. Not only that, but he married the daughter of a Swiss banker, and Angelique was their only heir.
Ah. It begins to make a lot more sense.
It does indeed, especially when you think about how much the de Longchamp-Montendre family lost during the Revolution. And don't forget that Antoine is a younger son. He has a grand ancient name and a host of royal and noble connections, but no real wealth. At least, he didn't, until he married Mademoiselle Layure.
So that's why Sophie didn't want Angelique to marry him, said Hero, watching a squirrel creep cautiously down the trunk of a nearby chestnut, ears alert and eyes scanning the area for danger. She thought he was a fortune hunter.
Probably. Although it's also possible she shared your prejudice against pretty young men.
Hero laughed softly. They walked along in silence for a time, enjoying the fresh breeze lifting off the river and the sweet song of the birds in the trees. The gardens were bursting with new life, the long canes of the climbing roses that had been trained over a series of wrought iron arches just beginning to come into leaf. Looking at them, she said, "Did you know your mother had such a profound interest in roses?"
I didn't, no. But Madame Dion and Sanson also mentioned it.
The breeze was picking up. Hero could feel the mist from the fountains in the octagonal pond before them, hear Simon's laughter as Patrick slung his arm around the younger boy's neck and leaned in close to whisper something. She said, "I wonder if Sanson is telling the truth when he claims he met Sophie at the inn that evening simply by chance." Devlin let out a harsh breath.
I honestly don't know. We're talking about someone who was helping his father break men on the wheel when he was little more than a child. I suspect he's very good at keeping things to himself.
They'd reached the Fer Cheval at the end of the gardens, and Devlin drew up at the stone balustrade, his face growing solemn as he stared out over the broad sweep of the former Place de la Révolution, where so many had lost their heads. They could smell coffee and freshly baked bread from a nearby cafe, hear laughter from the Bath barge tied up at the quay below the embankment. After a time he said quietly, "I remember reading somewhere that Napoleon once encountered Sanson's father here in the Place de la Concorde. The Emperor asked Sanson if it bothered him, knowing that he'd killed so many thousands of men and women." Hero looked over at him. "What did Sanson say?"
"He said it was kings and emperors, judges and tribunals who imposed the death sentences. All he did as executioner was carry those sentences out."
Hero was silent for a moment, her gaze on the vast square where crowds had once gathered to cheer while so many died. She couldn't help but think of the doomed men and women who'd made the tortuous journey here by tumbrel from the conciergerie. What must it have been like, she wondered, listening to the roar of the spectators who'd gathered for the pleasure of watching you die? She thought of the unimaginable courage and fortitude it must have taken for them to face the terror of mounting the scaffold steps, of being thrust face down beneath that great slanting blade. She thought about being forced to lie there, waiting to hear the swoosh of the falling blade, to feel the cold bite of its edge, and then... what? Before she could stop herself, she shivered. "I suppose, in a sense, he was right," she said. "And yet, if no one had been willing to do the actual killing, no one could have been executed." Beside her, Devlin's face was solemn, the breeze ruffling the dark hair at his neck as he stared out over the death-haunted plaza. "I think I'd have been tempted to ask Napoleon if it bothered him
knowing how many young soldiers he'd led to their deaths.
I've no doubt Napoleon would argue that everything he did was for the greater good and glory of France, said Hero. The light had begun to soften, and the warmth fade from the day. Calling the boys away from the octagonal pond, they turned to walk back up the gardens along the terrace that overlooked the Seine below. She saw Devlin's eyes narrow against the sparkling flashes thrown up by the shimmer of the setting sun bouncing off the choppy surface of the river beside them, and he said,
"Are you still interested in attending the Duchess of Wellington's reception tonight?"
"Oh, Lord," said Hero. "Is that tonight?" The Wellingtons had taken over one of Paris's grandest old hôtels particuliers, and Hero had long nourished a burning desire to see inside it, which is why they hadn't sent in their regrets. I'd completely forgotten about it. And no, of course we don't need to go. He shook his head.
"Actually, I was thinking this English novelist that Angelique was telling you about will probably be there. What did you say her name is, again?"
Fanny Carpenter? I take it you've never read any of her books?
No,
he admitted. Hero smiled. She probably will be there, although I don't know how much she'll be able to tell us. It doesn't sound as if she's seen much of Sophie since the Restoration. They walked on in silence for a time, the light of the day fading around them. They'd almost reached the ancient stone walls of the Louvre when Hero said, "I went into the library when I was at the Rue du Champ du Repos this morning." She was aware of Devlin stiffening beside her. His gaze focused straight ahead. He was silent for a long, painful moment, then said, "I take it you saw McClellan's portrait?" "Yes," she said simply. He kept his face turned half away from her, his expression unreadable, as he watched the boys running ahead of them. But a muscle bunched along his jawline. "Do you think he's my father?" "It's obviously a possibility, but—" She paused, trying to find a way to put her thoughts into words. "I think most women are attracted to a certain type of man. Perhaps Sophie was attracted to McClellan for the same reason she was attracted to your father. Or because he reminded her of him." "Perhaps." He didn't sound convinced, and she said, "Would it bother you if you were to discover it's true, that McClellan is indeed your father?" He glanced over at her. "I spent 6 years of my life fighting Napoleon. McClellan was one of his most brilliant marshals." "You would hold it against him, that he fought for the nation that granted his family a place of refuge when they were in need?" "When you put it that way, I suppose it does sound a tad churlish." He paused, his features intent, as he watched a barge making its way down the river. "I keep thinking I could have met my own father on the field of battle, and I wouldn't even have known it." He turned his head, his strange yellow eyes looking directly into hers. "Although at the same time I find myself circling around and coming back to what Jamie Knox and his sister told me, that according to their mother, their father was either a Welsh cavalry officer or an English lord. McClellan is neither." "You don't know for certain that Knox's father and your father were the same," Hero said softly.
"Don't I?"
Devlin shifted his gaze to where the two little boys were now hunkered down to study something on the ground before them, their heads close together. They looked so much alike in that moment that they might have been twins. Only one was slightly larger than the other.
"Vidocq told me last night that he served under McClellan. He says the Marshal's eyesight and hearing are legendary."
He paused, then added with a faint twist of his lips that wasn't quite a smile.
Like mine.
It was something they'd noticed about the boys, that both Simon and Patrick shared Sebastian's abnormally acute senses, as had Jamie Knox. She said, "Perhaps it has something to do with having yellow eyes." Devlin's lips curved now into a smile.
"I suppose that's one explanation."
Then he turned his head as Simon shouted, "Mama!" Together they watched as the boy came running up to Hero, his cheeks red with the day's sun, his amber eyes gleaming with delight. "Look what I got!" He thrust his hand out toward her, uncurling his fingers, and Hero braced herself, anticipating anything from a bug to a tree frog. But it was simply a chestnut, its shell glowing a warm reddish brown. "Ah," she said, "what a find." Beside her she heard Devlin smother a laugh, and knew he'd seen her tense. She looked over at him, saw the glint of amusement in the unusual eyes he'd gifted to their son, and found herself aching for him. Aching for the heartbreak that comes from the loss of a mother, which she understood only too well, and for the endless pain and confusion swirling around the question of his father, about which she could only guess. Chapter 25. "Your vulgar curiosity turned out to be fortuitous," said Sebastian later that evening, as their carriage wound its way through the dark, misty streets of Paris toward the British Embassy. Hero gave a soft laugh, the light from the swinging carriage lamps casting a golden glow across her features. She was wearing a low-necked gown of deep blue silk, embroidered with tiny seed pearls on the bodice and Van Dyked around the hem, and a gossamer fine silk shawl with more pearls knotted in the fringe. "If Fanny Carpenter is there," she said.
"If her husband is assiduously currying favour with the Bourbons in an attempt to overcome the sin and shame of having served under Napoleon, then they'll be there. What better way to play up your English wife's connections?"
The carriage lurched to a crawl as they were caught up in the crush of vehicles descending on the embassy, and he watched her turn her head to stare out the window at the crowd of ragged spectators gathered to gawk at the parade of high-bred horseflesh, elegant carriages, and richly liveried servants. It must have been awkward for her, being trapped in France by the collapse of the Treaty of Amiens like that, especially when you consider that her brother is a British admiral.
"Is he? Awkward indeed."
They were close enough to the British Embassy now that its blazing torches lit up the night around them, flaring across the upturned faces of the thickening crowds. Some of those who'd gathered were the gaunt, skeletal ex-prisoners of war one saw in the streets all over Paris. But there were also a number of other ex-soldiers, many of them missing an arm or a leg. In Sebastian's opinion, it was one of the worst of the many unwise things the Bourbons had done, disbanding Napoleon's army and casting hundreds of thousands of proud, loyal French soldiers out onto the streets to starve. Hero kept her gaze on that ragged mass of wretched humanity, and he realized her thoughts must have been running along the same lines as his, because she said, "Britain and France have been at war on and off for the last 100 years or more. It seems difficult to believe this new peace will last for long."
"I don't know about that. I suspect the Bourbons are going to be too busy trying to solidify their control over France to worry about challenging British colonial supremacy in the rest of the world. After all, it was their expensive wars against us in India and America that helped bring about the revolution in the first place."
You think they've learned their lesson? Have we? He huffed a strained laugh and said, "No," just as the carriage shuddered to a halt before the embassy gates. The Hôtel de Charost, now the British Embassy, dated from the early 18th century to roughly the same period as the Élysée Palace, just a few doors down, nearer the Champs-Élysées. Built in the French classical style of gold and white limestone with a grey slate mansard roof. It had until recently been the home of Napoleon's beautiful, scandalous, irrepressible sister, Pauline Bonaparte Borghese, but she'd prudently sold it to the Duke of Wellington before the Bourbons had time to confiscate it. They said Pauline had demanded Wellington to pay her in installments of louis d'or, so that was what he had done. After what seemed an interminable wait, they finally arrived at the top of the red-carpeted steps to find Kitty Wellington, the British ambassador's plump wife, greeting her guests in the hotel's soaring white and grey marble-tiled entrance hall. With her husband absent at the Congress of Vienna, she was playing her part as hostess alone. She was in her 40s now, with an increasing tendency to squint, thanks to her short-sightedness. But she had a reputation amongst those who knew her as being amiable, kind, faithful, and loving. Everything her famous husband was not. It was said she'd been very young when they first met, pretty and lively and clearly smitten with the newly commissioned ensign Arthur Wellesley. But she was the daughter of a baron, while Wellesley had been nothing more than a younger son yet to make his way in the world, and so her father refused his suit. Vowing to come back and claim her, Wellington went off to make his fortune at war, succeeding far, far better than anyone had anticipated. When he returned a decade later to honor his commitment, he'd found her still devoted to him. But after 10 years he didn't think her anywhere near as pretty or desirable as he once had. Begrudgingly going through the wedding ceremony, he'd made no secret of his dissatisfaction with his new wife, and the marriage had been going downhill ever since. The more famous and fated he became, the more fault he found with his children's aging mother, and the more he sought comfort in the arms of a succession of young, ambitious, fawning mistresses he flaunted openly, with little regard for his neglected wife's feelings. Sebastian might admire Wellington's military acumen, but he had little respect for the general as a man. "Lady Devlin," said the Duchess now, her smile widening as Hero came close enough to be seen clearly. Kitty Wellington had never been a great beauty, but she had gentle features and a pretty smile, and Sebastian could never understand Wellington's cruel dismissal of her to his friends and fellow officers as ugly. "And my lord," she added, as Sebastian came into focus, "how lovely of you both to come." She took Hero's hands in hers and gave them a friendly squeeze. "Given your interest in historic architecture, I can't wait until you see the hotel, Lady Devlin. Everything is just as Pauline Bonaparte left it, and whatever one might say about her more risque activities, one must concede her taste is stunning." "The stories can't all be true, surely," said Hero, returning her smile. Kitty Wellington lowered her voice and leaned forward to whisper, "Believe me, they are, including the ones about her circulating au naturel amongst her guests. The servants have confirmed that, and more." She gave Hero's hands another squeeze before letting her go. "You must come for tea one afternoon, so I can show you the rest of the house." "Do you think she meant it?" Hero asked Sebastian, as they moved through the throng of chattering, elegant guests, and into a magnificent long salon hung with red silk damask and massive gilt mirrors that endlessly reflected the light from the hundreds of candles blazing in the crystal chandeliers overhead.
I'd say so. There's no artifice about her. She'd probably get on better with the Duke if there were. I wonder if she finds it a relief to have him gone again.
I doubt it. They say she is truly devoted to him, grieves when he is away, and feels the pain of his infidelities deeply.
Well, I've no doubt the local farmers are more than happy to see the back of him, although unfortunately for them I suspect he'll be finished in Vienna in time for the next hunting season.
Proud of his reputation as a bruising rider to hounds, Wellington had made himself hated around Paris by heedlessly leading his huge entourage at a gallop through the local peasants' fields and then refusing to pay for the crops he ruined. Hero let her gaze rove over the noisy press of well-tailored men and silk-clad bejewelled women. I don't see Fanny Carpenter, but Marie-Thérèse is looking daggers at you from over by the orchestra.
Lovely. He resisted the urge to turn and look. So tell me, is she wearing black?
Of course she is. Sebastian snagged a glass of wine from a passing waiter.
Perhaps we should split up.
Would you recognize Fanny if you saw her?
No, he admitted with a smile.
Hero gave Sebastian a brief description of the small, unassuming Englishwoman, and they split up. He was working his way through the blue salon when he heard a familiar female voice behind him say, "What on earth are you doing here?" Turning, he found himself staring into his sister's angry blue eyes. Amanda, Lady Wilcox, was a tall woman, slender and elegantly built like their mother, with Sophie's golden hair and graceful carriage. In most other respects, she resembled Hendon, with the Earl's rather blunt features and the famously intense sincere blue eyes. But her temperament was all her own, bitter and self-absorbed and laced with more than a touch of cruelty. She was 12 years Sebastian's senior, the firstborn of Sophia Hendon's 4 children, and if she'd been a boy, Amanda would now be Viscount Devlin, heir to the earldom and all the wealth that would someday be Sebastian's. But because she was female, she'd watched that title and honour pass from one younger brother to the next, until it came to Sebastian, the heir, who wasn't even Hendon's own flesh and blood. Sebastian had always known she resented and disliked him, but it wasn't until she tried to see him hanged that he'd realized just how much she hated him. She was a widow now, and had been for 4 years, but she still wore a palette of greys and silvers in an ostentatious display of perpetual semi-mourning for the dead husband she'd loathed. Her gown this evening was of a shimmering silver satin, made high at the waist in a way that showed off her still youthful figure, with long sleeves ruched at the shoulders, and a low round bodice edged with a band of the finest Brussels lace. The diamonds at her neck and ears refracted the candlelight like dazzling prisms.
"Do I take it that's a rhetorical question?" said Sebastian. "We were invited, of course." There was a pinched look about her nostrils.
"You never come to these things without an ulterior motive."
"Not usually, but the house is rather famous and Hero was anxious to see it."
She gave a faint, dismissive shake of her head. "I know that's not why you're here." "Hendon told me about her, of course."
"I expected him to. If you'd like to come by the Place Dauphine to see her before the funeral—"
"Why would I?" Amanda's upper lip curled. She's been dead to me these 20 years and more. Sebastian searched his half-sister's hard, closed face, looking for... what? He wondered. Some trace of compassion? An echo of the love she must once surely have felt for their mother? She left a letter written not long before she died. She said she wanted nothing more than your happiness. Amanda sniffed. She used to write to me, you know, every year. I never answered her, but she kept writing anyway. Finally, I had Hendon tell her that I was simply burning her letters unopened. But she still didn't quit. Did you? Burn her letters unopened, I mean? Of course. He found he could only stare at her, utterly at a loss. Amanda had been married with children of her own by the time Sophie sailed away in a desperate attempt to grab a life of happiness in a difficult world. Unlike Sebastian, his sister had always known the truth, and yet her hatred burned with a bitterness that mystified him. He said, "Do you know that when the French revolutionaries made divorce legal and easy to get, the vast majority of the thousands of people who rushed to dissolve their miserable marriages were women? I suspect it's the main reason most states are so averse to the idea of easy divorce, because they know women are the ones most eager to obtain them." Yes, well, that's one thing Napoleon did right, isn't it? He might not have completely outlawed divorce, but he did make it considerably more difficult to secure. Sebastian simply shook his head, and he found himself wondering if this might explain what Amanda held against their mother. That Sophie had had the courage to escape her wretched marriage, and Amanda never had. I'm told you're determined to look into her death, she said, keeping her voice low as she glanced around to make certain no one was in earshot. Why? Why stir up trouble, making people think she was murdered when she simply fell? Have you no sense? She didn't simply fall, Amanda. She was stabbed in the back and then thrown off that bridge. Nonsense. It's bad enough that people are already talking about her as much as they are. If you're not careful, her connection to our family is going to come out. And that's the most important thing, is it? That you avoid embarrassment, not that her murderer be brought to justice. She was not murdered. He studied the tight, angry set of her lips. Had you seen her, Amanda? Since you've been in Paris, I mean? Good heavens, no. As if I would have anything to do with some common soldier's whore. I don't think many would describe Marshal Alexander McClellan as a common soldier. He's a traitorous Jacobite who fought against us, first with the Americans and then again with the Republic and Napoleon. You seem to have made it a point to look into him. Did you ever meet him? Why would I have met him? I have no idea. He could see the pulse beating in her neck, see the raw fury tightening her features. Will you give up this nonsense or not? No. She reared back her head, her lips parting as she sucked in a quick breath. I should have known. Yes, you really should have. A glimmer of rage leapt in her eyes, all of her loathing and animosity laid bare for him to know. Then she turned and walked away from him, the train of her elegant silk gown swishing across the polished floor behind her. Chapter 26. Hero came upon Fanny Carpenter in the yellow salon. The novelist was standing with her head tipped back, her mouth slightly agape, as she stared in wonder at the gloriously risque bacchanal feast painted on the ceiling above. She was a small, energetic woman, somewhere in her 50s, with a fashionable crop of curly light brown hair still only lightly threaded with grey. A pixie-like face that made her look much younger than her years, and a small pair of round silver-framed spectacles. Her nose turned up like a child's. Her chin was small and pointed, and her wide hazel eyes were bright with intelligence and a boundless curiosity about her fellow beings. Hero had met her briefly at Madame de Staël's, but she couldn't be certain the woman remembered her. "Of course I remember you, Lady Devlin," the author exclaimed when Hero spoke to her. "I've been reading your articles in the Morning Chronicle on the poor of London for years." "You have?" said Hero. Fanny laughed at the surprise in Hero's voice. "My Etienne used to bring the London papers home for me when he could. There were usually several copies of the Chronicle smuggled across the Channel every day. I wouldn't have thought the newspapers revealed much of interest to the French government." "More about popular thinking and the palace's attempts to influence it than anything else," she admitted. She paused a moment, then said, "I used to share them with Sophia Capello." Hero met the older woman's frank gaze and saw the understanding that blazed there. "I take it you've heard Devlin is looking into her murder." "Is it murder?" "Yes." Fanny sucked in a quick breath and turned half away for a moment, her eyes blinking rapidly, as if to hold back tears. "Dear Lord, I'd hoped that was nothing more than a vicious rumour." "How long have you known her?" "Since I first arrived in France during the Peace of Amiens. She was always very kind to me. She knew I was homesick for England, and seeing her, talking to her, always made me feel so much better." Fanny hesitated, then coloured faintly as she added, "I'm afraid I haven't seen much of her lately. With the Restoration, Etienne, well, let's just say he's asked me to be careful." "Because of Marie-Thérèse, you mean?" The colour in Fanny's cheeks deepened. "Yes." Hera found she had to try hard not to judge this small bird-like woman who had allowed her husband's career ambitions to destroy a years-long friendship that had been so important to her. And yet Hero knew she wasn't being fair. Easy enough for a wealthy and powerful nobleman's daughter to scorn such behaviour as weakness, but for the aging daughter of an impoverished historian who'd found herself caught up in the dynastic upheavals of a foreign land and pressured by a determined husband. How many could have resisted all the forces brought to bear upon her? Hero said, "Would you by any chance know why Sophie quarrelled with her ward, Angelique?" Fanny let out her breath in a soft sigh, obviously relieved to have the topic shift to something less personal. "Oh, yes. That was because of Antoine." "Antoine de Longchamp-Montand?" "Yes." "I take it Sophie didn't like him?" "No. She thought him a fortune hunter, and I suspect she was right, but she made the mistake of saying as much to Angelique, and Angelique accused her of being against him because the de Longchamp-Montand are Orleanists." "Are they?" "Oh, yes, vehemently. They think the Allies should have put the Duke of Orleans on the French throne rather than restoring the Bourbons, and they've never made any secret of it." "And Antoine himself? Does he agree with his family?" "Quite passionately. He says Artois and Marie-Thérèse are so ultra-monarchist and ultra-Catholic that they're endangering the restoration of the monarchy. He's convinced the people won't stand for it and will eventually revolt again.
that the only way to preserve the monarchy and the aristocracy is to replace the Bourbon with the Duke of Orleans. As much as Antoine de Longchamp-Montendre had rubbed Hero the wrong way, she had a sneaking suspicion that in this respect, at least, he and the Orleanists might be right. And Sophie? She supported the Bourbon against the Orleanists? Fanny's eyes crinkled with silent amusement. Oh, no. As far as Sophie was concerned, there was little to choose between the two. Well, there isn't really, is there? Not as much as the supporters of the Duke would like to believe. Hero watched as a tittering cluster of silk and satin-clad British gentlewomen paused nearby to admire one of Pauline Bonaparte's nude Roman statues. What do you think would happen if Napoleon were to try to come back now? Escape from Elba, you mean? Fanny looked thoughtful for a moment. Honestly, I think he'd be killed within hours of landing in the south of France. The French people want peace, and only the Bourbon can give that to them. Because the Allies are behind them? Well, yes. Don't you think? Napoleon tried for years to get the British to sign a peace treaty, but they wouldn't do it, because they saw his very existence as a challenge to the entire concept of monarchy. Now he's gone and France has peace, and the Bourbon. It's been made more than obvious we can't have one without the other. It was not lost upon Hero that Fanny had just called the British they and the French we, although she suspected the woman herself was totally unaware of it. What must it have been like, Hero wondered, to be living in a country that was at war with the land of your birth? Married to a man fighting against your own countrymen, against your own brother. What had it been like for Sophie, loving a man who was fighting against her own son? "Ah, there you are, my dear," said a low French voice coming up behind them. Turning, Hero found herself facing a lean, middle-aged man wearing the elegant dress uniform of a colonel in the King's Guard. He was of above-average height, his features ruggedly attractive and weathered by years of campaigning, his dark hair still untouched by grey. This, surely, was Colonel Etienne de Gautier. "Etienne," said Fanny, a smile flooding her face with a joyous affection that was impossible to miss. So, a love match, thought Hero, as the novelist hastened to perform the necessary introductions. "I have met your father," the colonel told Hero with a bow. "He is proved to be a true friend to France in our hour of need." "Yes, he has many fond memories of his days in Paris before the Revolution." Dr. Gautier's eyes lightened with his sad smile. What a different world that was. Hero knew something of the man's history. Born the younger son of a provincial noble family, he'd served proudly in the French army under Louis XVI, before going into exile with his father and elder brother at the time of the Reign of Terror. He looked younger than his wife, perhaps by as much as 5 or 10 years. But those lean years in England would have been hard, Hero figured. It must have seemed a good move for such a man to marry the only sister of a British naval captain on his way to becoming an admiral, a woman who'd once served as keeper of the robes to the Queen. Surely neither had anticipated being caught in Paris when war broke out again between their two countries. And yet, the colonel had not only survived and prospered, but somehow found a way to weather the transition from empire back to monarchy. It suggested a man who valued practicality above dogmatism and love of country above partisanship, a man whose English wife would now be seen as an asset rather than a liability, as long as she was careful about her friendships. "Do you think Fanny was right?"
Devlin asked as their carriage rolled through the dark streets of the city toward the Seine.
About de Longchamp-Tendre and the Orleanists, I mean.
Hero stared out the window at the glorious silver moon just beginning to rise on the eastern horizon. I don't know. If Sophie truly saw little to choose between the two houses, then why would she care if he supported the Duke of Orleans rather than the Bourbon?
She'd care if she thought the Orleanists were doomed to lose, or...
He broke off.
Or what?
Said Hero. His troubled gaze met hers.
Or if she knew Napoleon was planning to return.
Chapter 27. Sunday, the 5th of March. The next morning Hero walked the grand allées and winding paths of the Jardin des Plantes, looking for Pierre-Joseph Redoute. The air here was gloriously fresh and clean, and all around her was an explosion of spring, with an achingly blue sky above and only faint puffs of white clouds on the horizon. Ancient and vast, the botanical gardens lay on the left bank of the Seine, slightly to the southeast of the Ile-Saint-Louis. The Jardin had been begun in the early 17th century as a medicinal garden for Louis XIII, but the Bourbon had long ago thrown it open to the public, and Redoute was known to spend his Sunday mornings here, sketching or painting. She finally came upon him seated on a folding canvas stool beside a bed of gold-laced polyanthus, a sketch pad propped on one knee, and a drawing pencil in hand. So intense was his concentration that he didn't glance up until Hero was almost upon him. "Bonjour, Monsieur Redoute," she said cheerfully, her smile friendly. It wasn't the done thing to accost a famous artist in the park without a proper introduction, but when it came to murder, Hero had no patience for such social niceties. Redoute stared at her a moment, then let out a sigh and said,
"I know why you're here."
Whatever she'd been expecting, it wasn't that. "You do?" He was a man somewhere in his 50s, his grey hair lanky, his nose long and straight, his chin lightly cleft, his expression kindly and good-humoured. As she watched, his soft brown eyes crinkled with the suggestion of a smile.
"It is Lady Devlin, is it not?"
"It is, yes," she said, returning his smile. "Do I take it Angélique de Longchamp-Tendre warned you I might wish to speak with you?" He shook his head, as if not understanding.
"What does Madame de Longchamp-Tendre have to do with anything?"
"She's the one who suggested I talk to you."
"Ah."
He glanced off across the orderly garden beds to a nearby butte, crowned with a magnificent cedar of Lebanon. Something she couldn't quite read flickered across his features, and he said,
"Actually, it was Henri Sanson. Although now that I think about it, he suggested I might expect to see your husband, Lord Devlin."
"Sanson again," thought Hero. Aloud she said, "I'm told you knew Dama Capello." He nodded, his chin falling to his chest as he gazed down at the delicate black and gold flowers nestled in the litter of winter-browned leaves before them.
"She was an amazing woman, Sophia Capello. Brilliant and talented, and yet so open-hearted and good. Her death grieves me a great deal."
"How did you meet her?"
"Through the Empress Josephine. They both loved roses, you know. Roses and gardens in general."
He sighed again.
"The gardens at Malmaison have deteriorated dreadfully since Josephine's death. But Dama Capello has been allowing me to paint her own gardens out at the Rue du Champ de Repos. She sent me a note just the other day telling me her plum trees were about to bloom and inviting me to come capture them.
When was this?
That she sent the message? Thursday afternoon. Why? She said she'd just arrived back in Paris to find the orchard coming into bloom, and she wanted to make certain I didn't miss it. I'd been planning to go tomorrow, but...
He gave a faint shake of his head. So why don't you?
How can I? Under the circumstances.
It's what she'd want, don't you think? Hero was silent for a moment, watching him deftly add more shading to his sketch. Then she said as casually as she could, "So you knew Sofia Capello had been out of town?"
Oh, yes. I believe she was in Vienna, visiting the Maréchal.
She was. But then she went to Italy. Do you know anything about that?
No. Sorry.
Hero wasn't convinced she believed him. How much do you know about Dama Capello's politics? He gave a tight-lipped smile.
I served as an official court artist to Marie Antoinette, and yet still managed to survive the Reign of Terror and be honored with the patronage of both the Empress Josephine and Marie-Louise. Do you know how? I'll tell you. He continued without giving her a chance to answer, by keeping my nose out of politics. My friends understand that, and are kind enough to leave me out of all that nonsense.
Was Sofia Capello your friend? Said Hero. He paused for a moment, a faint, faraway look creeping into his kindly face.
I like to think so. Yes.
It occurred to Hero that Sophie had accumulated a strange collection of friends for a countess. A botanical watercolorist, a novelist, a divorced empress, and the hereditary executioner of Paris. But then, as Angelique had said, Sophie hadn't really considered herself a countess anymore. Hero deliberately focused her attention on the purple violets scattered amongst the feathery little cushions of moss at her feet. I'm told she quarrelled with someone recently about roses. A count, I believe. He glanced over at her.
You mean Aravina?
Who?
Niccolo Aravino, the Count of Courgès, to give the man his full name and title. He has an estate just outside of Paris, or I suppose I should say one of his estates is there. He has another in Corsica.
Why precisely did they quarrel? Redoute shrugged.
Some people are simply quarrelsome.
By which I take it you mean the Count?
Oh, yes, of course. Not Sophie.
Sophie, Hero noticed. Not Dama Capello or even Sophia, but Sophie. She suspected Redoute didn't even realize what he'd said. There must have been more to it than that, said Hero.
Not much. Aravina has the Empress's and Dama Capello's interest in and love of roses, but his is a selfish love. He wishes to possess, not to share. And he is, or should I say was, intensely jealous both of their collections and their knowledge. It's his ambition to be known as the premier rosarian of France. And he isn't above practicing all sorts of underhand trickery to achieve that end. He frankly hated them both.
Hero drew a quick breath scented with damp earth and green growing things, and the sweet perfume of jonquils blooming somewhere just out of sight. Do you think he hated Sophia enough to kill her?
Oh, surely not,
he said. But Hero saw the flare of doubt in his eyes and knew he did not discount the possibility. Chapter 28. The Chateau de Marigny, the sprawling ancient estate now possessed by Niccolo Aravena, the Count of Cargès, lay in the hills to the northwest of Paris, not far from Montmartre. This was an area of sun-drenched rolling fields, covered with the vivid green shoots of newly sprouted wheat and rye, of slopes hatched with ancient gnarled grapevines, of peach and cherry orchards just coming into bloom in sweet-smelling drifts of white and delicate pink. The air here was gloriously fresh, the sky a crystal clear blue, unmarred by the smoke from the crowded city's chimneys. As Sebastian turned his phaeton in through the estate's open rusting gates, he could hear the purling of a rain-swollen stream, mingling with a chorus of bird-song and the rustling of tiny, unseen creatures in the brambles lining the rutted winding drive. Nestled in the midst of well-kept Italian-style gardens, the chateau looked to be several hundred years old, built of golden limestone, with circular towers capped by conical grey slate roofs. As they drew nearer, Sebastian found himself wondering what had happened to the noble family who'd once owned the estate. Had they been murdered by their own brutally oppressed peasants? Fallen victim to the guillotine? Fled to Britain and fought against their own countrymen? Were they even now trying to regain what they'd lost? So far, the restored Bourbon king had stood firm against the émigrés' demands that their land be returned, but Sebastian wondered how much longer Louis would be able to hold out.
So what exactly did this cove do that Boney made him a count and gave him all this?
Asked Tom, as they drew up in the chateau's gravelled forecourt.
That I don't know yet, said Sebastian.
Must have been something big.
Indeed.
Sebastian let his gaze drift over the sunny slopes rising beyond the roofs of the greenhouses. Rather than being covered with grapevines, these fields were filled with rows and rows of roses grown like a crop. Hopping down, he went to bang the knocker on the chateau's weathered front door. No one answered. He was banging for the third time when a blue-smocked gardener pushing a wheelbarrow full of manure came around the side of the house.
"He's not here, if you're looking for the Count, that is,"
said the man, setting down the handles of his barrow so that he could scratch the side of his unshaven face.
"You could try Montmartre or Clichy if you'd like. He usually spends his Sundays in one of the guguettes up there."
"Any particular one?" asked Sebastian, turning to face him. The man sniffed.
"Might start with the cabaret by the Blute Fin."
"Merci," said Sebastian, but the man had already lifted his barrow to push it away. Hugging the crest of the craggy heights that overlooked the city, the ancient village of Montmartre dated back to the days of the Romans, when the top of the hill had been the site of a temple dedicated to the god Mars. According to legend, it was here that Saint Denis, the first bishop of Paris, had suffered martyrdom in the 3rd century. Except that rather than immediately falling down dead, his decapitated corpse simply picked up his head and carried it to the site of what became the Benedictine Abbey of Saint Denis. The hill had been crowded with monasteries and convents since the early Middle Ages. The Revolution destroyed them all. The area had also suffered badly in the battle for Paris, the previous March, when 800,000 Russian, Austrian, and Prussian soldiers stormed the outlying villages of Montmartre, Belleville, and Pantin, setting up their artillery on the ruins of the old 12th century Benedictine monastery at the top of the hill. The Russians had threatened to level the city of Paris below, unless it surrendered. While the warring nations' leaders hammered out their peace agreement, the invading soldiers amused themselves in the time-honored tradition of conquering armies, ransacking and looting houses, raping women, and bayoneting dogs and little children. It was the Russian Cossacks who'd made the old windmill known as the bloodlines famous by nailing the miller to the wings of his windmill and then laughing as he spun round and round. As Sebastian drew closer to the village, he found himself driving past the shattered stone walls and charred timbers of empty houses and ruined monasteries. "Gaw," whispered Tom, his head craning around. "Who did this?" "Well, the revolutionaries destroyed the abbeys, and then the Russians, Prussians, and Austrians did the rest." "Gaw," said Tom again, in a way that reminded Sebastian this was the boy's first look at what war could do. "Water 'em," he told the tiger, drawing up beside the fountain in the old village square. "I'm not sure how long I'll be." Tom scrambled forward to take the reins. "Aye, governor." Sebastian could hear the sails of the old windmill flapping in the warm breeze as he turned toward the goguette. Goguettes were a particular kind of drinking and dancing establishment, popular with French craftsmen and workers. Clustering on the outskirts of the city, they owed their success to the existence of what was called the Mur des Fermiers Généraux, the Wall of the Farmers General, a thin 15-mile-long curtain wall built around Paris shortly before the Revolution. Constructed at enormous expense, it was designed not to protect Paris from invaders, but to enable the nation's notorious tax farmers to better collect the tariffs levied on all goods taken into the city. They were called tax farmers because, rather than collect the nation's taxes directly, the Crown had given the lucrative contracts to private operators who grew enormously rich while brutally oppressing the people with impunity. The Revolution had ended the system, but the Directory soon brought back a modified version to help finance their wars. And so the Gonguettes had grown up in the villages outside the wall. Because they didn't pay the city's taxes, their alcohol was considerably cheaper. And because they were away from the censorious eye of the Duchess d'Angoulême, many also still stayed open on Sundays. The Gonguette next to the Blutfin windmill was a terracotta-roofed, plastered building with a grapevine-covered arbor, a blue-painted door, and wooden casement windows thrown open to the unseasonably warm afternoon. Laughter and voices spilled out into the lane, almost drowning out the traditional folk tune played by a couple of fiddlers on the rickety wooden platform set up in one corner. A dozen or so men and women were already dancing, the men's heavy shoes clomping loudly on the worn floorboards, the women's colourful skirts swirling around them. The air was thick with the smell of cheap wine, tobacco smoke, roasting meat, freshly baked bread, and unwashed bodies. A few quiet questions addressed to some of the workers at the bar led Sebastian to a man in his mid-40s who sat by himself at a table near one of the open front windows. His fingers toying with the stem of his wineglass, a half-empty carafe resting nearby. His dress was more that of a gentleman farmer than that of a nobleman, his hair nearly black and a little ragged, his complexion lightly scarred by smallpox and darkened by long hours in the sun. His eyes were narrowed and faintly smiling as he watched the dancers circle the floor. Much like Napoleon himself, Niccolo Aravena had been born in Corsica to a family from the minor nobility. Sent to study at the École Militaire in Paris, he'd graduated a year behind Napoleon, been commissioned a second lieutenant, and was serving in Auxonne at the outbreak of the Revolution. At one time, he'd fought at Napoleon's side in both Italy and Egypt, then left the army to marry the plain but well-dowered daughter of a war profiteer and sire 2 sons, only to lose them all in an outbreak of influenza. After that, he'd poured both his fortune and his passion into collecting and breeding roses. How or why Napoleon had made the man a count and rewarded him so handsomely remained a mystery. "I've been looking for you," said Sebastian, pulling out the empty chair opposite the Corsican and sitting. Cargès shifted to stare at him, his head tilted sideways, his bloodshot eyes widening.
"I know who you are."
He raised an unsteady hand to point at Sebastian in a way that suggested the half-empty carafe in the center of the table was not his first. "Good." Sebastian turned to order a glass of wine for himself, then said, "So you know why I'm here?" Cargès shook his head.
"Not exactly. Why does an English viscount care what happened to a French general's whore?"
Sebastian set his jaw against the spurt of anger the careless words sent pounding through him, and somehow overcame the urge to haul the bastard up by his shirt front, slam him back against the nearest wall, and shove the ugly phrase down his throat. "I found her when she was dying." The Corsican studied him in silence for a moment, his eyebrows raised as if in thought.
"And you care? Interesting."
The man was obviously not as foxed as he'd first appeared. Sebastian waited while the barmaid set his wine before him, then said, "I understand you're interested in roses." A slow smile spread across the other man's scarred face.
"No, monsieur. You might be interested in solving murders. Me, I am passionate about roses."
His French was good, but it still carried the heavy inflections of his native Corsica. Sebastian said, "Is that why you quarrelled with Dama Capello? Over roses?"
"Who told you we quarrelled?"
"Several people, actually." Cargès shrugged.
"We had a friendly rivalry. Nothing more. I was interested in purchasing some seedlings she was developing, but she refused to sell them to me. That is all."
"When was this?"
"That she refused to sell the seedlings? Late last summer. She's been gone, you know, for months."
"And you haven't seen her since her return?"
"No. I didn't even know she had returned until I heard she was dead."
He leaned forward and lowered his voice.
"If you want to know who killed Madame Capello, you should look at the Bourbons, or perhaps the Orleanists, not some simple rival Rosarian."
"Why the Bourbon and the Orleanist?" Cargès threw a quick look around, then dropped his voice even lower.
"You know, she went to Elba."
Sebastian stared at him. "How do you know about that?" A slow smile spread across the Corsican's face as he brought up a finger to hook it behind his right ear and to hold it forward.
"Sometimes the roses, they whisper things to me."
"Oh? What else have they whispered to you?" He shrugged again and let his hand fall.
"Nothing else so consequential. But believe me, if I, Niccolo Aravino, know she went to Elba, then others know it as well. And some of those who know would have cause to wish her harm.
Why?
Why?
He huffed a soft, disbelieving laugh.
What do you think she was doing in Elba?
I don't know. Do you? The Corsican pressed his lips together and shook his head, his eyes still dancing with amusement and wine.
No.
Sebastian took a slow sip of his own wine.
How well do you know Napoleon Bonaparte? I've known him since we were boys in Corsica. Why?
Were you with him in Russia?
No, thank God. Got this 8 years ago in Italy.
Twisting sideways, the Corsican thrust out a leg that ended in a peg at the knee.
Ah.
Courgette shifted to stare silently out the window at a donkey pulling a cart loaded with firewood up the steep, narrow street. In the distance rose the ruins of the old medieval church of Saint-Pierre and the new semaphore tower that had been built almost on top of it. They were a French innovation, semaphore towers used to send messages over great distances. Sebastian said, "What do you think of the rumors that Napoleon might try to return from Elba?" The Corsican drained his wine, then reached for the carafe and poured the last of it into his glass.
What do I know of such things?
The roses don't whisper about the emperor? Courgette expelled his breath in a crude noise and took a deep swallow of his wine. Sebastian said, "What do you think would happen if he tried it?" The Corsican paused with his glass still raised to his lips.
Have you noticed how fond Paris has become of violets?
Sebastian had noticed. Everywhere he looked he saw violets, cheap prints of the delicate spring flowers propped up in the windows of shops, bunches of violets crafted of silk and worn on hats or in buttonholes, gay patterns of violets strewn across the muslin of women's dresses. A strange smile curled the other man's lips.
The violets are just coming into bloom.
And, said Sebastian, not understanding.
They were blooming last year at this time, when Napoleon left for Elba. You know what they say about violets?
At the table beside them, a ragged band of ex-soldiers raised their glasses in a toast.
"To Père Violette!"
they cried, their glasses clinking together. The toast was taken up by the next table, then the next, until the words echoed around the room.
"To Père Violette!"
Sebastian felt a chill sweep over him. Père Violette meant Father Violet. "What do they say about violets?" he asked Courgette. The Corsican's eyes crinkled in a smile as he raised his own glass high.
They go away, but then the next year they come back again.
Chapter 29. Rather than turn toward the village square when he left the Guinguette, Sebastian walked downhill to the abandoned gypsum quarry that lay at the foot of the butte. Thousands of the Revolution's victims had been buried there in hastily dug mass graves. But the only sign of that now was a simple black cross that stood above a pile of rubble and weeds. The rest of the open mine was a sun-blasted stretch of white rock, with here and there the burned ruins of the site's old kilns and red-tiled sheds. Even before the mass deaths of the Revolution, the ancient church-affiliated cemeteries of Paris had been filled to overflowing. Les Innocents, the huge graveyard beside the central marketplace known as Les Halles, was said to have been so full that the ground level rose more than 6 feet above the surrounding land, and the area perpetually stank of decay. By the early 1780s, Louis XVI decided something had to be done about it. His solution became known as the catacombs. But Paris's catacombs were not originally constructed as ossuaries, the remnants of ancient limestone quarries and tunnels that honeycombed the ground beneath the left bank of the city. The old forgotten tunnels had begun collapsing in the late 18th century, occasionally taking houses and people with them. After a particularly spectacular cave-in, the king named a commission to inspect, chart, and shore up the old mines. And that project was already underway when a house next to the teeming Innocent Cemetery collapsed beneath the weight of the centuries of bulging burials behind it. A macabre nightmare of bones, grinning skulls, and half-decomposed corpses spilled out of the fetid earth. In response to the public outcry, the city's old cemeteries were closed and interments within the city itself forbidden. But the question of what to do with the millions of bodies already overflowing the old burial grounds remained. Then someone got the clever idea of combining the two problems by emptying the contents of the city's cemeteries into the old mines. Every night, caravans of black cloth-covered wagons filled with bones converged on the catacombs. Sebastian had heard it took 2 years to empty the worst of the city's old cemeteries. Some of those closed burial grounds were temporarily reopened during the Revolution for the victims of the guillotine and the various bloody journeys, but many of the decapitated corpses were simply brought here to the abandoned gypsum quarry, dumped and covered with quicklime and earth. Much of the old gypsum quarry had been a surface mine, and the hole gaped like a vast open wound in the midst of a blighted landscape. Like the kilns and sheds on the quarry floor, the houses and workshops that had once clustered around it had been burned by the Cossacks, the broken stone walls now quickly disappearing beneath mats of weeds and festoons of vines that draped the yawning doorways and empty windows. The place was utterly deserted, except for a black and white goat, nosing a pile of refuse at the base of a jagged cut, and a grey cat that ran off, tail held high, when Sebastian's foot rolled a loose stone. The cry of a hawk circling overhead drew his gaze to the hard blue sky, where small puffs of white clouds were forming on the western horizon. So much death, he thought. So much death and heartache, terror and disaster, resentment and fury had gripped this troubled land for more than 25 years. And he had a sick feeling he could not shake that it wasn't over yet, that they were simply stumbling through a deceptive interval of peace that could be shattered at any moment. Sliding down one of the rocky slopes, he went to stand beside that single forlorn black cross. He'd heard that many of the mass graves from the Reign of Terror were now being emptied, with the guillotine's victims joining their ancestors in the catacombs below the city. Just that past January, Marie-Thérèse had had the remains of her mother and father exhumed from a mass grave at the Madeleine Cemetery and transferred to the royal vaults in the Basilica of St. Denis. But looking at this mound of rubble now, Sebastian found himself wondering how the remains of the king and queen had truly been identified from amongst those thousands of decades old, quicklime-doused headless corpses. The faint sound of stealthy footsteps was barely perceptible, but Sebastian's hearing was abnormally acute. His hearing and those other senses that no one had ever adequately defined. He slipped the dagger he always carried in his boot from its sheath and turned. 3 men were sliding down the steep edge of the quarry toward him. 2 were dark, their hairs showing the first touch of grey, their clothes the rough trousers and coats of workmen. The third man, younger and fairer, wore the sun-faded shako hat and tattered white trousers of a French infantryman, his blue coat sporting a crowned N for Napoleon on the turnback. A fourth man, noticeably better dressed than the others, remained standing above, just at the edge of the quarry's cut, his hat pulled low, and his back to the brightness of the sun so that Sebastian could not see his face. "Gentlemen," said Sebastian, in French. His eyes narrowed against the harsh sunlight glinting off the quarry's shattered white gypsum. "I take it you have something you wish to say to me. An unusual setting to choose for a conversation."
"Un gros malin,"
said the younger, fairer man in a low voice to his companions.
"A smart ass."
He carried a long, sturdy length of wooden tamping rod with a broken, jagged end. One of his companions held a knife half hidden in the folds of his ragged coat hem, while the third gripped a stout cudgel.
"The choice of location was yours, monsieur."
"Oh, I wasn't expecting company." The young ex-soldier shifted his grip on the long wooden rod.
"Life is strange that way, yes?"
The ex-soldier charged him then, running ahead of his companions, the tamping rod held up and back like a long, narrow cricket bat. Sebastian stood his ground, the blood coursing through his veins as he let the man run at him. The Frenchman's eyes were a soft blue, his raw-boned face darkened to a nut brown by the sun. His lips curled away from his teeth in a determined, focused grimace.
"Salaud!"
swore the man, the rod whistling through the air as he threw all his weight behind it, aiming at Sebastian's head. At the last instant, Sebastian ducked and stepped into his rush. The momentum of the missed swing carried the Frenchman's body around, opening his right side. Sebastian thrust his knife in deep, then quickly jerked it out and danced away. The ex-soldier's eyes widened, his knees crumpling beneath him, his hands spasming open, dropping the rod. Sebastian heard it clatter on the rocks as he pivoted around to smash his boot heel into the man's face, sending him flying back so hard that the breath left his body in a whoosh when his backbone slammed against the quarry's rock floor. Swooping down, Sebastian jammed his bloody dagger back into its sheath and snatched up the rod, gripping it in both hands. "Stop," he said, to the two men still advancing on him. "Just stop."
"Sacre merde,"
hissed the one with the knife and charged. He was a pace or two ahead of his companion, and Sebastian ran straight at him, the tamping rod held like a cavalry lance. Gritting his teeth, he rammed the rod's jagged end straight through the man's chest. It made an obscene popping noise, the Frenchman's jaw sagging, his mouth opening to send dark blood pouring down his chin as he toppled backward. Sebastian yanked his dagger from its sheath again, his gaze meeting the remaining man's startled, frightened eyes. "Give it up," said Sebastian, his hand clenched around the knife's grip, his breath coming hard and fast. "I don't want to kill you. There's been too much killing in this land already." The Frenchman's gaze slid sideways to where the young ex-soldier was trying to lurch to his feet, one hand held to his bloody side, his face a dusty mask of pain. "Un Baptiste." Sebastian squinted up at the rim of the quarry. The watching gentleman had disappeared. His blood still pounding in his ears, Sebastian said, "Take him with you." Dropping his cudgel, the man sidled over to his fallen companion to loop the ex-soldier's arm over his shoulders and help him to his feet. He cast a quick, anxious glance at Sebastian, but Sebastian simply shook his head and said, "Go on, get him out of here." The two men staggered awkwardly away toward a path that led up the quarry's steep side. Sebastian swiped a forearm across his hot, grimy face and let them go. Chapter 30. He arrived back at the Place Dauphine to find Eugène Francois Vidocq sitting with Hero in the salon waiting for him.
"Ah, there you are, monsieur," said the stocky, broad-faced head of the Sûreté Nationale. He took a deep swallow from a glass of Sebastian's port, smacked his lips, and said, "C'est bon." Sebastian exchanged one significant glance with Hero, then walked over to pour himself a brandy. "I'm glad you're enjoying it, monsieur." Vidocq smiled and took another sip. "I heard about your little scuffle in the quarry up at Montmartre, but not to worry. I told her ladyship here that you were unharmed." Sebastian paused with the decanter in hand and swung to stare at his guest. "How did you know about that?" "I have good informants." "Obviously. And did your informant tell you that all traces of my attackers, living and dead, had vanished by the time I returned with the authorities to the quarry?" "No. He must have sent his report too quickly to include that detail. Interesting, but not unexpected. At any rate, that's not why I'm here. I've had some of my men talking to the residents of the Rue du Champ du Repos to see if anyone in the area recognized either the carriage or the team of greys belonging to the unknown woman who visited Damacapelle on Thursday. A woman can wear a veil, keep her servants out of livery, and ride in a carriage without a crest. But it's not so easy to disguise a team of prime cattle when a man knows his horseflesh."
Sebastian went to stand beside the fire, his brandy glass cradled in his hand.
"I take it someone in the area knows his horseflesh." "One does. Swears the team belongs to Hortense, and since he used to work in her stables, I suspect he knows what he's talking about."
Sebastian's hand tightened around his glass. "Hortense?"
Vidocq nodded. "You heard me right. The erstwhile Queen of Holland herself."
"Hortense Eugénie Cécile Bonaparte, née de Beauharnais, was the daughter of the Empress Josephine by her first husband, who had been one of the many thousands of victims at the Reign of Terror. Under pressure from her stepfather Napoleon, Hortense had married his brother Louis Bonaparte, who eventually became the King of Holland. But the marriage was not a success, and she'd spent little of her time in the Netherlands. Louis himself had long ago fled the country. But despite the restoration, Hortense still lived in Paris, protected by the Russian Tsar, who'd reportedly been more than half in love with her now dead mother. The young former queen had a reputation as a competent amateur composer, a good